hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Can I request everybody to come in and settle down, please? Lakshmi ఆ తలుపులు ఏం చేసి I request everybody to walk into the hall and please settle down. ఆ తలుపులేసిన It is my privilege to extend a very, very warm welcome to each of you present here this morning, and many of you have traveled across the globe to be here. On the 11th of March 2020, WHO declared COVID as a global pandemic. It suddenly stopped life and changed life. And changed it in a way that we never knew, that we were never going to go back to the old ways on many fronts. Overnight, what we took for granted in terms of travel, in terms of sport, in terms of globalization, in terms of making sure that everybody was well and all of us expected to live to the 80s and the 90s, suddenly changed. Little did we know that the proportions of this pandemic and the spread would assume over many months that it followed would change the lives for many forever. Many lost lives, lost livelihoods, well-being. And what happened in that year and a half over several waves, so unexpected, can never be truly quantified or identified. What we knew and what would come together and what we could identify, that these flight and fright responses need to be collectively fought, and a collective response deserves concerted efforts to learn continuously from the gaps exposed across the systems and from adaptive innovations to counter these shocks. With a vision to bring together the multi-regional health systems actors and stakeholders together in strengthening our collective response to health shocks and other adverse global events, was born the Global Learning Collaborative for Health Systems Resilience on the very day that the pandemic was declared, 11th of March 2022. So we are here exactly 2 years later from the WHO declaration to ensure that we learn together and grow together to face these crises as they do happen and not forget what we already have. The GLC4HSR, as it's called fondly, is a global platform that facilitates the practical reciprocation of knowledge and sharing of co-creation of effective health systems transformation strategies amongst so many countries. The GLC for HSR brings together people and institutions across geographies, across multiple levels, together to nurture a culture of learning, adapting, and achieving transformation. This initiative brings together a network of health systems experts, practitioners, policymakers, with a vision to build back better, and of course, the civil society to build back better. More resilient health systems as we go into the next phase, hopefully post the pandemic, into the world. This journey has been unique. We have grown both in depth and in width, and we now have representatives from 17 countries. Our illustrious panel and advisory members are testimony to that. We have embarked upon several learning journeys over the past year, and the annual conclave will bring together, dissect, deliberate, and refine upon these ideas through technical sessions that are lined up. Some of the housekeeping rules are: you will be often provided with a QR code and polls. Please do answer them. It will give us feedback on going forward and how we can take the next steps. I welcome you all again and thank each one of you who have taken time off from very busy schedules, flown halfway over the world to become a part of these discussions face to face. We are indeed privileged to be meeting face to face after such a long gap. I now call upon Dr. Krishna Reddy to please take the dais. Dr. Krishna Reddy is a practicing senior cardiologist, regional director, South Asia, Access Health International, the president of InOrder Health Systems, and an associate and a cardiologist at heart. He co-founded Care Hospitals in 1997, a chain of tertiary care hospitals located across the states. And in the course of his illustrious career, he has taken on many, many roles, more as an entrepreneur, as a giver, as a public health expert, and of course, as a private healthcare provider. Dr. Reddy joined Access in 2018, and he leads us to strengthen this as we go over. I'd like to bring our keynote speaker, Dr. Manoj Jilani, who actually needs very little introduction to this audience, but Dr. Manoj Jilani is the Director of Health Systems Development, WHO, Regional Office for Southeast Asia, New Delhi. In the past, he has been a member of the Indian Administrative Services. Between March 2012 and November 2019, He served in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, as Joint Secretary, Policy, and later as Mission Director, National Health Mission, while holding the post of Additional Secretary and Special Secretary to the Government of India. Between 1987 to 2012, he served in the sub-district, district and state-level planning, designing and implementing policies and programs in the social sectors, the state of Madhya Pradesh, India. He pursued an MBA from Public Service from the University of Birmingham, a BTech from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. Several awards to his accompaniments and his credit, and the UNITAF award to his contribution towards addressing NCD challenges in India. He recently supported the launch of the Primary Healthcare Alliance that is going to take us down to the last mile across 8 countries and the region, Southeast Asia region. A privilege to have you, Manojji. Our chair and president, William Hasseltine, a scientist, a businessman, an author, and a philanthropist, and probably an encyclopedia on any subject that you touch him. He can take you down to the very depths and teach you how to take it forward. A professor at the Harvard Medical School and the School of Public Health, and the founder of the university's Cancer and HIV research departments. He's well known for his pioneering work on cancer and HIV/AIDS and genomics. He's founder of more than a dozen biotechnology companies, including the Human Genomic Sciences. Authored more than 200 manuscripts in peer-reviewed journals and more than a dozen books on health systems reform and infectious disease. His passion to bring the best practices across the globe and reach out to every citizen that he thinks that we can touch through our health systems is one of them that infects us and keeps us together. I have Dia Samarinish. I don't know if I pronounce it right. And founder and CEO for the Center of Indonesia's Strategic Development Initiatives for called SISTI in short. Dia is an Indonesia's development practitioner as a public health advocate, and currently the chairwoman of the Board of Trustees and CEO of Public Health Nonprofit for the Center of Indonesia's Strategic Development Initiative, CISTI. A psychologist by training, and her professional journey has grown across consulting for companies, government, national public health institutions, multilateral organizations. Currently concluded her role as the senior advisor to the WHO Director General on Gender and Youth. Has received several awards for social innovations from Economic Intelligence Unit, and also the recipient of the Global Award from the Open Government Partnership for the Improvement of Public Service in Primary Health. May we have you up here, Dia. I next have another illustrious person to bring up, Professor Mushtaq Chowdhury, advisor, James B. Grant School of Public Health, BRAC, University of Bangladesh. BRAC University, Bangladesh. Ahmed Mushtaq Raza Chowdhury is a development worker and researcher, academic and microphilanthropist. He spent several rounds and around 4 decades with BRAC, the world's largest non-governmental organization or foundation. He was its vice chair, executive director, and now the founding director of the Research and Evaluation Division, which is merged with the Graduate Institutes of BRAC University, and the founding dean of the James B. Grant School of Public Health. Professor Chowdhury is also a professor of the Population and Family Health at the Columbia University in New York. He's received several prestigious awards, the Medical Award for Excellence, bestowed on him by Chicago-based Ronald McDonald House Charities in 2017, amongst others, and has already been honored by The Lancet for his contribution to global health in 2013. A privilege to have you here, Professor Mustaq. Dipali, my very own, and our partner in crime, who has helped seed the entire Global Learning Collaborative, and the wind beneath our wings. The Vice President, Asia Region Office, the Rockefeller Foundation. She is responsible for the Foundation's policy, advocacy, grant-making, partnerships in Asia, and leads the Rockefeller Foundation's initiatives to convene and catalyze strategized collaborations that advance development in Asia, as well as harness Asia's role in chat and be the well-being of humanity in the region and around the world. She serves as the director and managed one of the Foundation's flagship initiatives in India, Smart Power for Rural Development, SPRD, where she provided leadership and direction across the full range of activities, partners, and resources, enabling affordable and clean energy across to over 1 million people in India. I request you to be here, Dipali. And if you heard me for the last 5 minutes, all these people's, achievements have been summarized to less than 100 words, and each would actually fill a few pages, if not half a book. So it is indeed a privilege, and I would like to give everybody a big round of applause for being here with us today. I now hand it over to Dr. Reddy to take forward the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Uma. And on behalf of Access Health, it's my privilege to welcome all of you and also welcome all of you. I keep describing GLC with whoever tells, both Rockefeller Foundation and Access Health, we are parents of GLC, and this is the first birthday. So it was conceived in August 21 and took birth, as Uma mentioned, on March 11th. So from our own perspective, our team's perspectives, and the Rockefeller family perspective, this is a momentous occasion to present briefly what it is, what the Global Learning Collaborative is, and what happened in the last 12 months, and what the journey it is looking forward to in the future. The purpose is not different. I think everyone in this hall who are part of GLC, either as members or as partners or as well-wishers, I think all of us want health for all at all times. I think that's the shared purpose. The only thing is each one of us take a different approach, a different path, a different route to achieve the same thing. But many a time we don't bring all these paths together. So that has been the key objective of the collaborative, that can we bring people together? Can we bring organizations together? Can we bring different departments within a government together? Can we bring the researchers and the practitioners together? I think it is more a journey taken together by all of us. So it does not belong to anyone, it belongs to everyone. The key hypothesis of approach as a collaborative learning of the GLC is that knowledge and learning is a powerful tool to transform systems. I mean, some of us focus on actions, some of us focus on knowledge. What GLC attempts to do is to pool the knowledge from all of us sitting here and people sitting outside, and curate to filter what are actionable insights from these experiences and the knowledge that sharing happens. And then can we translate those actionable insights into actions? So this virtuous cycle of knowledge to action and action to knowledge. I mean, in our Gita philosophy, we say the two pathways, the Jnana Yoga and the Karma Yoga. That is the pathway of knowledge and the pathway of action. Both are equally important, and both have to integrate and with each other. So this is the premise on which the GLC is founded, that the process of the learning, I mean, we should enjoy this process of learning as we go forward. And then this learning, if it can implant an idea into a policy maker, an idea into a leader, organizational leader, a systems leader, and that idea can multiply. I mean, unlike the COVID virus, if a good idea multiplies, the good results. So that is the hope, that these learnings should lead to actions, and the actions should lead to learnings. I think so. That's the future of the GLC in terms of how we would like to approach. In addition to the learnings, by bringing together different people around different themes and the sub-themes of depending upon each one's interest. So that is one way of organizing the GLC, the group. We adopted 3 guiding principles. In fact, we shared with Manoj Jalani and Mek when we had an interaction, that the GLC should be self-organizing around themes, sub-themes, around geographies. It should evolve. I mean, we should not engineer and put a frame to it. It should evolve organically and iteratively so that it expands across the geographies. And it should be self-governing. That means there should not be any single agenda, single direction, that it has to govern by the members who are part of the GLC or the well-wishers and the partners who are part of the GLC. So it's a self-governing model. And the third is it should be self-sustaining. The seed capital came from the Rockefeller Foundation. But around that, the people's time, people's knowledge, people's wisdom, people's experience, that is invaluable, along with the money. So what GLC expects from all of you, sitting here and sitting outside, is you are volunteering your time, your knowledge, your wisdom to this effort. And some of you may also take the onus and the ownership of taking it to your own countries, your own states, your own districts. The idea is to take these channels through which I always apply the analogy of a river. The purpose of the GLC is the ocean towards which the river is journeying. And the different streams join to make it bigger. And some streams branch out to irrigate the fields of the health systems. So these channels should become a kind of a boats taking the knowledge to the grassroots level. And then again, there is a rich experiential wisdom from the grassroots level which can be taken to the global level. So that connectivity from the global, which is 30,000 feet high-level concepts, how we can translate into things which people can experience. So that should be the objective of the GLC. When it expands into the country chapters, the state chapters, the district chapters. In fact, two of the people sitting here, Dia and Mustaq, we have the champions. I mean, they both volunteered that they can champion the GLC in their respective countries. That means the Bangladesh chapter and the Indonesian chapter. Similarly, we are in talk with Dr. Somsak of the National Health Foundation in Thailand, whether the National Health Foundation can take the onus of expanding the GLC in Thailand. And some of the speakers who are here, actually some of them are already volunteering that can they nurture this GLC in their own respective countries. That is what we expect. I mean, ultimately, each one should champion in their own country, in their own state, like the University of Hyderabad would like to champion in the state of Telangana. Because the context will be different, and the same financing may be different, what it connotes at a village level, at a district level, at a state level, at a country level, at a global level. The same financing topic can be discussed at different levels. So that's the objective of the GLC, that it has to expand from a global to the local level. And that is where we can complement, in fact, we can support some of the global bodies. For example, Manoj Jalani is sitting here. Ultimately, the WHO is the director of the global health systems, and they are the guide force. They are the source of knowledge reports. But each one of us can complement the WHO's efforts in translating some of those knowledge resources, some of those key tools that the WHO brings out for the country's benefit to the grassroots level. So we need organizations to take them to the grassroots level so that we can strengthen these global governing bodies. So these are some of the objectives of the GLC. Just I wanted to give it as an opening remark so that a lot of you may not have a comprehension what exactly is GLC and what is the direction of GLC. So what is going to be discussed in the next 2 days with all of you, it is designed as a kind of open dialogue, least presentations, just express whatever you feel like on a given topic and a given question. But some of us will be curating that and trying to see what idea is actionable. And some of the ideas we are still ambiguous. In fact, the very concept of governance, we are still fluid. It is still ambiguous. Is it government? Is it people? Is it private sector? Who is governance? So some of these concepts which are not yet clear, I think these deliberations in the next 2 days should clarify what actually these ideas are and clarify to a language which can be understood by non-experts. Because most of the dialogue happens among the experts. But there are many non-experts here. There are many civil society representatives are here. We forget that the people need to understand what we are talking. So how this dialogue can be translated into a language which an ordinary person can understand, I think that should be the objective. And some of the thoughts, some of the ideas which left unfinished during this conference, the journey continues. This is only a stop, a milestone. And the journey continues in the coming months and the coming weeks as a part of peer-to-peer learning sessions, the focus group discussions, and then culminating in the next anniversary birthday, that is next year, that again all these ideas can be brought together. In fact, this conclave is designed based on the learnings and the discussions and the dialogue that happened in the last 1 year amongst the members, amongst the special interest groups, among the experts from different parts of the... So this, we expect that it can be taken forward. So with this, I think a few words and the introduction. I hope all of you will enjoy the process of learning. So I won't say, sometimes it may be boring, but sometimes it may be exciting. And also there are enough time for all of you to, because there is enough break between the sessions so that you can carry forward the discussions between individuals and between the groups. So with these few words, I take rest and I thank again on behalf of Access Health, on behalf of the family of the Global Learning Collaborative. Welcome you all for this 2-day conclave. Over to you, Ma.
It's our proud privilege, Manojji, to please ask you to come and address our gathering.
No, no, it's fine. Dear Dr. Krishna Reddy, Dr. William, Dr. Uma, Ms. Dia, Professor Mushtaq, Ms. Dipali, friends, colleagues, good morning everyone. I'm truly honored to address this August gathering of the first annual conclave of the Global Learning Collaborative for Health Systems Resilience. The development of the Global Learning Collaborative and this first annual conference comes at the right moment, a moment where the imperative to learn and work together has never been greater, a moment when countries are, and indeed should be, looking for answers and best practices to build resilient health systems as part of building back better, based on the COVID experience. There's a strong need to bring the best evidence to practice globally. Despite our collective experience with public health emergencies, COVID-19 demonstrated that national health systems, even in rich countries and even in countries that ranked high on International Health Regulations 2005, were poorly prepared for a pandemic of this scale. COVID-19 exposed the weaknesses in health, economic and social systems worldwide, with countries experiencing significant disruptions and massive loss of lives and economic losses due to pandemic and response efforts. However, the experience and the response also provided very useful lessons and innovations to prepare for any future pandemics. The WHO estimated all-cause mortality, that means direct due to COVID and also due to non-COVID reasons, to be 14.83 million in years 2020 and 2021 together. That means 1st of January 2020 to 31st December 2021, which is 2.74 times more than the reported COVID mortality. Possibly, the indirect deaths associated with the health and social service disruptions and economic breakdown could have surpassed those directly caused by the virus, highlighting the importance of resilience and maintenance of essential health services and functions. We have seen that when health is at risk, all other sectors are at risk. Issues beyond the health sector, such as changing demographic patterns, climate change, changing land use, deforestation and increased animal-human proximity, coupled with increasing population density and globalization, are increasing the likelihood of further pandemics or other crises. We have noticed this in the last 2 decades, that incidence and severity of health emergencies is on the rise. Given the massive return in terms of avoiding future economic and social losses, investing in resilient health systems that ensure ability to protect and promote health and maintain essential health services even during a crisis should be the foundation of social, economic and political stability. The Global Learning Collaborative for Health System Resilience purpose, mission and vision are timely. There is a significant political commitment to build resilient health systems. There is also a real danger that the cycle of panic and neglect may be repeated with geopolitical crisis, fiscal stress and decreasing COVID infections and mortality pushing this critical priority in the background. COVID has driven home this message loud and clear, that the cost of action is far smaller than the price of inaction. We saw that during COVID. The WHO Council on the Economics of Health for All estimated that addressing gaps in pandemic preparedness and response represents just 1% of the price of inaction. So there is a real need to build resilient health systems, and there is a need for knowing how to do it. This is essentially what your collaborating is trying to facilitate. This is what the WHO is trying to facilitate globally, and I congratulate the Access Health and Rockefeller Foundation for this very important effort. Your efforts are especially well aligned with the WHO perspective at both the global and regional levels. The WHO headquarters came out with a position paper in October 2021 on building health system resilience for UHC and health security during COVID-19 pandemic and beyond. Not only that, all the regions, including CRO, came out with their own publications focused on building resilient health systems. Our Asia Pacific Observatory, Euro Observatory launched the Health Systems Response Monitor to capture the health systems response of different countries globally to COVID-19 to provide useful learnings on what worked and what didn't. I'd like to draw your attention to WHO's 7 interrelated policy recommendations contained in its position paper on building health system resilience for UHC and health security, and these are as follows. Leverage the current response to strengthen both pandemic preparedness and health systems. 2. Invest in essential public health functions, including those needed for all hazards, emergency risk management. 3. Build a strong primary health care foundation. 4. Invest in institutionalized mechanisms for whole of society engagement. 5. Create and promote enabling environments for research, innovation and learning. 6. Increase domestic and global investment in health system foundations and all hazards, emergency risk management. And 7. Address pre-existing inequities and the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on marginalized and vulnerable population. This was in October 2021. Now, with respect to WHO Southeast Asia region, the GLC is closely aligned to our 2 regional strategic documents that resulted from deliberations on learning from COVID-19 and decision of ministers of health of the region. These include the CRPHC strategy with its set of 7 values and 12 strategic actions. And central to this regional PHC strategy is the recognition that features of high-performing primary health care are the same as those required to address the growing challenges facing us, emerging and re-emerging infectious disease threats, escalating climate events, and the growing burden of NCDs. I also would like to draw attention to Strategic Action 12, emphasizing the importance of institutionalizing learning systems for PHC, including through building institutional partnerships in this respect. The second document is Regional Strategic Roadmap on Health Security and Health System Resilience for Emergencies, 2023 to 2027. After all the emergencies in Southeast Asia region, we have had and sustained the practice of conducting a thorough lessons learned exercise, and the new roadmap for strengthening health security in the next 5 years incorporates those lessons learned. I also applaud the approach adopted by Access Health and Rockefeller Foundation in building this GLC on the very significant innovation and learning that is taking place in Asia, with the aim to expand it to the global level rather than an approach that is built elsewhere and then directed to Asia and other LMIC context countries. I note that the first 3 national offices of GLC are situated in China, India and Singapore, with strong representation in the agenda across Asian countries, where so much of innovation is taking place and is of relevance globally. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Access Health and Rockefeller Foundation for both helping conceptualization and launch of the CRPHC Forum. Dr. Krishna's suggestion of the forum being self-evolving, self-governing and self-sustaining guides our regional PHC Forum. Launched last year, the CRPHC Forum is bringing together a variety of development, implementation and knowledge partners under the leadership of the Ministries of Health of different governments to collectively capture learning, enable synergy and drive action on the member state identified bottlenecks on primary health care. And the discussion during this first GLC annual conclave is therefore highly relevant to the work of CRPHC Forum. Let me also take a few moments to reflect on learning and opportunities for strengthening health system resilience as organized by the Building Blocks Framework. You are well aware of the WHO identified 6 interconnected components or building blocks of health systems, and these include the pillars of leadership and governance, service delivery, health workforce, medical products, vaccines and technologies, health information systems, and health financing. Across these pillars, people and communities are and must remain at the center. I'd like to share a few reflections on the importance of investments concurrently in all the health system pillars to pandemic preparedness and building resilience. On the pillar of leadership and governance, countries that had strong leadership and well-established mechanisms to work across sectors and engage with communities at both national and subnational level were better positioned to mobilize the whole of government and whole of society response to the pandemic. Of similar importance, community trust was the key factor for effective risk communication and public compliance. Government stewardship is also critical to build sustainable partnerships with private sector, particularly to drive innovations. During the pandemic, we saw successful examples of collaborators unifying the public and private sectors and working successfully at scale. Vaccines and diagnostics were developed and manufactured at an unprecedented scale. By further improving governance and government stewardship, we can optimize available resources for better health outcomes and pandemic preparedness. With respect to the pillar of service delivery, major gaps and underinvestment in the service delivery system were exposed by the pandemic, particularly during the Delta wave. Gaps in health infrastructure, hospital beds, laboratory capacities, medical equipment including ventilators and oxygen supplies, and health workforce were evident across countries. Unnecessary overcrowding in tertiary and secondary levels care was also very prominent. At the same time, we saw that countries with sustained investments in primary health care, bringing health system closer to the communities, were able to more quickly identify cases and mount an effective public health response. As an illustration, the recent WHO Universal Health Preparedness Review identified decades of sustained investment in a PHC-focused model as central to Thailand's COVID response. Moreover, the last 2 years saw a leapfrogging in the use of digital technologies to further strengthen service delivery, including telemedicine, telediagnostics, and doorstep delivery of medical products, which hold great potential for the future. On the pillar of health workforce, we in Southeast Asia region have prioritized health workforce strengthening as part of our regional flagship since 2014. The availability of doctors, nurses, and midwives has indeed increased over 30% during this period, and this was crucial during the pandemic. Indeed, teams of health professionals, students, retirees, traditional health workers, and millions of community health workers and volunteers were at the heart of pandemic response. Moving forward, it's essential that we further capacitate and support the array of health workers available in the region with a focus on delivering essential health services and public health functions. Lessons of mobilizing surge capacities for clinical care and public health functions need to be institutionalized. Next, on the pillar of medical products, vaccines, and technologies, during the pandemic, we observed supply chain disruptions and stockouts of key essential diagnostics, therapeutics, and devices that negatively impacted the emergency response and essential health services. Countries with robust systems for demand forecasting, procurement, quality assurance, and supply chain resilience were better able to procure medical products at affordable prices and distribute equitably. There is a need for global collaboration for the R&D and manufacturing of medical countermeasures, that is vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics. The pandemic also brought to the world's attention inequities in access to and financing of COVID-19 tools. The values of equity and solidarity need to drive long-term investment and partnership in this area. No one is safe unless everyone is safe. This lesson should not be forgotten. The speed and scale at which COVID-19 vaccines were developed, manufactured, rolled out, and scaled up globally have been unprecedented and also speaks to the possible. I was talking to the CEO of CEPI, and the new global goal of CEPI is of 100 days to deliver vaccines against any new pathogens, from a timeline of almost 7 to 10 years earlier. Moving on to the health information systems pillar, the last 2 years of pandemic have shown us, 3 years nearly, have shown us the criticality of reliable and timely information on health determinants, health systems performance, and health status for effective, timely, and calibrated response. However, this is only possible with robust information system that generates, analyzes, and utilizes actionable health information. At the same time, pandemic exposed the fragmentation of health information systems. Moving forward, strengthening the quality of routine health information system, including surveillance capacities, and strengthening processes for evidence-informed use of data at the local, subnational, and national decision is critical. Effective use of digital technologies can significantly transform the quality of data and reduce fragmentation of information systems using interoperable data systems. We also need to strengthen the transparent and trusted mechanisms to share the data and information across the borders, which become critical because pandemics or viruses recognize no borders. As regards the financing pillar, we know that without financing there can be no health system, and even before the pandemic, the estimated annual financing gaps in primary health care for 67 LMICs were estimated to cost $134 billion per year, rising to $371 billion by 2030. Countries in our region, Southeast Asia region, have the lowest public spending on health contributing to the highest out-of-pocket expenditure amongst all WHO regions. COVID-19 and subsequent economic shocks, compounded further by the recent geopolitical crisis, has led to rising debt levels and inflationary pressures, reducing fiscal space and hampering recovery. Decades of progress in service delivery, emergency preparedness and poverty reduction have either stalled or reversed. Despite challenges of fiscal space, additional domestic resources for health, including through pro-health taxes, are needed. At the same time, now more than ever, it is important to enhance efficiency and equity-focused targeting of health budgets. The crisis offers an opportunity to undertake difficult health financing reforms for improving efficiency and equity of government funding. We must recognize that public health is ultimately a political choice. Public health policymakers have to elevate the level of health in public and political discourse, as there is a real risk that even the lessons of this mammoth pandemic may go unlearned and the cycle of panic and neglect may be repeated. Political leaders now need to make resilient health systems central to their thinking about the future. Finally, I'd like to reiterate that there is only one health system. The same health system that will advance UHC will provide health security. One critical learning is that the health systems suitable to advance UHC sustainably are also suitable for health security. We strongly advocate for reorientation of health systems towards primary health care because that will advance sustainable UHC, health system resilience and promote well-being and help achieve health-related and even non-health-related SDGs in the most cost-effective and equitable manner. I'm sure this conclave would provide a collective opportunity to advance collaborative learning and action for building resilient health systems through PHC-oriented transformation. I thank the Access Health International team for inviting me to this event, and I wholeheartedly wish the GLC for Health System Resilience all success for this annual conclave and in its future journey ahead, and will look forward to receiving the executive summary of the recommendations. Thank you so very much. Have a nice day.
To hear you speak and share the journey that we have taken and also the way forward. I'd request our Chairman and President, William Hasseltine. Would you want to speak from there? It's a little small and tight, the stage.
It's a great pleasure to be here, and especially see this vital and interested audience. I'll give you a little bit of the history of Access and my own history, and talk about some of the things I see coming for the future. I'm fundamentally a research scientist, educated by some of the great masters of our time. My PhD mentor was James D. Watson, the discoverer of DNA. David Baltimore was my postdoctoral mentor. And Baruch Ben Asaraf was my boss at the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute at Harvard. So I had the privilege of working directly for 5 Nobel Prize winners, all really interested in the fundamental questions of life, but also advancing human health. And it was a great privilege for me then to share that knowledge and to participate and to learn. To learn from them. That's to wake you up. One thing as a young scientist, it was tremendously interesting to be involved in that. And science has continued to grow and develop. And I can tell you, I'm a pretty close observer of science. Those of you who get my newsletter know I write almost every day about some amazing topic. And to be involved in the world of science and medicine today is like having a Christmas gift every morning. I wake up for this morning, for example, I went through summaries of research. And every morning there's some phenomenal news story, usually 3 or 4. It has to do with health systems, or it has to do with the new discovery, profound discoveries of how our bodies work, how that knowledge can be applied. This is an age of maximum opportunity, unlimited opportunity in a way. Just mention a few things. One that everybody here is familiar with is digitization of health. How is that going to impact health systems? Profoundly. Telehealth, profoundly. But at every level of the way our technology and our science is moving forward, we have enormous opportunities to treat diseases. Let me tell you about one particular aspect that I'm focusing on now. I've written a series, I think it's up to 8 now, on something called CAR T therapy. That's using your own cells to fight cancer. Now, it's a very difficult process. What you do is you have somebody with cancer, you identify the kind of cancer, you extract a little bit of their blood, you purify something called a killer T cell, you genetically modify that cell, you put it back into somebody, and for the first time we're getting cures for some diseases we never thought possible. The catch, if you followed that, is it's very expensive. You're using the most expensive labor in the most expensive place, actually a hospital. And a conservative estimate of the real cost per patient is at least $1 million US. Well, can that change? And the answer is probably yes. There is now hope that a single shot can create that CAR T cell in your own body. That's not a pipe dream, that's coming to be a reality. And then the question is, how well distributed could that shot be throughout the world? Those are questions of health systems. So as I was learning about science and participating, I was fortunate to be in the right place at the right time to understand some fundamentals of the HIV epidemic and contribute at multiple levels to its current status. In fact, in some countries, you may or may not know that HIV has been effectively eliminated. Botswana is a country that has eliminated HIV as a practical problem. How many other countries can say the same? Certainly not my own. And how did they do that? They did it through systematic application of existing drugs and health systems. Without the drugs and without the systematic application, it couldn't have happened. And it also happened because of a very tight collaboration between university laboratories at Harvard and other universities and the health ministry of Botswana. A very, very tight, many, many years collaboration enabled by the PEPFAR program that George W. Bush started. Some of the international organizations, Gavi, for example, and other foundations were involved in it. But it's something that can and could be done in other countries, but is not. The next part of my journey into health was to realize that, yes, you could create fundamental knowledge, but that didn't mean that there would be solutions. A lot of those solutions are medical solutions that comes from industry, biotech, pharmaceutical companies. And so the next stop along my way was to begin to create biotech companies. And I'm fortunate that those companies have resulted in at least 6, you can count 7 drugs that have been FDA approved and are now in use. And that's been a very rewarding time in terms of translating knowledge into practice. The first of those drugs was a protease inhibitor for HIV that made a difference in whether it was a death sentence or death delayed, and now death postponed, maybe indefinitely, through a series of drugs. So it's been a wonderful journey, but I learned through that something that all of you know in your bones and why we're here today. That is, there may be a medical solution to a problem, but many people will die without it, both in my own country through health inequities and because of health inequities throughout the world. And it's then that I teamed up with Dr. Reddy some almost 20 years ago. The way Access started was the impetus that, yes, there are solutions, but not available to many people. And it's not a question of can you solve a problem? It's a question, can you deliver that solution to people? And I saw some really remarkable things. One showed me what was happening with eye care in India, the efficiencies with heart surgery. And I began to wonder if we couldn't take some of those efficiencies, describe them wherever they were around the world in whatever system, and try to get better health for all people in my own country and in other countries. And we began with a conclave here in Delhi of, I think it's Delhi or Mumbai. Was it Mumbai or Delhi? Mumbai? Was it Mumbai? With some of the business councils. We had various eminent doctors from around the country. And the doctor I picked was Dr. Reddy, because he had the most, I think, a true dedication to bringing health care to the most people in an affordable context. And so we created Access Health to do that. And I think today with this group, it's an apotheosis of some of the hopes we had to bring together people from around the world to learn about healthcare practices and what can really work. And so it's really delightful to see you all here. And I had the opportunity to meet a few of you during the, as you were coming into the hall. But really to take your knowledge. Now, it's not easy to translate knowledge. I've written a few books on Singapore healthcare system efficiencies, elder care in Sweden, the emergency hospitals, ambulance system here in India, how a New York hospital has transformed itself from mediocre to the best in the country and maybe one of the best in the world. These are systems of knowledge, trying to create that knowledge. The problem has been people adopting that knowledge. It isn't that the knowledge doesn't exist in the world. It exists. We know how to do things very efficiently somewhere in the world. But do we share that knowledge? And even if we share the knowledge, is it actionable? I think you said action, knowledge to action, and action to knowledge, and a very positive feedback. It doesn't happen very often. I'm going to give you an example that I'm currently working on. I know that people in the White House, our chief medical advisor, the president, I think it's going to happen in our country? Maybe not, and it hasn't happened elsewhere. But I'm going to tell you a system that I saw recently, which is just one example of what can happen. And it happened in Egypt. Does anybody know about the 100 Million Healthy Lives program in Egypt? If you do, raise your hand. Uh-oh. Who's got a hand raised? Come on, I want to see one hand anyway. Chang, I know you know it. Okay, raise your hand high. Okay, Chang knows it because he works with us. Okay, you should all know about the 100 Million Healthy Lives program in Egypt. It is a remarkable system. And so the fact that you don't know it isn't your problem, it's our problem. Okay, so I'll just tell you about this one program, but there are many programs like that, like the emergency medical care system here in India. If any of us should fall ill and fall down, don't try to get a car, call 811 or 411 or what is it? 108. Call 108 and you get a free ambulance quickly. So I have many good friends in Egypt, some of them in the medical world. One of them said, you might want to, last time, a few years ago when I was there, talk to Dr. Wahid Dose. Find out what he's doing. So I talked to him, and what he was doing was beginning a program to eliminate hepatitis C from the country. And it was done with a small grant, a $250 million loan from the World Bank that has an anti-cancer program, surprisingly, the World Bank, to Egypt. Excuse me, please. Hello. A small grant from the World Bank, as I say, $250 million, to eliminate hepatitis C. And Wahid has started on his own a series of clinics to treat hepatitis C with the drugs that were available at the time. But a lot better drugs, as you know, have become available. So through a series of discussions with the companies and with their FDA, they created the following program. And it had the imprimatur of the president. So when you would travel through Egypt, and I was there 3 or 4 times looking at this program, there were banners everywhere about you should participate in 100 million healthy lives. And they deliberately circulated rumors that if you weren't participating in it and you didn't get tested for hepatitis C, you couldn't get a driver's license. And although it wasn't true, it worked pretty well. And actually, my friends, the first people who ever got tested were their drivers. Okay, and then everybody eventually was tested, everybody over 12. So how did they organize it? Now, Egypt may be a particularly easy place to be organized because it's been organized for 6,000 years. And one thing they've discovered is if anybody was a bureaucrat, it was the early Egyptians. They knew how much every farmer owed the pharaoh. Okay, every single one, they found those records. So they made piles of papyrus so that you knew who was doing what. But what they did is they created 10,000 centers up and down the Nile and other cities in which one nurse and citizens were trained to do the following: to do blood sticks, just a finger stick, to do your weight, and so what they were measuring, and to take blood pressure. And they did that for everybody over the age of 12. Military, hospitals, people who were in jail, the whole country. But what did that finger stick do? First thing, it was a antibody test. Had you ever been infected with hepatitis C? And that antibody test is pretty reliable. It cost them 50 cents. It wasn't manufactured in some low-cost country. It came from Abbott. 50-cent finger stick. That's how much it should cost. If you were positive, it costs you $5 for a PCR, the government. $5 for a PCR, Roche PCR test. That's what it should cost. Then, the next question is, what do? You were offered free government treatment for 3 months. How much did that cost? Now, in my country, the treatment for hepatitis C with 2 drugs started out at $80,000. You'll be happy to know it's down to $25,000 now. Okay? It costs, in Egypt, the government $35 per person for a 3-month treatment. And that was a sustainable cost. They acquired the APIs from India, they formulated it, and they had 7 different drugs that would formulate depending on who needed what. And they found 4 million people with chronic hepatitis C, treated them all. It's about a 98% effectiveness for the first treatment, and if you come back and get the rest, it's about 99.2% effective. It's eliminated the disease. You can eliminate a disease. How many countries have done that? Well, Georgia did it. The country of Georgia did it. Ask yourself, has your country done it? I ask myself, has my country done it? The answer is no. It's not a question of whether you can do it. You can do it. Many, many things can be done that aren't done. It's a question of, do we have the government leadership? Do we have the organization? Do we have the will? It's an interesting question. Would it have been done without the small loan from the World Bank? Probably not. But why not? How much is $250 million for the Egyptian government versus the other costs of treating that disease and having the deaths associated with that? I raise that as the kind of issue that this group should know about. Let's hope when you have programs like that, when your country has something that you're proud of, make sure you talk about it. While you're here, learn about the Indian Ambulance Service, the 108 service. It's worth knowing about. $15 real cost per pickup, free. I've talked to a group this big at the Jaipur Book Festival, and I asked, much bigger, maybe 10 times as big, how many people knew about it? And maybe 20 people in the audience knew about their own ambulance service. Why? They're from the upper class. They don't use it. They take their own cars to go to the hospital, and they may die on the way. Whereas The poor population has access to 108 and generally knows about it. These are really wonderful systems, and they exist all over the world. There's points of excellence everywhere. And I think that's what this group could do. So what I would say is, looking back over my career, I've been very fortunate to both be trained and to understand and to participate and learn about the wonders of modern medicine. It is a true marvel how we have invested in our research, what we're learning, the power of our tools. It's really, to me, when I look at what's possible today, it's almost unimaginable that we could do what we are doing and the speed at which we are doing it. And the availability, the way we can change the cost. I believe, for example, a whole range of medicines, antibodies and protein drugs, too expensive for most people. I believe that can be changed. I think the technology exists today to make it easily affordable. As an example, I was telling you about the cancer treatments. You could probably reduce the cost of that treatment from $1 million to $10. That's not out of the question with modern science. We can do these things. Will we do them? It's up to people like you. It's up to meetings like this, sharing that knowledge, making sure that everybody has the same possibilities that the most fortunate of us have. And I think that's a goal that we can all achieve.
Be encouraging for us in CHISD and in Indonesia that since COVID, at the very least, since 3 years ago, since the pandemic broke, conversations about primary healthcare and strengthening health system based on systems approach has picked up speed. We have been echoing the importance of intervention in primary healthcare and believe that it's not just a set of activities or level of care, but in itself is a strategy for organizing and permeating the entire healthcare system. Primary healthcare is a critical component enabling high-quality health services to meet people's diverse health needs at every stage of life, and we believe that addressing its adequate delivery is crucial. For most, the importance of primary healthcare is clear since Alma Ata, more than 40 years ago. However, in Indonesia specifically, there are many players in the effort for disease-specific intervention. The atomized approach is normalized, yet it does not exploit linkages and the interconnectedness across systems and has created health system fragmentation and segmentation. As non-profit organization, CHISD thinks differently and acts differently. I will draw to Dr. Reddy's comment about the different approach that we take. We, as a civil society, we position ourselves as the partner, the thinking partner of our government policymakers and our academician thinking partners as well. We side on the communities, we take sides with the communities, so all of our actions are based on what the community will impact and will benefit from. However, that approach has not been easy, and we have worked more or less for the whole 8 years of this organization without clear support from our partners in government, in business sector, and in the donor community. We invest in alliance building among identities that do intervention, because we do not want our experience to be also experience for our other colleagues. Research, policy, advocacy, and behavior change communications are our main focus to understand and address the flaws in the current system and to have better knowledge on how to rebuild the health system. Together, we pilot, upscale, replicate solutions for service integration, driving equity, mine variabilities, scale up interventions, and assist local governments, assist community health workers, communities itself to sustain and make constant improvements. I would like to draw some examples from our 10-year journey in primary healthcare centers across Indonesia that started from 7 pilots in a team-based approach to strengthen and transform primary healthcare, which has since grown into a national scale program adopted and replicated by the government. And since COVID, we set out another pilot and has since been adopted as the system for primary healthcare transformation and strengthening in the West Java province, the biggest and most densely populated province in Indonesia. We now focus our intervention and energy also to ensure community-based strengthening, and initiatives are coupled together, integrated with our health system approach to make sure communities and health system work hand in hand together. We are working in a community-based center for health, which in Indonesia is called Posyandu, and all of this integration and holistic and comprehensive approach is what we offer as part of the learning collaborative as a country chapter from Indonesia. Building on that, on this very good momentum this year, we want to highlight the momentum of also the 5-year anniversary of the Astana Declaration, where all our leaders commit to re-energize our efforts to improve primary healthcare. As another note, I would like to bring to the attention of colleagues here that we took the operational framework of Astana and implement that in our primary healthcare strengthening and our community-based strengthening approach. So the learning to action and action to learning has been done and for years now in Indonesia. CISD believe it's time to drive an alliance that reflects on how countries are doing with their primary healthcare improvements. However, rebuilding requires everyone to truthfully reflect on prior failures and to take stock of the current situation, which urges us to initiate a gathering of like-minded organizations to the 2023 Primary Healthcare Forum to be conducted in Jakarta on 12th to 14th of November of 2023. So please consider this as our invite to all of you to come and to continue the learning we have in this conclave there to Indonesia and to Jakarta. The forum will function as a platform for multiple development actors to keep track of the progress by monitoring the indicators by which we will measure success. The sessions will emphasize policy and practitioner dialogue, a public festival to bring PhD issues closer to communities, to have wider outreach to the whole public about primary healthcare transformation, and helping each other find solutions for strengthened and more inclusive primary healthcare. Thank you, and we thank you once again, Dr. Reddy, for trusting CISD with hosting the Indonesian chapter of the Global Health Learning Collaborative, and we look forward to a strengthened collaborations with all of you. Thank you.
Ibu Dia, you continue to inspire and you continue to share the passion to bring people to the center. We are grateful for your presence and also to consider the first chapter that will be taken forward on behalf of the GLC4HSR. I now invite Professor Mushtaq, another partner in crime, who's going to take on the next chapter for GLC in HSR, not so far from where we are in Bangladesh. But the geography always is different, as are the people, and I'm sure that we will find newer learnings over there. Professor Mushtaq, thank you.
Thank you, Oma. Distinguished panelists and friends in the audience, a very good morning. Excuse me. Still morning? Yep, of course. Sorry? Yeah. No, I have water here also. I have a bad cough, so which has been running as a kind of a side effect for COVID, I think. But it's been running for the last 2 months. I was listening to all of you, and particularly Professor Krishna Reddy, and what he said about GLC is the approach, as he said, pull the knowledge and curate the insights into actions. I'm personally a believer of this, and indeed, if you look at any of the successful public health programs in a country like Bangladesh, you'll see the use of that loop, how that has really helped to achieve what those programs have achieved, whether it is ORT or EPI or family planning and so on. Just to give you an example on ORT, as you know that the ORT was discovered or perfected in Bangladesh in the late 60s by ICDDRB. But it was not until the early 80s that this was taken to the doorstep of the people. And that was done by an NGO called BRAC, for which I spent almost all my life. They decided to teach every mother in the country on how to make ORT at home with home ingredients of salt and sugar. Initially, we thought that it would be a very easy job. You can ask the mother, you can teach her, and then she will start using that. But that was not the case. Although we are very happy that mothers learned how to prepare the ORT at home, which was safe and effective. But then within a few months of the program, we decided to do a study on how many people are using that, the usage of ORT. And to our surprise and frustration, we found that only less than 10% of the diarrhea cases were given ORT. Our assumption was that if you transfer the knowledge, transfer the technology, the mothers will start using that. But that was not the case. So we started finding out what are the reasons why there is a do-no gap there. And we found many reasons. And as we found new reasons, this was fed back to the program. and the program modified its strategy and implementation. So just to give you one example, we found that initially the BRAC program was more of a women-to-women program. The health workers were all women, and they went to the mothers and taught the solution, which obviously led to good knowledge about how to do it. But the use is somewhere else. It's a man-dominated society. So anything that involves to the extent of using a new technology, the man have to be involved, the husband or brother or the father. But this was not the case in BRAC. So immediately BRAC changed its strategy. They brought in new staff who were men. They started reaching out to the mosques, to the bazaars, and so on. And because of these innovations in the implementation, which is now called implementation science or implementation research, we now have the highest rate of ORT used in the world. More than 80% of 80% of diarrhea cases are given ORT solution. Excuse me. So this is something which is very close to my heart, and I'm very happy to be here. Also, thank you, Rockefeller Foundation, for which I worked for 4 years, and I'm happy that they are also supporting this initiative. A few years ago, the Lancet published a series on Bangladesh, and there they were talking about the kind of a paradox. The Bangladesh has done so well in many aspects, but at the same, despite the issues of poverty, inequality, and poor governance. So, just to give one example is the life expectancy. When Bangladesh became independent in 1971, the life expectancy was about 45 years. But now, it has gone up to 72 years. And more importantly, the gender difference. So until the late 80s, Bangladesh was one of the 3 countries in the world, I think, where women lived a shorter life. But fortunately, this has now been corrected. Women now live 3 years more than men, which is the norm that we want to see everywhere. So, why has Bangladesh been able to do such, good thing, of course? There has been a lot of research on that to find out the reasons. And there are some hypotheses, of course. And one of the reasons is the public health actions that have been taken. I was talking about ORT, the same thing with EPI and family planning and so on. The public sector reach has also increased. And the role of the NGOs, the non-governmental organization, has played a very important role in this. Also the private sector. And more importantly, I think, is the role of the social determinants of health. So it's not only health on which Bangladesh has invested, but on the overall improvement of human development. So question of schooling, for example, education, women's empowerment, also infrastructures, right, such as the roads, for example, and also the ready-made garment sector, which employs several million women, most of whom come from the rural areas. But when you look at these improvements and the reasons for that, you find that these are some of the low-hanging fruits which we have been able to do very well. Now, when we move forward, we have the vision for the SDG. We also have a vision called Vision 2041. That's the year in which we wish to be a developed country. So when we have those targets, for example, and goals, are we really moving towards that? There is a sense of complacency, particularly in the policy arena, that we have done so well. We are better than this country, we are better than that country. So there is a sense of complacency there. But in order to move forward, we need to identify and act on the high-hanging fruits. So what are those high-hanging fruits? Obviously, the issue of health systems, which we have seen during the pandemic, that we need to think about it quite seriously. We have seen that we are not moving the way that we should in order to reach those goals. For example, the maternal mortality ratio, which was about 600 in 1990s, and reduced to less than 200 by 2010. And if you look at what has happened after 2010, we see that it has actually stalled. It hasn't gone down further. So this means that we have to think about kind of out of the box in order to really identify areas which need more actions. We know that the investment in health is one of the lowest, second lowest in the world. Less than 1% of the GDP is spent by the government. So we need to work on that. Also, there is a huge neglect of primary health care. Only 25% of the total health budget is spent on primary health care. And that's the reason why we have seen during the COVID period that everybody from remote areas coming to Dhaka for hospitalization and so on, because we don't have a strong primary health care. Although we have a great infrastructure in the country, the health infrastructure, but that's not functioning well. We also have questions about the involvement of the broader society in healthcare. And if you look at the two levels, the local level and the national level, there are certain sort of design things there which sort of talks about involvement in the community at the local level through different committees, at the community clinic, at the sort of sub-district level union of health centers. But these are committees only. It doesn't sort of work. The members of parliament have been made the convener of those committees. And 80% of the members live in Dhaka, the capital city. They hardly go to their constituency, and these meetings never happen. Also, at the national level, there is no sort of similar committees as such to ensure participation of the greater community. But depending on the individual who is in charge. So, for example, when the 5-year plans are being formulated, the head of the planning commission, he sort of organized consultation at different levels, but there is no sort of requirement that this has to be done. So there is no sort of platform at the national level by the government to ensure community participation. The parliament is there, the parliament is standing committees are there, but those don't function. There are some sort of platforms which are organized by the civil society, Center for Policy Dialogue or the Bangladesh Health Watch, and they are sort of playing that role to involve the greater community in policy making. We haven't made much progress with respect to One Health. There is a association, and that's it only. So we need to sort of involve the multi-sectoral actors in the health systems. The NGOs seem to be in crisis now because of that which is Bangladesh has becoming a middle-income country, which means that the donor support for Bangladesh is going to go down, and we are already seeing that. Also, because of the Brexit and the war in Ukraine and the pandemic, the support for NGOs from the donors has gone down tremendously, and the NGOs are really sort of facing this problem. And the attitude of the government towards the NGOs has also changed during the pandemic, when it was much needed for a sort of action on a community level, for example. But we haven't really seen that happening in Bangladesh, unfortunately. Then, of course, if we look at some of the documents of the government is talking about universal health coverage now. And if you read the speeches of, say, for example, our Prime Minister, so she talks about universal health coverage when she is outside the country. But when inside, she hardly talks about universal health coverage. But there are civil society organizations which are sort of promoting the case of UHC in Bangladesh. And as we know that like most other countries, the health system in Bangladesh is hardly resilient. We haven't been able to really face the shocks very well, and we are hardly prepared for the future. So, to conclude, I think the whole idea of the GLC, there is a huge need for such actions, such sort of implementation of this loop which will really lead us to the SDGs and also the Vision 2041. I wish to thank you again, and particularly Access Health, and of course for everybody, all of you, for inviting me to this, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mustaq. That was a big snapshot of what we can look forward to and the difference that we will make together in Bangladesh and the learnings that we will take away from there. Thank you so much. I have the privilege and honor of inviting our Technical Advisory Committee to be felicitated for the time that they have spent tirelessly over the last year to support the thought process and the entire evolution of the Global Learning Collaborative for Health Systems Resilience. Can I have that slide, please, Stuti? Quickly, can I have Ms. Shalini Bharat? Shalini ji, please come. Please come up there. Can I request Bill and Dipali to do the honors, please? Jack, Professor Jack Langebrunner. Can you give to Bill, and then you give it to Shalini, please. Give it to Bill. Yes, thank you. Give it to Bill and Dipali. Jack. Professor Mala Rao. Dipali, आप चले जाओ. Mala. Ida. Ida.
I think it's probably not blocked.
Professor Chowdhury Mustaq. And Dr. Shulman, Kevin. For those that are not present here, I'd just like to read their names. We have Stephen Nachuk, Professor Srinath Reddy, who will join us later this afternoon, Shuming, and Gabriel Lu, who's not here, and Sten, of course. Sten was here last month, and we were not prepared for that then. So thank you very much. This is indeed an honor for us to have your time, attention, and constant guidance and support. And before I hand it over to Dipali, I would like Dr. Reddy to recognize those that have occupied the dais and who have been the wind beneath our wings. Dr. Reddy. There are people who are present in this room from the Rockefeller Foundation who began the journey with us. Abhinav Verma, Shubhi Vijay, and Eric, please stand up to be recognized. And we wouldn't be standing here today without the battles that we've had together to make this happen. So I now request Dipali to please give the concluding remarks. Thank you so much, Dipali.
Thank you so much, Uma, and good morning. And it's really a pleasure and privilege for me to be here with all of you. I think it's difficult for me to summarize what was shared this morning, but I'll try to do that. I think before I do that, I just wanted to share a bit of the Rockefeller Foundation. Our vision is really to serve the well-being of humanity, and this is something that we've been doing for the last 110 years. And India and Asia have been an important geography for us, where we really seeded our public health work. So whether it's Thailand, where I'm based, where all the health institutions that you know today, we had a role to play, and even in places like China, and of course here in India with the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Institute of Virology, and I can go on. There's just been so much of work that's been done in the public health field. Collaboration and innovation, I would say, are really part of our DNA. We take a lot of pride in being a science-driven philanthropy, and that's what we really try to push ourselves constantly towards. We also really try and see how best we can be addressing the wicked problems that we all being confronted with. Even before COVID, we all knew that the health systems were weak, and we were on this journey to really see how, whether it was through our precision public health work or other programs that we were seeding, evolving, developing, to really be driving this point home. And of course, when COVID struck, we were confronted with a situation that most of us knew of, but we really didn't know how to tackle the situation. So even before this collaborative was launched, I have two people that I want to recognize. One has been recognized already, Abhinav, who can stand up again, but Chang as well. So Chang is also part of the Access Health team, and both of them really worked very quickly to kind of put together the learnings of the early days of the COVID crisis, or what was really happening in China, and be able to share that with the rest of the world. Even in a place like India, I would dare to say, where on the border there was a crisis situation with China, but at the same time, as part of the people-to-people diplomacy, very quickly, with the help of Access Health International, we were really able to get the real-time learnings as to what was happening in China and what was China doing to really address the problem. I think from there, the idea of really setting up this Global Learning Collaborative emerged, because I don't know whether, William, you remember, we shared the learnings globally through virtual sessions at that point of time. And that was the resounding feedback that we got. We really need to have more of these learnings. And in spite of, on the geopolitical side, whatever is happening, even now, where things have got even more complicated from the early days of COVID, we really want to be ensuring that we can come together, share, and really act very quickly. So I think that was really the genesis of what we have. And of course, Dr. Reddy, Uma, Sejal, and the entire Access Health International team, Dr. William, has just been so phenomenal to work on this particular collaborative. It isn't easy, to set up collaboratives. We all claim that we want to be collaborating, but we all know how difficult it is. I mean, for whatever reasons, it is not an easy job. And I've seen how the Access Health International team has really worked endlessly, tirelessly, to really get us to the point that we are in. So a big thank you to everybody, particularly Uma and Dr. Reddy, and also many others, Maulik, I can go on. So yes, they do deserve a big round of applause. I guess going back to what Dr. Reddy, you said, we really need to learn together. I added two other things. I said, in a nimble and agile way, because there's no point in learning 5 years down the line. I think the need of the hour, with the kind of complexities that we are facing, we need to be acting very, very quickly. So I think that's really important. And it's not just about learning together, but how do we grow together? It's not about, we're not competing with each other. We're really trying to bring about true impact in people's lives. And for that to really happen, we need to be growing together, which then should be resulting into action, because there's no point in having these phenomenal conversations, but that doesn't really get to improving lives of people. So that was something that I took away. Also, how do we really build up resilient health systems? The systems are weak. We have a challenge around health financing. We know civil society actors, Mushtaq Bhai, as you said, that are really struggling. So there are immense challenges, but at the same time, we also, how can we turn these challenges into opportunities is something that I really believe the Learning Collaborative will be able to bring to the table. I guess, moving on to what Manoj shared, around interoperability, talking about the financing issues, looking at the public spending in the region. I think there are real challenges there, but again, as I said, the only way we can address these is by coming together, really seeing where and how we can all be bringing what we have, whether it's expertise, whether it's resources, whether it's our networks. That's really going to be important. I think I really liked what you said, William, about the Christmas gift every day. There's just so much happening, and how do you make sense of what's working, what's not working? Where is it that we need to take more risks? And I think for some of us, like the philanthropic world, we do look at our resources, high-risk capital. We do have the ability to fail fast. So how do we really make that happen and ensure that, we take the first step where others would really want to have a more scalable business model that they can then take over? So I think that was really important. I think also what you said around the whole piece, reinforcing what Dr. Reddy has said about knowledge to action, action to knowledge, is going to be critical as we move forward. I think, Dia, in terms of what you mentioned about the health system fragmentation and how we really need to be having a holistic approach, really taking on a systems lens approach, was something that really resonated with everything that we're trying to do at the Rockefeller Foundation and also in partnership with a lot of other partners with whom we work. Again, Mushtaq Bhai, the ORT example is brilliant, and I think reminds us constantly of how we need to be putting people at the center. And I think the point that you raised, which is very close to my heart, is around gender. If you really look at health issues, yes, everybody is being impacted, but who's really being impacted the most? I would want to say women and girl children. There's enough evidence and data for that. And if you're not going to make them the center of everything that is being done and really consult with them and get their perspectives, I don't think we're going to be able to really move towards building up a resilient health system. I think we'll be again continuing to waste efforts, resources, which really we can't afford to do at this point of time. So I guess with what I want to be leaving behind with this August group is we really need to put all our efforts to really making sure that our health systems are resilient. They're very fragile right now. Somebody just mentioned about climate change issues, and we're not making the intersection with health. We are seeing in a place like Missouri dengue cases that have not been heard of. In Cox's Bazar, again, Mushtaq Bhai, I heard that, for the past 3 years, there have been no dengue cases, but in the last year, there's been a real rise in dengue cases. So how do we, as part of the Global Learning Collaborative, of course, deal with the current situation, but also have a view on what's there and what is it that we need to be doing as a learning collaborative so we can get ahead of the curve and not be talking about the challenges, but really seize the opportunities, because I feel by virtue of the people that the Access Health team has been able to get together, we have the best brains, we have the best expertise, we have an ecosystem that is part of the Global Learning Collaborative. So you have people from WHO, you have civil society organizations, you have the best health experts, and I can go on. So lots of aspirations and hopes from this Global Learning Collaborative. And I think, as was said throughout in the morning, this is really a journey. This is our journey because we really believe in driving towards results to really improve the vulnerable communities who are reading with everything, whether it's the health system issue, whether it's the climate change issues. It's a difficult world in which they're living, and I think the reason that we are all here together, we really care about transforming people's lives who need it the most. So this collaborative, I hope, is going to keep that in mind and constantly keep pushing each other around, are we getting to that point where the health system is resilient to really take care of the vulnerable communities that we all care about. So thank you so much.
I can't thank each of you enough to have taken, I won't say valuable time, because this is what we all want to do together over the next 2 days. So if we are here together, it is because we believe in the learning journey that we have set out on about 1.5 years ago. And I don't think this journey is going to stop so easily. And while we started with that 1,000-mile journey with a single step, and I'm sure we know there is miles to go before we sleep. For all of you that spent that time to come here from all the way around the world, to motivate us to build back and learn better, we are grateful, and we love the fact that you're here to be a part of this journey as we go forward every day, and that you will be the power beneath our wings. Thank you so much for this session, and good morning again. And while we have tea, and we are a little run over on time for our session, please bring your tea back in and, see if we can bring the session back as much as we can.
पहले जाओ चेक तो करो। हाँ मैं करता हूँ, मैं करता हूँ।
Check, check. Hello, hello, check. चेक 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 ठीक है। चेक 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 चेक। हेलो 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 ठीक है ना? हाँ हेलो 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 हेलो।
Good morning again. Good morning again. Can I start bringing people back with their cups of tea inside, please? Some of our experts who are joining online will not be able to stay on for long. Please bring your tea and biscuits in. We promise that this session will be interesting and that you would enjoy it. I'm not. Do I really need to introduce the speakers? Because time is. I am going to begin the session in the interest of time. I would request everybody to please bring their tea in. The session 1 is the beginning of our learning session, and it is about reframing health systems and their assessment, reflecting on country-specific responses. I would request Dr. Krishna Reddy Nalamala to join us, and he will do the context setting. As the moderator of the session, I request Mr. Maulik Chokshi, Deputy Country Director, Technical Access Health International, to please join us. We have 3 of our panelists and experts, online and remote, and I'd like to recognize the fact that they are far away and in difficult time zones, but are going to be here online to be with us. Dr. Sohail Saikat, Dr. Sunam Kwon, and of course we have Dia here. So both of them will be remote, and we request you all to please come back with your tea for us to start the session 1 on learning. They're here, physically here. Okay. Dia, would you please come back up here for us? And I'm not reading the bios of people who have already been introduced to us. I request, I think you need to have a seat over here, to be a part. Yes, please. Yeah. No, we'll get the tea for you. Latika, can you get some tea for Dia, please? May I request you to do that? Yeah. Bye. May I request Dr. GSP Ranasinghe, Director of Primary Healthcare Services and Training, Ministry of Health, Government of Sri Lanka, to please come and join us. He actually works tirelessly at the Ministry of Health and has seen some very difficult times when there was political challenges and takeover during Sri Lanka, and how to take forward primary health care during that time was something that he has overseen. I'd like to request Dr. Lal Panapithya, I'm very bad at pronunciation, please excuse me, Deputy Director General, Medical Services, Ministry of Health, Sri Lanka. Both of them have traveled to be here with us, and who are also very, very involved in the change in times in Sri Lanka with the health systems. I hand it over to Dr. Krishna Reddy Nalamala to take forward the session. And while I will still make a big shout out to all those people over there to bring their tea and come back inside for great learning that we are going to have and continue to have during this day. Over to you, Dr.
Thanks, Uma. I think the first question actually the GLC took when it started last year, based on the members' inputs and other things, was to gain clear understanding of what we are talking of resilience. because a lot of people talk of resilience. Still, it is evolving and it is still fluid, it's still ambiguous. In the context of that, again, to revisit what we actually understand by health systems. We have been using different definitions, have been using different frameworks. So that was one of the starting theme, even before it branches out into different elements of health systems. We started asking these two questions. In fact, the first session starts by illustrating some of those learnings that happened during the last 1 year. And then the panel will discuss with the different perspectives how they assess the health systems in the context of resilience. Because unless we know how to assess and what indicators we look at the health systems, we cannot evolve the policies, we cannot evolve the strategies, we cannot monitor whether these are actually improving the so-called resilience of the health systems. So with this background, I will try to share how it evolved briefly to set the context before I hand over the session to Maulik to discuss along with the panelists. Can I have the slide, please? One of the definition, because the definition of health system resilience was the most difficult one, because the different experts, the different context, what it started in the physics, in the field of physics, then later in the field of economics, later in the field of social sciences, the climate, slowly is talked about after the Ebola crisis and other crises as what is the resilience of health systems. We all know the definition of health systems in terms of its responsiveness to the people's health needs, in terms of the protecting from the financial hardships. But we always talked about the normal times. We never talked about the crisis times. That's how the health systems were designed, for normal times, but not for the crisis times. Their ability to respond during the crisis and absorb the crisis and then adapt and evolve from the crisis. So the group, the GLC group, with experts' feedback and the literature review, the entire process of the knowledge learning process, try to summarize some of the understandings into this simple definition of ability of a health system to ensure that access to high quality and affordable health care is safeguarded and guaranteed irrespective of the shock. And in order to achieve such a state, the system needs to prepare during normalcy, absorb shocks during the crisis, transform and learn from post-crisis. So this attempts at what are the key elements of the resilience. It is not another target or another goal. It is a key intrinsic attribute of a health system that is desirable. Just like we talk about strong health systems, the resilience is an intrinsic attribute that is expected of a health system, well-functioning health system. So based on this definition, as I said, we try to relook at the health systems. The building blocks has been the framework most often used, and we have been aligned with that. Only slight modification around that is that we are starting with the people in the center, the people's health status in the center. What is the people's participation in their own health systems? What is the determinants, the social determinants, the environmental determinants, what are the threats? So there is a refocus on starting with the people, understanding the people's health status, understanding their vulnerabilities, because any evolution of health systems is in response to the people's requirement. And these requirements are dynamic and they are changing. So that's why there is a session dedicated only to understand an actionable element of what do you mean by health literacy of people, what do you mean by the people's participation, what do you mean by the equity of health services in the people. So that is the center of the health system. And most of the health systems we always discourse, especially in the experts panels, from a global level. Most of the discussion is in the global level, but health systems evolve from the local level. They evolve from the local level, then they go to the district level, the state level, what is the national level and the global level. So unless the health system's functions are looked at different levels in the different context, we may not come up with the suitable solutions for that level. The financing at a global level may be totally different from financing at a local level. Financing at a state level may be different from the financing at a national level if it is a federal structure. So articulating health systems at different levels is, I think, one of the key theme that is trying to be depicted here. The four core functions in terms of responding to the health needs, the provisioning function, divided into two sessions actually in this annual conclave. One, looking at the population health needs, that is the public health, and one looking at the personal health needs, that is the healthcare provision. So these two are being discussed because the public health actions, public health management, public health approach is totally different, and the competencies need to have the population health management are different compared to the personal health management. We cannot equate them both. At a medical personal health care management, you are an individual patient, you are articulating with the individual patient. The individual needs may be different. So that's why the provisioning is taken as a prime example of that. And of course, for any provision, you need the supply of resources, the human resources, the material resources, the technology resources, the entire ecosystem of the resources, from the research, the development, the manufacturing, the supply, and the storage, and the consumption, and the disposal. All these things, unless they are looked at as a total ecosystem and in building the resilience of this ecosystem. And third is the financing of these resources. Because this is how the financing comes into the picture. It is not just the money. I think the money has to translate into the resources. Money without humans, money without technology, money without goods is no money because it's useless. So that's where I think the finance follows the supply of these goods and resources. And finally, to manage this entire complex health system, which is fragmented, interlinked, interdependent, it's dependent on other social systems. We do not have the competencies, well-defined competencies to manage, govern these complex health systems. I think there is a need to define what are the competencies required to manage this governance system. And I think one session focuses entirely on the very concept of governance, that the governance is not government, it is the triangle of people, the triangle of private sector, triangle of public. So it's a triangle. Each one has a right, each one has a role, each one has a responsibility, and accountability follows that. So if this definition is there, what is the responsibility of the private sector, what is the responsibility of civil society, and what is the responsibility of the government? Because we always equate accountability only with the government, not with the private sector, not with the people. So the governance ideally should equate all the three angles of the triangle. So that's why the triangle is brought into the two triangles of governance, that is public, private, and the people on one side in the form of the laws and the policies, and the provider, payer, and the people triangle is another triangle of the governance, because there is a power play between all these three actors in the governance system, and how the power play shifts, how the responsibility shifts, and how the communication flows across these three actors, and how the relationship is built across these three actors defines the triangles of the governance. So this is how the governance triangles have been articulated in this depiction. And following that, the less importance that is given, because the systems are totally fragmented. However, they're interdependent, they're dynamic, they're continuously evolving. We don't give importance to the three linkages, the critical linkages, that is information, communication, and the relations. These three linkages usually are not given as much importance as part of the governance system. So we try to bring these three linkages, that there has to be a focus on, already there is a focus on the information systems. How do we actually harmonize the information system? How do we integrate? How do we interoperable information systems? But we don't give importance to the communication, which was very evident during the pandemic, that the miscommunication, how do you counter the miscommunication? That spreads across the social media. So there has to be a thought process in terms of how do you communicate to the people at the local level from the global level. Similarly, the relationships, even within a country, the center-state relationships, even within the government, the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Finance don't talk to each other. And within the Ministry of Health, NHA does not talk to NHM. So this relationships, why we don't give the importance of the institutional mechanism to build these relationships. So we thought the framework should have equal emphasis on these three critical linkages which are essential to harmonize the complex health and social systems. So I think this expands on the building blocks concept to include these as the most critical elements of that. Then going forward, so that's why it is linking up both horizontally as well as in the vertical lines. And the final framework actually depicts the globe behind the framework. That means the human health is not in isolation. The human health depends on the plant's health, animal's health, and the planet's health. So the planet, that's why, is depicted as the background of the entire health system. That means health system does not exist in isolation. So this, I think, a brief summary of what actually evolved through the process of that learning journey that happened in the last 1 year. Not many people were involved, both the members of GLC as well as Access Health team and experts from WHO, experts from London School of Economics. So I think it was a good journey. I mean, this is what the GLC could bring out, but this will, I think, continuously evolve. We don't want to make it as a fixed framework, that the dialogue should add some more elements or delete some more elements or modify this conceptual framework. So this is open to kind of modification. In fact, the panel discussion should lead to that. I hand over to Maulik to take it forward with other panelists on discussing how they perceive. I'm not covering on the assessment aspect of it. You take over on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. So I think so. The task given to me, I think so, is now linking this broader thought process into how do we assess it. And I think so there needs to be variable that needs to be able to measure each and everything. And I think so in this context, we are privileged to have kind of 5 colleagues with us. Starting with Dr. Sohail Sohail, he is the lead health system resilience at WHO Geneva office. And I think so WHO Geneva is also working extensively in creating health system resilience framework and toolkit to kind of measure at a systemic level what does it mean by resilience, how do we measure it. So Dr. Sohail, can you hear us? Dr. Sohail? Sir, you are on mute. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me, Maulik?
Yes, thank you. Loud and clear. So, Dr. Sohail, you heard the opening remarks by Dr. Reddy and your experience of evolving health system resilient measurement toolkit at WHO Geneva level. So, for me, I would like to kind of explore this idea. There is health system assessment, right? And which has been part of our system for a long period of time. And now we have got health system resilience assessment, right? Now, firstly, how to differentiate between health system assessment, health system resilience assessment? That's one thing that we would like to explore through your experience. And second thing that we would like to explore is that obviously countries are on different level or different trajectory or different maturity level of systems resilience or health system assessment as well. So how do you measure the maturity of countries as far as resilience are concerned, and what could be the challenges at the country level to do kind of resilience assessment? These are 3 kind of directional questions to you, and I will hand over the floor to you. I know you have a small presentation, so we are ready to take those things forward. Dr. Sohail, the floor is yours.
Maulik, thank you so much, and sorry that I unable to join you all in person, but I listened the context presentation. Very impressed, I think, with the content and also the very exciting agenda that you are executing. So, Maulik, I think I will try to answer your questions, and I put some slides, and I believe I can I believe you can see them here now.
Yes, please.
I think you talked about the different countries' maturity. I think these are all basically related to different demands and stressor of the health systems. So we are all still in middle of COVID-19. I think is still here. I think it has got that multi-sectorial impact. But we also know that there is a significant backlog of health services due to focus on COVID-19. But at the same time, we know that there is a globalization. There are many
Recording in
countries
progress.
in conflict and war. And I believe you mentioned also climate change. There is a antimicrobial issues. So there is a varieties of stressor and demands on the health systems. But in the end, it's basically a one health systems that we need to depend on to provide all types of services. But often we try to see the health systems from a different viewpoint. I think, for example, the groups on climate change, they want to look at health system from their own perspective. At the same time, if you look at the NCD, they try to look at NCD for health systems. But these issues is basically draining the resource, is basically not uniting the limited resource that we have to build the foundation and a strengthening of the system. And in global level, I think except, for example, countries in humanitarian context, I think there is a very, very siloed and fragmented approach. There's a big movement on health emergency preparedness and response, and under international health regulations as well as global health security agenda. There is a traditional health systems strengthening, looking at 6 building blocks, and there are also a number of vertical disease and life course specific programs. And then if there are countries in humanitarian context, for example, countries like Bangladesh, I think in Cox's Bazar, and there are countries in MENA regions, in Middle East and North Africa, now parts of Europe, there is a huge investment on humanitarian side. But often there is no coordination between all of these vertical investment going into health systems. So when there is an opportunity to synergize, opportunity to bridge the different investment into program and planning, but this is not happening yet properly. So the issue is that the legacy of the investment sometimes become obscure due to lack of integration between all of these vertical objectives that we have. So this picture, I think, is a global one. And if you look at the second row on the right-hand side, I think that is the WHO's pulse survey that we conducted in the course of COVID-19. And the reason you all know that is because a routine health information system was unfortunately collapsed. In countries in most income group, it was not just countries in low income setting, it was a significant disruptions in health information system to report on this service availability, whether for COVID as well as for other essential health services. I think 92% of the respondents in the survey reported disruptions, and the overall median of disruption, it was around 45%. And then if you look at the figure on the first row on the left side, that is the financial barriers one. And I think it's a crowded picture, but if you look at it, the issue of the access to health services, it was widespread. It was not an issue in countries in low income group. It was present also countries in high income group. I think many people spend more than 10% to cover their medical cost, 10% of their income to cover the medical cost. And it was not just because of COVID-19. There are also supply issues. The COVID is one of the reasons, but there is also a major financial difficulty to access quality health services. And then if you look at the picture on the first row on the right side, I think that is another very, very important one. I think that picture gives some very, very unfortunate fact. 3.16 billion people cannot reach a healthcare facility by foot within 1 hour. 8.9% of the global population, which is around 646 million people, cannot reach healthcare within 1 hour, even by using motorized transport. And then if you look at the picture on the second row on the left side, I think there are examples of countries that are unfortunately caught up in humanitarian context because of war and conflict, because of the population displacement. I think the message that I wanted to convey from here is that we cannot expect to achieve universal health coverage if countries continue to suffer from the impact of disruptive emergencies. At the same time, we cannot expect health security if sizable population remain outside of the health services. I think the fact is that in that case is that the surveillance, contact tracing, diagnostic reporting are going to be delayed if the people do not come to get the service from their health systems. So, colleagues, given the focus of the discussions, I think is on the assessment and monitoring. So, this is the current global perspective in terms of countries' performance during COVID-19. So, there are three figures you can see. One is a correlation between Global Health Security Index and COVID-19 death rate. Second one is something we have been coordinating from WHO, as a WHO with many of our member states. Some are from the Global Health Security Agenda, is the joint external evaluation and COVID-19. And then the other one looked at the US index. There are two indicators that we have for measuring countries' performance to universal health coverage, financial protection, and access to quality services. I think the message that you could see from here is that there is no correlation between countries' performance in health security preparedness and their performance in reducing mortality and morbidity to COVID-19. Similarly, even countries that has got a better service coverage, for example, countries in Western Europe, countries in some of the South Asian countries, as well as countries in the East, I think there is no correlation that they did better to maintain their routine essential health services while they are responding to COVID-19. So what does it mean? It means that the current way of assessment and monitoring the performance of the health systems, that there are some proper gaps, the way we try to indicate the country's capability. And it also indicates that the investment and the programming to develop the capacities are probably failing to develop the baseline health systems capacities, at the same time for adequate public health orientation in the way systems develop, in the way coordinations should take place. So I think my colleague before, he presented the conceptual aspects of the resilience, I think from a planetary point of view. So we as a WHO did not intend to come up with a specific definition, but we tried to look at all the global definitions that are available on resilience, and we're trying to extrapolate the definitions in reference to health systems. I think the overall messaging, I think, is similar. I think is the capacity of the systems its ability to forecast, prevent, prepare, and respond to versatile health systems stressor and demand. And while it do that type of management of stressors and demand, we want the systems to maintain the essential function in all contexts, and then recover fast, and also translate the lessons learned so that it can do better in the future. So there are four the indicators that we developed from WHO, which are going to be released very, very soon. We try to capture these four purposes of health system resilience: ability to forecast, prevent, and prepare to stressors and demand; ability to maintain the delivery of routine and essential health services; ability to absorb, adapt, and respond to challenges; and then how we can translate the lessons learned. So if you look at the figure on the left side, as you, I think is we can relate us the COVID situation as a first shock. I think if you look at there are two red sign. So first one can be we can relate to the current COVID situation, and we can generalize countries that due to typical investment, there has been improvement in health system. But then we had COVID-19, the health systems are disrupted, and now there is a period of stabilization. Many countries are trying to recover in terms of clearing the backlog of services. They are trying to recover from the multi-sectoral impact caused by COVID-19. So the lessons and the intentional input from a resilience point of view is that we need to do something differently. We need to have some intentional investment in making the systems resilient in workforce, in supply chain, in information system, in coming up with an enabling policy and financial environment, so that if there is a future pandemic, there is going to be some level of disruptions. But the way we can measure the dividend of resilience and investment is comparing how a country performed, for example, during this pandemic, and also if there is another, unfortunately, a pandemic. So we can measure it in terms of population health point of view. We can also look at from a multi-sectorial point of view, impact on the economy, impact on the social disruptions, etc. And then the ultimate objective is to maintain the services for all, regardless of their income group, regardless of their the situation, the context that they are living. So colleagues, I believe you came across a toolkit that we released last year from our team in Geneva by working with regional office on health systems resilience toolkit. I think the objectives of that toolkit is to capture the global state of knowledge and tools that are available into one reference as a compendium. So one of the gaps that we identified is that how we can measure resilience in health systems. There are so many measurement approaches available, but we couldn't identify more a dedicated tool for measuring the resilience of the health system. So that was the genesis of the work that we consulted with you last year, and now the work is in an advanced stage. So colleagues, you all know that in the global architecture as well as country architecture in terms of assessment and monitoring, so there are tools, that exist from international health regulation. There are tools are also available from health system side. There are also tools available from other vertical programs. There are also tools available in the context of humanitarian response. So the objectives that we had is that due to the gap is not to complicate, not to duplicate any other tools, but how we can come up with a unified focus to measure health system resilience. And for the first time, the tool that we are developing is going to look at the maintaining the health services, at the same time ability of the system to maintain the resilience capacity to prevent, response, and recover to a disruptive emergency are captured. So unlike other tools, we are focusing on services, but at the same time, we are also trying to support the countries how they can also measure their performance to prevent, prepare, and respond to an emergency. So the approach, colleagues, that we applied to develop this indicators package, we, like any other tools development, we conducted a systematic literature review. We looked at the existing database and inventories of indicators, and we have been consulting with experts. So this is a very brief trajectory how we developed. So the different sources that we exhausted allowed us to come up with a total of 830 indicators related to health systems resilience. We removed the duplications, and there were 398 identified as a duplication. And in the second stage, we came up with a total of 432 indicators. Out of 432, we consider 173 indicators feasible for applying at country level. And out of 173, the 65 identified as a core indicator that can be applied in health systems to measure the resilience. And we organize them, as you have seen, as you could see here, according to 6 building blocks of health system. But at the same time, there are special considerations about some of the cross-cutting one. For example, general composite indicators, as well as we put 6 indicators exclusively also on community engagement. So so this is the architecture of the overall presentations of the indicators that we develop. I think the objectives, again, ability of the health system to forecast, prevent, prepare, and respond to public health stressors and demands, maintain essential function, not just the individual health services, but also population-based health services, and to recover fast and also improve for future stressor. So we organize the indicators according to building blocks and as an inputs, and then also we had the indicator to measure the processes and output. So the all 65 indicators are organized according to this architecture, and the overall outcome is the universal health coverage and health security, and the impact also related to our sustainable development goals. So each of the indicators, I think the information organized in a systematic way. There is a short name of the indicator, and then there is a full name of the indicators and how an indicator relates to building blocks, and then the full definition of that indicator and the rationale why we chosen that indicator related to resilience. And then we also disaggregated whether the indicators related to national level capacity or subnational or facility level. And then like any standard indicator, we also tried to identify the denominator and numerator for that indicator, and also the data source that can be utilized, as well as the reference and existing data collection tools. So this is one example. In the interest of time, I'll just pick this one. So here we talked about health sector plans. Most of the countries globally has some types of health sector plan. Sometimes they call it health sector strategic development plan. So this indicator would like to see how typical health sector related plan also include emergency capacity development. This is due to the fact that many countries' health sector strategic development plan do not have explicit consideration for health emergency preparedness capacity development. I think that also contributing to the fragmentation. For example, on the health security side, many countries adopted National Action Plan for Health Security, which is also good, but what we would like to see that there is a proper alignment and integration between health sector strategic plan and emergency related plan. So there is a full indicators name, as you could see, and this is related to governance and leadership, and then we have a long definition of the that indicators, and we put the rationale why it should be there, and then whether it's a national level or subnational level. And then the recommended data source, it could be document review and the structure and the additional reference why we consider this indicator is important. For example, the WHO's positions for recovery asking for an integrated approach in health systems strengthening for achieving both universal health coverage and health security. And then I think this is an example of the indicator related to financing. So here, for example, we had percentage of facilities with user fees waiver mechanisms. So this is related to universal health coverage, but is an important one. If there is no fee waiver mechanisms, if someone got sick, unable to pay, there has to be a way for this person to get the required medical care that he needs. Otherwise, he will not come to the facility. If he or she doesn't come to the facility, that means the identification of an event, the diagnostic of that event, surveillance of that event, contact tracing of that event is going to be delayed. So this is where the inevitable relationship between universal health coverage and health security. So full indicators name, you could see here percentage of health facilities in a country with user fees waiver mechanism for public health emergency related health services. So this is linked with health financing, the building blocks, and then you could see additional details. So all 65 indicators has this metadata attached to it, so that any country, any partner authorities, when they work with the member state, they can guide how it can be operationalized as part of the routine health information system. I'm not going to go into this one, Maulik, and colleagues can have access to the slides as well as the full package of the indicators. So colleagues, I think we can cover the next step, I think, as part of the discussion that we will have now. And just to Maulik's your questions about the, I think you put two questions. I just want to summarize the two questions that you put. One is the difference between health systems assessment and health systems resilience assessment. I think there is from my own personal viewpoint, I think they are related. They are related, but the need for coming up with a resilience specific indicators, because it brings two sides of the coin together, is an indicator that would allow health systems to measure their progress and maintaining health services, but at the same time, it will allow the health systems how it prepare to manage and disruptive emergencies. So the indicators that we are developing, it can serve dual purpose under each of these indicators. The second part, I think you mentioned about the country's maturity. So yes, I think that is quite is the reality. I think in the WHO's GPW 13, which is also going to be manifested in GPW 14, as well as 100-day challenge that we adopted, I think we are trying WHO support to countries depending on their context and also maturity in the health system. Some has got a considerable foundational issue under different reasons, like the context of fragility, conflict, and violence. And then some countries has got some level of capacity, but the institutions are weak. And there are some countries has institutions are there, but they need technical support. And some countries, WHO support is more in terms of policies, so that there is a proper financing, there is a proper public health orientation, there is a proper multi-sectorialisms are built in. So we are aware of it, and we are trying to come up with a differentiated approach to organize WHO support with our partners at country level. So Maulik, thank you so much. I stop here and happy to participate in the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Sohail. A fantastic presentation, and clearly outlines the differential between health system assessment and health system resilience assessment, and the need of differential capacities and different inputs based on the capacity of the countries to measure health system. Let me go to Professor Suwon Kwon, who has joined us from South Korea. Professor Kwon, I think so. At a global level, when COVID struck us, I think so. One of the country which was looked towards in kind of adopting strategies to mitigate health system fragility, or to kind of respond better to health system need in time of emergency, was South Korea. And everyone knows globally, I think so, the way the digital architecture has been created by the government of South Korea to kind of a seamless flow of data. In your experience from COVID, I think so, I'll pose the same question, difference of resilience versus system assessment, and what are the learnings that we can have from Korea when we start talking about how systems needs to evolve to be more resilient from what they are, and what additional things that they need to do, because 6 building blocks adding are something that we are all working on. What additional things needs to be done, and what learnings can we have from Korea as part of various efforts they are doing? Professor Kwon, and we have got, sir, 10 minutes. I'm sorry to put you the time limit, under 10 to 12 minutes for this. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for inviting me to this panel. Let me briefly overview some existing health system component related with this COVID thing. And then I'll give a few kind of additional reflections from the Korean experience. First, I think we all know that preparedness is very important, and Korea was, in a sense, a bit lucky because we had a MERS experience. Probably, I mean, except for a few Middle Eastern countries, there are not many countries in the world that experienced this MERS, I mean, Middle East respiratory syndrome. And then at that time, some mortality from this MERS in Korea was a bit shocking event. So, but as a result, government strengthened the Center for Disease Control. I mean, expanded the budget, expanded the capacity personnel. So, that type of policy learning from previous failure was a good part of the good preparedness. And also in terms of governance, I think there's a rather smooth collaboration between central and the local government, and because many local government, they are not have enough capacity to handle these issues. So most of this provincial local government, they follow the guidelines and directions provided by Center for Disease Control and also central government. And at the central government level, there is a high-level government committee led by Prime Minister. I mean, Prime Minister in Korea means the Vice President. So Vice President was the chair of this national committee, and all relevant ministers joined the meeting, and major decision-making was made at that. And also, UHC is still very important because the testing is fully covered, it's free testing, and also for treatment with of COVID-19 patient, they did not even pay copayment because copayment paid by the government. But Korea has a national health insurance system covering everybody, but we had copayment component. But in the case of COVID-19, there's no copayment. It is funded by the government budget. So in terms of the interruptions of essential services, I think there's a bit, not a huge problems of disruptions of essential services. But also, as you know, there are challenges. For example, the majority of Korean hospitals are private. So in theory, National Health Insurance Service contract with all public and private hospitals is mandatory. So in theory, private hospitals, they should join the treatment of all COVID-19 patients. But it is also true that private hospitals, they provide all possible excuses like, okay, there's no empty beds, it's full, that kind of excuses to avoid treating the COVID-19 patients. So as a result, in Korea, less than 10% of the hospital are public, but they treated the majority of COVID-19 patients. So still the collaboration with private providers, health providers, it is a challenge in this COVID-19 era. And also, there are some components which is not easy to, it's not really tangible thing, but some kind of intangible or not easily measurable component. I think I call it kind of agile policymaking or agility in policymaking. Of course, it is not easy to measure this very important aspect because we know that preparedness is very important, but we always face a slightly different types of pandemic, disease X in the future, I guess. So even with a good preparedness, we still need some kind of rapid response capacity. And then the key component is agility in policymaking. In other words, we have a good governance system, and we need the policymaking system that is based on evidence. And as we all experienced during the last 3 years, there's new evidence every month, every day, basically, right? Then government should be ready to, or government should be willing to modify the policy based on new evidence. And also, we experienced that our own policy failed in some cases. Then we should be ready to correct our policy based on these failures or learning by doing. Okay? So we need a evidence-based policy-making process and also learning by doing process. And that kind of agility in policy-making, I think is very important component, but often neglected because especially in the healthcare sector, most of the discussions are very technical. And I'm an economist and social scientist, and for me, this type of policy-making capacity is very important. And also we need some kind of, we need two separate approaches. In a technical committee, we need we should deal with a lot of technical aspect. But we should not forget that this pandemic is not really a medical problem. It's not really only a health problem. It's broad socio-economic issues. And also government policy, like a social distancing, lockdown, that government policy has an impact not only on mortality, morbidity, but also on the human nature, on our society, on our economy. Then the policy framework has a good balance of saving lives, but at the same time, saving livelihood. But unfortunately, I found that the health sector experts tend to focus only on saving lives, saving morbidity issues, a bit neglecting the saving livelihood issues. I deeply involved in the government policy of COVID-19 for the entire time period. And then this is my own reflections. And for example, the school closures, many countries, including Korea, I think that we shut down schools too early and too long. Because if you focus only on like an infection perspective, maybe we have to close the school. But if you have a longer-term human development perspective, then I think we should not close the school that early. So what I'm saying is that we need a bigger or more comprehensive policy perspective, focusing not only the mortality, morbidity, or health impact, but also a broader socioeconomic impact. And as you know, the livelihood or economy is important because the economy will have a long-term impact on health. So that is a bit related to this assessment issues. I fully agree that existing assessment have a lot of weaknesses. So we need to develop a new kind of measures. But again, when we develop measures, I also develop some measures for WHO. But when you develop measures, we derive some desired aspect based on the criteria such that if we have this desired characteristic, desired aspect, then we will have a positive impact on our resilience. Then my question is how to measure the resilience. There are many different aspects. So we should not neglect the aspect that how to achieve the resilience. What is a sacrifice in the socioeconomic system? So when we view this resilience, we had a broader perspective, taking into account not only a kind of health sector perspective, but also from a socioeconomic perspective. And so in other words, we achieve this resilience through what process? Through what socioeconomic benefits and cost? Okay. And also that relates to the question of how we move from the current status to the ideal status of good resilience. We may need a political economy thinking. We may need some qualitative thinking, because when we have a conversation or policy learning among countries, it's not enough to show them, okay, this is the way we should go, and this is the aspect you are lacking, you should improve. But many countries may face their own political economy barriers to improve that aspect, to improve the resilience. So, we need a broader policy perspective. Over. Thank you.
Thank you, Kwon. I think so. If you start looking at social capital perspective, I think so. Measuring beyond health system perspective is very, very crucial, and I think so. That's that boundaries that when we talked about health system assessment or health system resilient, and not kind of looking at the socio-economic or political economy factor that affects health system as a whole. And hence what Dr. Reddy presented earlier, that global ecosystem is very, very important, because at a health system perspective also they have got direct kind of effect, measure that affect the kind of health outcomes. Kwon, I'll come to you, because I think so when you talked about agility of health system, non-tangible, not measurable, and so I'll come to you on that question after hearing from Dia. I think so. Indonesia had done something a bit better in terms of getting communities and those as part of our kind of response, government's response when we talk about strengthening health system. So can you share, hearing Dr. Sohail and Professor Kwon, did we do something different in Indonesia when we responded to COVID? And when I say if you want to put Indonesia into kind of health system indicator scale, where would it stand? What are the factors would have kind of assisted in getting in that shape?
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. I think the previous two perspectives presentation is very interesting and very spot on. I guess as a country, Indonesia was not placed differently than any other country during the first or the early months of COVID. Everyone, the whole world was taken by surprise. Some countries were in a better position because Dr. Suhail presentation pointed out that resilience should be prepared from normal times. I think other countries are more prepared because they were prepared, not for the pandemic in particular or per se, but the health system itself is approached consciously to be prepared for any external shocks, whether it's pandemic or an outbreak, an isolated outbreak. No one was prepared for the scale of this pandemic. So Indonesia, I think, is the same. When the pandemic first broke, none of the health workers who work in primary healthcare were prepared. They didn't know how to do the SOP for this disease. It's very new. They don't know what to do, but problems keep coming in to them first. So knowing that situation and the unpreparedness of the primary healthcare system, the government then supplemented that with hospital. So most of the care for COVID patients, instead of being separated into preventing those who are still well enough to be isolated at home or being taken care of by primary healthcare, all went directly to hospital, because the health workers at the hospital were perceived as more knowing, more knowledgeable. The life-saving aspect is there. But again, the livelihood was not there. Preserving livelihood was not there. And I think Indonesia, if you want to compare the score from the joint external evaluation, hit the 63% mark on paper. But when the actual thing happened, it didn't look like it hit 63%. Everyone was surprised, didn't know what to do. From the government level, from policy making, governance perspective of COVID response or health emergency response, everything was almost being done hastily and without enough preparation. The lead for COVID response is not in the health sector, not directly by the President's office, but by another coordinating ministry. Yes, there was a setup for the task force of the pandemic response, but and they are good to reach out to the level of life-saving again at the community level, but not as far as preparing the health system to be able to deal with the everyday, from simple information seekers to referring people to the hospitals or separating into the isolation is not being done. And I think what the months provided with experience and with more knowledge as the pandemic continue, it is sad to say that lives have to be lost as the cost of learning. And if at that time the primary healthcare system was more robust, because Indonesia has 10,000 public-owned, government-owned community health centers and another 10,000 private-owned clinics, private clinics that can actually make a very strong community primary healthcare system. If that system was strengthened from even before the pandemic, then lives wouldn't have been lost. So I will separate the perspective of policy and will give the benefit of the doubt that as policymakers, it's very difficult to fathom that such crisis can extend for such long period of time. It is very difficult for policy, a very difficult situation for policymakers. But also, at the same time, there are lives of people depending on the capacity and the capability of policymakers to recover quicker from the shock. And as civil society organization, we measure where we will be best benefit for the community, of course. So we take sides with the community, strengthen the community, and not only communities, directly, but also the health workers and the community health workers, because they need as much support as communities themselves. Us as the beneficiaries of health services require service from our nearest community health workers, our nearest health workers at the primary healthcare clinics. I think that's, the implication or the reality from the 63%, the unmet or the unrealized 63% of the JEE external evaluation, I think that's the impact that the community is suffering from.
Thanks, Dia. I'll come back to, I need to probe more on the community participation and its own resilience. And sir, before I come to you, Dr. Sohail needs to go for another meeting. So are there any burning question for Dr. Sohail from WHO before he leaves us? Any burning question that we want to ask Dr. Sohail on the differential between system assessment and resilience and the indicators, the eight system indicators? Any burning question? Or else what we can do, you can drop us the question later on and we can ask Dr. Sohail and get a response back. So there are two options. So if there is burning question, please, or we can thank Dr. Sohail for his participation today. Yeah.
Initiated by the WHO, and we have to appreciate the thing. So then we would like to actually, thanks for the Sohail and presenting to us. Mm-hmm. And we would like to actually in Sri Lanka, so if it is doing a pilot from,
sure.
For the, so we can
yeah.
would like to participate. So that it's a very comprehensive thing. We will better to improve. Yeah. Actually through the pilot. Okay.
So Dr. Sohail, I have a question for you, and I think it emerges from what Professor Kwan did say, right? If you start looking at the social capital theory, right, health itself cannot be looked into isolation. So the potentiality, when we evolved this toolkit, was there any discussion about getting tools, getting indicators on livelihoods and those getting as part of, I wouldn't say financial risk protection, but I would say social protection? Were there any discourse and do we measure those indicators as part of our financial risk protection or social protection in general? Before I leave you, and thank you.
No, thank you, Maulik. I think that this is very, very important in terms of the wider aspect. But two things I need to tell you. One, why we failed during COVID-19. I think we failed during COVID-19 because of for two reasons. One, the way country developed their health system, it was, unfortunately, in majority situation, it was more of a capitalistic model. It's a hospital-centric health systems development. So the primary care approach and the public health orientation was unfortunately absent in most countries. I think, so the result was, as we have seen, very quickly hospital was oversubscribed and hospital collapsed because the primary care approach did not apply. And even if there is a primary care built-in health systems, because of the lack of public health orientation, so they also became out of service. So the failing, and if we wanted to improve from COVID experience, I think we need to come up with an approach to make the health systems resilient and also journey towards self-reliant. So health system needed to have the ability to do its own business, because the current model, if you look at even countries that perform reasonably well in terms of reducing mortality and morbidity, there is a high economic cost. And the government has to bring all assets, not just from Ministry of Health, from other line ministries, to assemble the resource capital and assets to mount a response. But this is not an affordable solution. This is an expensive model of response. So in the moving forward, we cannot afford similar model of response. We need to come up with a more strategic, more lean approach. So, but that approach needs some short-term intensive investment in health system with a public health orientation, so that the same health system can tackle its own problem before government needed to involve, before government needed to bring other machineries. So that one. Second one, I think this social capital one, I think there is another WHO movement, and we need to also develop a better bridging between our own WHO system. I believe you came across Universal Health and Preparedness Review, and from CRO we had Thailand. I have a colleague, Mac, Dr. Mac is speaking. So I was also part of the USPR, and then Thailand also participated in second round of JE. So the simple objectives of USPR is, I think my colleagues who also presented this social capital aspect. So what we are trying to do in the scope of USPR is to delineate the issues in a country between the activities, between the problem that can be tackled within the authority of Ministry of Health, but at the same time trying to identify the priorities that would require beyond Ministry of Health's consideration, like heads of the government, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Planning, Ministry of Labor. Because in Thailand, I believe it will come out from Dr. Mac, there are some very, very good examples about multi-sectorialism. So, social protection aspect, how we can perhaps institutionalize them as a SARS option for future pandemic. So in the context of USPR, we are trying to come up those issues and trying to ensure that multi-sectorialism can be institutionalized so that we can build on it when there is an emergency happen. For example, these financial protections, the contingency fund, and bringing the labor protection issue, the issues of the refugees, issues of the migrant, and making them accessing the health services, etc. So these are broader issues, but the fundamentals, which as a health communities, I think we need to have a journey for self-reliance, and we need to make our systems in a way that a small emergency can be tackled effectively before it can become a big emergency in a national context. Otherwise, the global operations, I think, is going to be continue to be an expensive one. Thank you, Molly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sohail. Again, I appreciate giving us time early in the morning. I know it's 6 o'clock and 7:30 a.m. in Geneva right now, but thank you very much for giving us time, and we'll keep on exploring, as colleague from Sri Lanka said, we're interested in knowing how do we pilot the resilience toolkit in Sri Lanka, and I think a lot many partners sitting out in kind of from various countries would like to do that and see that how those indicators could be further improved. Once again, thank you very much on behalf of Global Learning Collaborative for Health System Resilience for your time, and from XSF International at Rockefeller, and we'll stay in touch. Thank you. So I go back to colleagues from Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka faced kind of two shocks. I think so most of the conversation still evolved around health. But Sri Lanka, a couple of years back, had climate kind of shock, they get health shock, and now recently they got economic shock as part of the dealings of government. So if I may ask a question to Dr. Lal, how does government kind of respond in kind of, there are various kind of shocks, and I think the latest one kind of drives out the whole financing that's available for health sector completely. So in those kind of situations, how does the government kind of make their systems more resilient, or make sure that the services are still accessible to people? Thank you.
Thank you very much, actually. And first of all, I would like to thanks to organize such a this kind of forum and inviting us to share our experience. So then actually COVID destroyed our health system, economy, and the social status. So then, but anyway, this is the good aspect of the COVID. So then we are together here to discuss and share our experience to develop our own health systems in all the countries. And so then in the COVID-19, and also then thereafter actually developed the financial crisis. So actually we have a good health system in Sri Lanka. So then it's managed by the our own health minister, and also that leadership actually given from the even top level, the president level. So then there are all the health institutions, a network, the preventive and the curative. So then and they are managed by the centrally. So then that's the main reason actually that it was the main reason to get the success actually even during the COVID period, and even this crisis, even the crisis situation. So then it's this type of mechanism. So then this type of structure was very helpful. So then this crisis situation. So at the moment, so we are maintaining even during the COVID period. So we had the, I think as for all, we had the main target, main objectives to maintain the develop the facilities for that type of crisis, even COVID patients, and then maintaining the normal patient care services, and also the protecting our patients. So then similarly in this crisis, so we are maintaining our routine health care as far as possible up to the acceptable level. But anyway, that we are in a major crisis actually for the supplies of medical items. That's the main obstacle actually we have. And with the support of the other development agencies, and also the well-wishers and the other individual donations we are managing so far. So then we cut down the cost for the lab testing, unnecessary lab testing and unnecessary, and we revise the drug list, most of the time actually cancer and the other things. So according to the essential items, so we identified, we concentrate mainly for those items. So then other thing actually we concentrated more to develop the primary health care level. So then rather than actually, so we expended more and more to the secondary care level and tertiary care level, and we upgraded those. So then, but anyway, that most of the time the primary care level was actually underutilized. So then we the concentration was given again to develop the primary care level, more to actually attract the people to the primary care level for the, and even in emergency management, and also that developing family care clinics, reverting back to the patients, concentrated in the secondary care level and tertiary care level clinics for the follow-up. So we will actually may send him back, refer him back to the primary care level. So then the family medical clinics, and also other the stroke patients. So then rather than actually managing in the highly crowded tertiary care, secondary care level, so then after initial management we are sending them into the step-down hospitals in the primary care level. Those aspects actually so those initiatives we have taken, and even during the COVID period. So then the main thing, so the planning was the major part actually that we achieved. So then with the initial phase, so it's identifying the screening the patients and isolation, and also that the quarantine. So we concentrated. Then second second wave, we identified most of the time, so the patients are asymptomatic. So then we use, rather than actually utilizing the tertiary and secondary care level affecting the normal patient care, routine patient care, so we concentrated the underutilized primary care institutions for the management of the mostly the asymptomatic patients, and developing the centers for the management of the symptomatic patients. And third wave, actually that we open all the hospitals, major and other hospitals, for the screening and identifying the managing patients, And not even that, actually, that we couldn't bear, the whole hospitals couldn't bear the influx of patients. So then and we developed the home-based care management, and so then the asymptomatic and mildly symptomatic patients were kept their home and with the comfort of their own home, and but actually monitoring through the medical teams through mobile connections. Okay, so then develop the call center facilities, and then thereafter, and also with the step down, identified the step down hospitals. So then once managing the critical patients, so then they up to one level, so then they will be transferred to the step down hospital. Likewise, actually, it's a strategic management process was done for the COVID.
Thanks, Dr. Lal. Since Dr. Rana Singh is also with us, we are fortunate to have who kind of is the focal of our primary care. And sir did mention about primary care. So when we talk about, he did mention about a strong primary care, right? So can you just define what does it mean when you see a strong primary care? And when we put them in under shock, right? What happens to those primary care?
What do you mean by those primary care means?
So when primary cares come under any kind of distress or shock, how do you kind of mitigate those shocks or pressure at primary care level?
Yeah, so actually during the COVID time, as Dr. Lal Panapiti said, so we utilized the primary care hospitals. So and some of the routine things are shut down, postponed, but essential services are continued, like normal surgeries we stopped, but the essential services we continued. So when it's come to primary care, we have 1,042 hospitals, primary care level. So out of that, only we used few hospitals. So others were functioning, the normal routine patients. So the system was continuing. So that's how we operated. But actually, as I said, it was like planning. We mapped the geographical area, and we link the tertiary and the secondary care with the primary care settings, and map where the most cases are there. So in those areas we use several primary care hospitals. Primary care hospital we differentiate into type A, type B, and type C. It's depending on the bed strength. So we mostly use the type A hospitals. So the type B and type C we kept for the normal services. That's how we did it. And now in the process of after post-pandemic, as Sir said, we are strengthening the primary care with and also clustering our system to for a future pandemic also. Like we are now mapping Apex Hospital. So Apex Hospital will be catering those primary care levels. So all the others, like within the building blocks, like said laboratory things, we have a cluster lab system. So and also now we are strengthening the supply chain. So that are the strengthening activities.
Thank you, Dr. Ransi. Dr. Lal, you want to add something?
Something. Actually, that it will be all the population will be empaneled to the clusters. So then at the Apex and the clustering hospitals will be actually given the networking, the screen the patient population, and will be entered into the and the communication also will be the facilities will be given to that empaneled patients. So then so that type of structure actually was there, not in the Sri Lanka before. So then due to the COVID situation, actually we identified the gaps of our health system. So then we are actually identifying the gaps and developing according to the identified gaps.
One thing, actually, how we mitigate the COVID pandemic. One thing is our Director General of Health Services, we had a Quarantine Act. So he took the power. So he had the power and all the decisions were taken by the technical group, like colleges, presidents, all the people took the decision. So that, I think, helped us. And also the other sectors helped, like Triforces. They helped in developing our primary care settings, building up the isolation rooms, monitoring system. So,
thank you, Dr. Rasige. I think so. Thank you very much, panelists, for your insights on this area of health system assessment and health system resilient assessment. We are running short of time, so instead of me asking questions to the panelists now, I'll open the floor to colleagues if you have got any questions for the panelists. Professor Kwan is going to leave us in the next 6 minutes or so, so we'll start with Professor Kwan if you have got any questions for him. And then we can go to the and Professor Lal and Professor Rana Singh. Any questions for our experts on the panel? I think so. People are too close to lunchtime, so they are. Yeah, we have got Professor Mala out here. Please. Yeah. Yeah.
Resilience building, given what he said, and which I completely agree with, this need for looking at it as a whole system rather than the health system on its own. So, it's a question I've been asking myself. Where do you begin to draw some kind of a baseline or a platform of information from which you can start to measure how much better you need to be? Because at this point in time, we know no country is matching what is required.
Yeah. Professor Wan, can you hear that question, or should I repeat it?
Can you repeat? Can you give us some?
So where do we start? If we go beyond health system and we talk about resilience as a larger construct, from where do we start? Because there are so many layers into it. So where do we start our assessment, and what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I fully agree with this dilemma. I'm an economist working in the scope of public health. So the boundary of health system, for example, is always a starting point in the health system assessment. And every health policy is affected by broad socioeconomic system. But I think this COVID-19 pandemic is very unique, such that we know that all government interventions regarding this issue has a direct impact on the pandemic, but also has a very direct, not indirect, but very direct impact on the socioeconomic system. So I think for me, it's more compared to other cases, in other assessment or strengthening cases, we start with a very targeted health area, and then we can expand it. But I think in the case of this COVID-19 pandemic, we should really go hand in hand. Otherwise, we fail to have a full picture, and our approach, or only health system-based approach, does not get a full support from other sectors, and we cannot get a good performance over.
Thanks, Professor Kwan. Any more questions by Professor Kwan?
Not specific to Kwan, but generally, resilience is going to increase the cost of delivery. So how are we, and health expenditures in a lot of countries are on a minimal level. Even Sri Lanka, right, you had an economic shock. So what will be interesting to understand is how do you ensure resilience by keeping the cost and the health expenditures at the current levels? Because resilience means you're going to increase the inventories. So how are you going to manage all of this with the same cost?
Dia?
Expenditure, if you are hospital-centric, then your expenditure will go up. So I think the short answer to your question is by reforming primary healthcare system. Then you can manage the expenditure of health at an affordable level. But that being said, it's not as simple as my sentence. It requires the recap of the whole national health expenditure to be able to know the baseline first, and then you need to develop and support health technology assessment to make life-saving tools and medical devices affordable but at high quality at primary healthcare level. And then that's not to say that you do not need to increase the capacity of the health workers. So initially, there needs to be some sort of investment, a serious investment, a long-term investment on primary healthcare. But in the longer run, that will keep your health expenditure down. So there is never a good answer to your question, because then you need to spend. But if you see it as an investment, then that's a meaningful spending. So it's never a cost. You spend at in hospitals on very high price medical devices. You make sure that the doctors, the specialized medical doctors, are receiving their education, but then you have this perception, we all have this perception, that primary healthcare it's enough for primary healthcare to just get a meager amount of investment. That's not the case. There has to be some serious investment, but with long-term outlook. Then in the longer run, you keep your expenditure at bay.
And also that I would like to add something.
Sure.
So then actually we can empower the people, so then and educate the people. Yeah. For the emergencies actually based on the current knowledge. So it will be a good advantage actually during this COVID period even. Actually we spend some time to initiate the public empowerment, and also that identified the pre-planned health system actually should be pre-planned for the emergencies. So then we can develop, and we have also that initiated to develop the isolation centers like that. And so if such thing, not only for the COVID and the pandemics, but also for the other emergencies, actually we could have planned before.
Thank you. We have got just last question. Before you ask that question, Professor Kwan, if you are there, if you're not there, I think so he dropped off. Just thank you very much indeed. I wanted to thank you before leaving. Sir, last question from you, and then I'll wrap up the session. Yeah, please go on.
Thank you, Maulik. So my name is Sainath Banerjee, representing PSI, Population Service International. My questions related to health resilience. So, important part is that, so it has a two-component questions. One is, as Dr. Sohail mentioned, that there are around 76 indicators. Based on that, the health resilience can be assessed. So the issue is the question, I just wanted to understand what would be the source of data, number one, and how the data source should be maintained uniformity, because as we know, the people who are working in this, be it the rural area or the urban area, the data quality and source, it's kind of, always people struggle with the data. So that's my question number one. Second thing, what would be the unit of measurement? Because when we are talking about urban resilience, we are talking about across, whether rural and urban. So are we talking about that the city level to measure the resilience index, or at the district level, or at the state level? Lastly, I just wanted to have a submission when we are going for an implementation, testing out the different kind of resilience model in different context. I think it's important to have, instead of one to a model, we need to, keeping in mind, especially the urban context, diversity, we need to go for many cities with a different context so that there will be uniformity can be derived.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sainath. Dr. Sohail is not there, so I can't answer that question, but I think so he did mention about for each and every tool they have identified data sources from where it comes from. He also did mention about the variability in terms of countries are at different maturity level. He did not mention about rural-urban divide though, but he talked about different maturity level of countries, hence for the different kind of tweaking that might be required in a tool when it is implemented. But I think so we can set up a call, and this is what the objective of GLC, that we're going to follow up with these calls and kind of make a small group which can keep on kind of thinking on these questions, what Professor Malarao did raise, what Professor Kuhn said, how we can enhance the kind of horizon in terms of measurement indicators as we move forward. But for today, I need to thank everyone, and just a quick wrapping up on the session that we started with resilience. We started with the definition of resilience. Professor Dr. Sohail took us with what WHO is doing in terms of mapping up indicators and sources for those resilience. I did mention about resilience in terms and answering the question from the colleague also, that when you want to make your system resilient, it's good to invest in primary care, which also got seconded by our colleagues from Sri Lanka, that investment in primary care is pretty crucial for making your health system resilient. But I think so resilient, as I said, it's just, even though the word has been here since early Ebolas and SARS, I think so when we start talking measuring resilience, it's a pretty new area, and we are working on indicators. And as Dr. Reddy mentioned, that lot of questions that even what Sainath did ask is how do we go at a community level or an individual level, which also again we are referred to, that how do we get those construct ready as part of our health system resilient measurement indicators. This is a quick wrap up from my side. Thank you very much everyone for coming here, and again thank GLC, Rockefeller to give us the opportunity to be here. Thank you very much.
Malik, just stay for a minute.
Sure. Yeah.
I'd like to recognize the people on the dais, and we have Abu Dia. Come up. Can Malik please do the honors? Dr. Lal and Dr. Rana Singhe. I have a few very important announcements before lunch, and I'm going to take 5 minutes more of your lunch time away. We have a step plaza where we'd like to assemble all of you to show solidarity and have one picture taken. We can share them with you later. One, there is a QR code that you need to, the poll that we would like you to take. Two, please come to the Step Plaza for us to have all of you with us in our memories too. And three, lunches where the tea was served. So, QR code, Step Plaza right away, and then lunch. And we come back here by 1:15. The latest. Thank you. We have our colleagues outside who will help you get to the Step Plaza. So request you to please get to Step Plaza before we head to lunch. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Yeah, about 5, and then you can always take questions. Yes. I'm calling you up. I have the privilege of calling all of you back to the post-lunch session, session 2 of the day. May I request Ms. Dipali Khanna, Vice President, Asia Region Office, the Rockefeller Foundation, to please come up on the dais to moderate the session for this afternoon. Dr. Aida Karsunov, Economics Affairs Officer, UN Economics and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific. Dr. Aida is a PhD, promotes ICT for the development of the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, UNSCAP in particular, through facilitation and implementation of the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway, APIS, Action Plan 2022 to 2026, acting as a focal point of the ICT and Disaster Risk Reduction Division of the ESCAP. To ESCAP's Sustainable Business Networks, ESBN, the Task Force on Digital Economy and the Disaster Climate. She's interested in packaging projects enabling policies and digital technologies in linking the digital green components. In the past, Dr. Aida has focused on urban water governance and inclusive development through policy and advocacy, with the special emphasis on decentralization of solutions under technical cooperation projects with the Asia-Pacific Water Forum Network, and has supported Asia-Pacific Water Summits. Thank you, Dr. Aida, for being here with us this afternoon. The privilege of finding a sister soul across continents, Ms. Eloise Todd, co-founder of the Pandemic Action Network, Brussels. Eloise is an advocate of policy, campaigns, and strategy specialist with over 20 years of experience. She works towards bringing change in policies, legislations, and budgets to improve lives. Primarily, she has worked in the international development and global health, including as a political advisor with the EU institutions and as a global policy director of the One campaign. Eloise co-founded the Pandemic Action Network with 3 colleagues in April 2020 and took the executive director's role in August of 2022. The network fights to prevent future outbreaks becoming pandemics and to work for equity in all areas of pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. Thank you, Eloise, for joining us. Again, I have Professor Mushtaq Chowdhury, advised James P. Grant School of Public Health, BRAC, University of Bangladesh. And since I have already introduced him, I would just like him to join the forum. We have Dr. Jeremy Lim. He is going to be our online participant, Associate Professor and Director, Leadership Institute for Global Health Transformation, the NUS CSO Hawke School of Public Health, Singapore. Dr. Lim is the co-founder and CEO of AMILI, the first dedicated gut microbe full-service company in South Asia. A director of the Leadership Institute for Global Health Transformation, LIGHT, at the NUS So Sui Hawke School of Public Health. where he works to enhance the cooperation, capacity building, and knowledge sharing across the region. Trained in surgery and public health, Dr. Lim attained various postgraduate qualifications, including the membership in the Royal College of Surgeons, Edinburgh, Masters of Medicine, NUS, and Masters in Public Health. Johns Hopkins is a Fulbright Scholarship awardee. What a privilege, Dr. Lim, to have you here with your special interest in ways that technology can increase health equity and access to healthcare. I have another of our TAG members, an illustrious person, Professor Shalini Bharat, Director, Vice Chancellor for the Tata Institute of Social Sciences in Mumbai. And we do have a lot of our workforce as alumni from the Tata Institute of Social Sciences. Professor Bharat has nearly 4 decades of experience in teaching, research, capacity building, advocacy, and the field of action in broad areas of social science and health, social development, family studies, and minority community demographics. Known for her work on equity and access issues with special reference to reproductive and women's health, social determinants of HIV and TB, including stigma, discrimination, and human rights issues. Multi-purpose prevention technologies for the HIV epidemic, self-testing for the prevention of HIV, young people's health and well-being, family studies and child adoption, women, work, and family. With her wide experience in community-based research using qualitative and quantitative and mixed methodology research approaches, she has contributed to deeper and more nuanced understanding of the social and gender dimensions of a range of issues concerning health development and well-being. I request Dr. Krishna Reddy Nalamala to come and please set the context for the session, and then for the Pali to please take it forward from there. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Uma. I think just a brief context for this session. As you noticed, the first session was to actually lay the foundation of the overall health systems and discuss how we assess those health systems in the context of different building blocks or different functions or the different elements. So this session actually starts with the people as the center of the health systems. Because most of the time we talk resilience in the context of the health system which is responding to the people. We don't talk in terms of the vulnerability assessment of people against which the health systems are supposed to be resilient to address the vulnerability of the people, both during the normal times as well as during the crisis times. Similarly, the health status of population, we only look at again from the function of health systems, but we don't look the health status of population in the context of the social determinants, the economic determinants, the commercial determinants, the environmental determinants. As a part of assessment system in terms of the health status assessment, I think there is a need to do this assessment along with other determinants, not just the health system as a determinant. The other thing is what role people can play in the resilience. One, they can take care of themselves. Two, they can have the basic understanding of infection prevention and control. Three, they can participate in the governance. If they have the enough health literacy, they're empowered to ask and participate the other two key players, the private sector and the public sector, as to their accountability. The lack of literacy is the information gap which makes them disempowered to participate in the governance. And within this sector, I think the other element is the equity and the inclusivity issue that is becoming, because most of the time we look at population as a whole without looking at these defined populations which are more vulnerable, whether it's based on gender or whether it's rural, based on religion or race or economic condition. So these are the issues I think the panel represents the society, most of the panel member, either from science and research perspective, like the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, or people representation as an activism, as a pandemic action network, and the BROC, which is a civil society organization which acts very closely with that. And we have academicians and others. I think this is the apt panel to discuss this thematic subject, because I mean this leads to the theme carrying forward into the future as well. It is not the end of the journey of this theme, it's the beginning of the thematic journey. Then we should crystallize what is the actionable points in terms of population literacy, health literacy, digital literacy, because they are causing the determinants, they're becoming the determinants, and how they participate. I mean, we always say people have to participate, but how do they participate? What are the case examples of participation? So these are, I think, some of the practical issues related to the people as the center of the health systems. Over to you, Deepa.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Reddy, and good afternoon, everybody. I hope all of you had a great lunch, and before that, I think the sessions have really been invigorating, and based on the feedback that one is getting, it's not just about getting new insights, but also getting inputs in terms of how the collaborative can be much further strengthened, and I think that's really something that we'd really like to get more and more ideas, because that will be really important for the HI team and us going forward. So as mentioned by Dr. Reddy, there are many determinants of health that should be considered when improving the resilience of health systems. We saw many of these play with the pandemic, the impact of the human activity on the environment, and exposure to new pathogens, national capacity to harness resources in support of these health responses, such as community health volunteers, economic disparities, social disruptors, like social media, even geopolitical factors. So that's quite a gamut. At the foundation, our health programming has evolved since the early days of the pandemic, when we supported health systems to quickly and equitably be supporting access to affordable testing. We also supported increased pandemic surveillance capacity through a Pandemic Prevention Institute, as well as vaccine equity through our Global Vaccine Initiative. And I'm very glad that Angela is somewhere here. Angela, you want to raise your hand? There you are. And of course, we have also, we were talking about partners in crime. Abhinav is also there, who was a partner in crime in terms of making all that happen. An underlying goal for all these programs is to strengthen national health systems' ability to rapidly detect emerging threats and eliminate barriers to vaccination among marginalized communities. Looking to future determinants of public health, the Foundation is examining actions at the intersection of climate and health. As climate change is unfolding before our eyes, it is causing numerous direct and indirect impacts which directly influence how we think about future health systems, design, focus, and most importantly, resilience. Whether it is expanding infectious disease zones, heat-aggravated NCDs, or ensuring climate migrants have continuous access to quality healthcare, climate change will be impacting healthcare systems for decades to come. Again, I was mentioning earlier this morning, I was in Bangladesh, and it was really quite daunting to hear that, you know, in Asia alone, by 2050, we're going to have 50 million climate migrants, and 20 million of them will be in Bangladesh. And as it is, if you're seeing how Dhaka city is choking, Mushtaq Bhai, there's a lot that needs to be done. So I'm really looking forward to kind of carrying forward that conversation later. And you know, as I was saying, you know, the climate change piece, this is just one set of determinants we need to consider, which in turn influence the kind of strategies we need to enhance resilience. Looking at national level, we must consider social, economic, commercial, and environmental determinants, determine which present the greater risk and what actions we can actually take to address these risks. Going back to what you said, Dr. Reddy, this morning, it's all about knowledge to action. And I think action is going to be really something which is going to be really important for us. Our very meeting here today with other actors from across sectors underscores the importance of social actors to sustain focus on health resilience and help overcome barriers in reaching it. This afternoon's panel will explore these themes and others mentioned by Dr. Reddy in his comments. I'll start with a few questions to the panelists, which I'm sure will raise further questions from the audience that we can take later on in this session. My first question, of course, is going to be to Jeremy. So, Jeremy, thank you so much for joining us.
No, not at all.
The question that I have for you is, are there assessment frameworks that include various determinants of human health? And do governments really use these in evolving their policies?
Yeah. And firstly, thank you very much for the invitation. And I apologize, I cannot be there in person. I actually got back to Singapore only this morning. So it was, and I spoke at the Wharton Global Forum in the morning before coming here. So my apologies that I'm not physically present. On your question around the indices, thankfully there are many. Right? For example, the UNDP has got the Human Development Index that looks at a long and healthy life, looks at education, or more broadly, the dimension is described as knowledge. And finally, the third dimension in this is around a standard of living, right? So the science of measurement and putting them together into composite indicators is not new. It is pretty mature. But the use case, I am sad to say, has been disappointing. Typically, it's a group of us as academics, as social activists who talk about these amongst ourselves. Maybe there is a flash in the pan reference in one of the newspapers that's really about it, right? And as I reflect on the use or the misuse of matrices and indicators more broadly, if you look at the corruption index, if you look at ease of doing business scoring by the World Bank, these are much more seriously taken by governments because they affect the economy. And perhaps the broader question for us is, if a 3-year plus pandemic has not taught us the importance of health and health for everyone, what will, right? And maybe are we as a health community smart enough to put together the indicators into indices that policymakers will pay attention to? And perhaps the closest one that I can find in the health space is the Access to Medicines Index, right? Which policymakers don't look at. I will be pretty brutal and candid, but because the Access to Medicines Foundation has been pretty effective in engaging with investors, pension funds, large funds, and say, oh, you should invest in this company because it ranks high on the Access to Medicines Index. This one you should downgrade. When it hurts companies in their pockets, that's when people sit up to pay attention. And I regret that when it comes to universal health coverage and other indicators that matter to the bottom of the pyramid, that matter to equity, we have not been as good as we need to be. And I'll pause here and back to you. Thank you very much for the time to make these comments.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. Thank you so much, Jeremy. I just have an additional question, and again, I'm not a health expert, but I'll still pose this. So recently, we've been talking to the IPCC team, and every year they release their report. And I think one of the feedback that one has received is that the tools and the assessments that they're using are very north-centered. So, in terms of really keeping the reality of the global south and the tools and the data that we have is quite different. I was talking to somebody who actually is doing some very interesting work in climate modeling at IIT Delhi and said that, because the tools and the methodology are so alien in terms of what is being used in India, and hence the results that emerge from some of these reports are not really, the policymakers are really not able to take that on board. So my question to you was, Jeremy, are you seeing something like that also in the assessments on the health side? Are they also all driven from the north? Or, you have assessments where the global south is very actively involved, and hence, there's more ownership and policymakers are taking those things on board?
And
I'm afraid that I cannot see the audience that is in the room, and I apologize in advance if I offend anyone. But I'm afraid that for many of us in the global south, and Singapore's a bit neither here nor there, but we seem to be embarrassed to assume intellectual leadership, right? And when I say we, I don't mean we as academics, we as practitioners, but more broadly, it's somehow something that comes from the global north just seems more credible. Many of our own governments will look at our own citizens and say, wow, if it's so good, it couldn't possibly have come from one of you, right? So unfortunately, we haven't, and I'm going to use and I'll deliberately use a rather inflammatory term, have we colonized ourselves, right? And not given ourselves the opportunity to unleash our fullest potential, including our intellectual potential. But as it stands, really, I'm not aware of any widespread set of indicators that have come out of the global south that have been accepted universally.
Thank you, Jeremy, and thank you for your candid response. I think going back to the Global Learning Collaborative, there's a lot for them to be thinking about. Of course, it's a Global South-led initiative, and I think just in terms of the people who are behind it, I'm sure you can come out with assessment tools that are really fit for purpose and can make everybody proud. So thank you. I'll now turn over to Mushtaq Bhai. So Mushtaq Bhai, general literacy is an important social determinant of health, as we all know. There's a growing recognition of the critical role of health and digital literacy in people's health. Is there a case to focus on these two critical determinants, or are we missing, is there something more that we need to be adding?
Yes to both. But to me, literacy, whether it is general literacy or health literacy or digital or the financial literacy, which is also becoming very popular, these are all sources of empowerment. This morning I was talking about ORT, knowledge transfer. So that's also a kind of a literacy. But if we stop there, just providing the information, then it becomes very passive. And this takes us to the point where the Brazilian philosopher Paulo Freire talked about in his Pedagogy of the Oppressed. And what he said is that if we really restrict ourselves to just literacy or just the passive literacy, then we are not doing our job. So the literacy has to be very critical literacy, that people must act on the literacy, so that I mean it really sort of brings change in the way the society is moving. So that's one thing. The other thing is of course the question of I mean what else it should include. And to me, it's not only the information about the disease or their solutions, but also making the community aware of their rights, so that they demand services and also take active role in the implementation and also monitoring of the health system. So I feel that literacy has to be there, but it has to be very critical literacy, so that people can work and then get something out of that.
Thank you so much, and you raise a very important point about demand. I would also add on to say accountability, because at the end of the day, how can our communities really hold the people who are supposed to be delivering on those services accountable for the quality of services? And the more they're literate, the better they're able to really demand and also really ensure whatever is needed in their communities is actually getting there in the right way possible. Shaldi, I'll ask you the same question, because I think you've been doing so much of work around it. And also, again,
health and digital literacy. There's such phenomenal examples coming out from India. I'd really want to get your kind of perspective as well.
So thank you, Deepali, for that. And let me also thank Access Health International and GLC for giving me this opportunity. It's a great dialogue that we are actually having, and much needed post-COVID. So let me do a little step back and do a little bit of a broad basing of this whole topic of health literacy or digital literacy, and now we are talking about health literacy as one of the determinants. But in the morning we heard Dr. Sohail and we also heard Dr. Kwam talk about, raise this question of the so-called, developed economies and health systems, very strong health systems, also failed in the face of, COVID. And that there is a need for, going beyond the biomedic and so on. And I think we were only looking at, solutions within the hospitals and so on, and we know what all happened. Now, but are we surprised? I'm not, really. Because I think, we haven't really, although we talk about social determinants and so on, but we are not unpacking the vulnerability concept, better than what we should be doing. Because if you try and see why and how do people become vulnerable, it's not just because there are no health systems or there is no hospital or there is no treatment, medicine available, but they become, vulnerable because they engage in or they do things or even desire for things which probably place them at the center of some kind of difficulties over which they have no control. And those systems are outside, but certain characteristics of their own or the situations in which they are, they make them, very vulnerable. And we talk about several things. For example, we talk about, and we are only sometimes talking about demographies, young people are vulnerable or women are vulnerable or, older people are vulnerable. But if you look beyond that, you will find that, we need to talk much more about things like social norms, gender, poverty. We need to talk about the situations in which people sometimes are. For example, they are mobile, they are migrants, they are refugees. They are also vulnerable because of their, gender identities, because of, their disabilities of some kind or the other. But when we talk about vulnerability, we are not talking about all that, So we really need to go more granular. We need to talk about that. And that is the true meaning of social drivers and social determinants. So while we have these, the concept of social determinants, and we are, sort of owing a lot of allegiance, I would say, to this whole concept, and making it possible for governments and policies to incorporate this. But in true manner, this is not happening. And I don't have to go very far. First of all, so how do we do it? If we do vulnerable mapping, vulnerability mapping or assessment, we'll realize that there are many more layers that we have to remove before we come to this, this concept of vulnerability. And I don't have to go very far. I mean, COVID, of course, was one very glaring and very recent example, but many of us who have worked in the field of HIV, we know why, the world over, wherever we made a difference, I think it was because of, understanding what is driving this epidemic. It is not just that virus or that one, some disease element, which is, it is the poverty, it is gender, unequal gender relationships, inequalities, income inequalities, all that was. And in countries where this was addressed, you could see that, at least it was slowed down. And India is the very good example, and we have Samiran Panda here, we worked for many years in the HIV epidemic field. We realized that, trying to, address these issues slowed down, and also investing in communities and people slowed down. Now, if I contrast this with what happened in the TB, disease, because I've recently worked somewhere in that also, we realized that in that nothing of this sort was ever considered. We never thought that there were gender dimensions in TB. We never thought there was stigma around TB, which is a big roadblock. But we didn't address that. We never thought that counseling would make a difference. We never thought that, investing and bringing peer, communicators or peer, bringing the community into this whole thing. And now we are able to do this and are seeing some difference. So I think, so now to answer your question about the health literacy, I definitely think that health literacy is so key because there is a lot of health information asymmetry in our society. And only through having the kind of empowerment that we can have through health education, through health literacy, and now because there are so many digital platforms, we need to be also talking about digital health literacy. So definitely these are very important empowering instruments and tools, I would say, and I think we all should invest in that. But I'll stop here for a moment and then carry on for the rest of it.
Thank you so much, and you make such good points around the kind of things that need to be done, the vulnerability assessments, the kind of learnings that you've had, and how does the wider network not reinvent the wheel and go through the same learning curve. Again, coming back to the need for this collaborative that we're talking about. I think also as a funder, we struggle because I think at our end, we don't necessarily harmonize and really see what kind of research is being done by different foundations, and literally we'll end up probably doing similar things, whereas what is really the need of the hour is to kind of take the research that exists maybe to the next level. So again, I think just in terms of the Global Learning Collaborative, Uma, I'm looking at you, in terms of the whole research agenda, where does it fit in? How do you also kind of just create that inventory of what's out there, and how do you make that available? Because I think everybody is so busy also, it's not a fact that people don't want to share. And also, I think in this community, people are willing to share what worked, what didn't work, but they don't know where and how that can be done. So I think definitely the Global Learning Collaborative will provide that opportunity and is already doing some work in that space. I guess, Eloise, turning over to you, and thank you so much for traveling for so far to be here with us. We've learned a lot from the pandemic that public health issues become deeply political at international, national, and local levels. Elected representatives have a challenging role in this situation, needing to address public needs in the face of a complex and often misleading information space and sometimes low public trust in government and public health institutions. Trust in leadership and public participation in public health have been identified as crucial in how health systems respond to pandemics, or they don't. What more can we do to strengthen both of these in preparation for future health shocks?
Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation to be here. It's a real privilege to be with you all. So there are so many ways to answer this question. One of the biggest experiences we had at the Pandemic Action Network in the last few years was obviously the big misinformation around COVID-19, vaccines in particular, but not only limited to that, skepticism about COVID itself. And we started a behavior change working group where we would have a collaborative space for experts to come and bring their findings and hopefully learn from each other. And I think that this is why this Global Learning Collaborative is so brilliant. It's about how we learn from each other, but how we turn that learning into action, as Dr. Reddy said earlier. But over the years, some of the things that we learned, if we're talking about actionable insights, which I know is a big priority for our 2 days, of course the social, cultural, political, religious backgrounds of people are hugely important. And the biggest learning point, which has already been mentioned, I think, is that community leaders and getting the right people on board, the right messengers, whether it's in a crisis time like COVID-19, but also to get people involved in health systems. And I think we have to, a lot of things went wrong during COVID, but also some systems were set up, some interfaces came together that have now dispersed following the crisis. And we actually have to do a better job to see how we can keep that connectivity, that intersectionality going on in between crisis times. We heard all sorts of different things. We pulled together communities from Myanmar, First Nation communities in North America, from Bangladesh, from Kenya, from Rwanda, from all over the world, from Egypt. And we heard that, you know, there were huge issues in First Nation communities in North America because they had a legacy of being guinea pigs tested upon by, others. And so they had that pushback to anything at all that came from outside. Similar feelings also sometimes in African countries. And let's not forget, this is not just rumors started in communities that we were trying to fight. We had the French president go on TV and say he thought that the AstraZeneca vaccine was quasi ineffective, you know, half ineffective. And so possibly an outpouring of Brexit, a bit of a kick to the British made vaccine. But things like that had a huge impact on skepticism within Europe, but also overseas as well. So just to say that while we think about the community piece of this and understanding how we bring people together, work in a networked way, which is at the heart of what we do at Pandemic Action Network, we have to be able to get out of the health silo. We have to be able to take all this knowledge and expertise in this room and translate it and make it easy for others that want to be helpful but don't have the expertise to engage. But we also have to do that job with policymakers and politicians, make sure they're saying the right messages, and for sure making sure that they don't say the wrong things and fuel misinformation. There are many other examples. I didn't mean to pick on President Macron. I'm a proud European. Yeah, just to conclude for this section, putting people at the center of this also has logistical elements. There are, of course, we have to be able to translate messages and get people into healthcare centers, but there are also ways that we can organize things that are within our control that we can use. We found in studies, for example, that healthcare systems and providers that made it really, really easy for mothers to take kids after school or get vaccinated themselves, put it in their way, put it adjacent to schools, make it easy for people to take the action that you want them to take. It's such a simple premise, but then vaccination rates or healthcare interventions and interactions go up. So there are things we can control, and it's that social proofing, community leaders, religious leaders, making sure we have the places for that interaction. Where do we have those places to talk to those leaders? Where is the communities in this room today? If you're thinking about talking with religious leaders, politicians, policymakers, where and when does that happen? And if it doesn't happen enough, how can we create those spaces? What's the networked version of this conversation that brings those people together? What's the political leadership version of that that actually institutionalizes this? One of the thoughts that I've had about the COVID crisis is, you know, we are struggling to make the case on pandemic prevention and preparedness because it's dropped off the political agenda. We almost need a constant version of whatever your country had as a National Security Council, COBRA in the UK, special committee like they had in Belgium where I live. You know, where that disbands after the crisis era is over, but we need an ongoing piece of that so that we have the employment, the education, the health, the whole of government, the whole of society approach that we talk about, but really only came into action properly during that crisis time. So let's organize for that around times of non-crisis, and I think we'll do a much better job of serving children, women, intersectional differences across the board in between crisis times. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And you know, as I said in the morning as well, what is really worrying is that we all knew before the pandemic that we weren't prepared. And now with the pandemic, I am not even sure whether I should say it's over. It's not. But we still kind of have to again remind people of the havoc it's caused and how important it is for us to really strengthen our health systems. If I had to give you a magical wand and say, like, you know, what are the 3 things that really would get people and our global leadership to really act in a way that is the need of the hour, what would be the 3 things that you would say?
Well, that is the billions of dollar question. What we are currently trying to wave with our magic wand right now is that, of course, there are the lives saved, of course, there's the health imperative, but there's also the economic cost of inaction, the relatively small inputs that we heard in our opening speeches this morning. Unfortunately, these logical arguments, whether it's about boosting bioeconomy, saving money long term, relatively small investment, the human impact of saving lives, the human impact of not going through COVID, again, all of the mental health issues, the lack of learning, the human development costs. I'll tell you, it's a psychological and difficult issue because all of these pieces should lead leaders and the general public to think, sign me up, I will give some money, I don't want this to happen again. But I think we're experiencing a psychological phenomenon where people don't want to engage with it because they want to believe it's over. So I don't think we've cracked it, but we have to keep making those arguments nonetheless. We have to keep talking about the relative cost of inaction. But I do think that one of the biggest things that I would do with waving my magic wand is organizing to have a permanent sort of, we talk about having a global health threats council at the international level, but we need an equivalent really at the national levels or subnational levels where we have a place for this agenda point to not be dropped and for that intersectionality and cross-government, cross-society approach to be made. So, and I would also gather leaders in a room and give them the equivalent of the sort of, the TED talk from of all time to say, here's 20 minutes on what happens if, a new pathogen. Imagine if H5N1 was human to human. Here's what we could be looking at. Here's why you need to act. So those are a few things that I would do and we are trying to do, but we need to work together because it's really hard at the moment.
Thank you so much. Swadika, Aida, we both live in Bangkok, so I am taking the liberty of welcoming you in the Thai language. You represent UNSCAP, that is engaged in economic and social development in Asia Pacific. How do you see UNSCAP's role in addressing the social and economic determinants of health in the post-COVID era?
Oh, thank you very much. Sawadika, colleagues in Kazakh is Rahmet. Assalamu alaikum. I work for Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. Quite proud of it. Last year we celebrated 75th anniversary. It's a decision-making body. It's like international parliament in Asia Pacific, which is consisting of 53 member states and 9 associate members. And we are one of the 5 regional commissions and the biggest commission. So we are very humble and also trying to work very impactfully, support with knowledge products, platforms, and different frameworks. With regard to your question on pandemic, our commission and secretariat is consisting of 8 different thematic areas. They're all cross-cutting. So when the pandemic hit, our divisions worked hard on organizing themselves, looking at the different aspects of macroeconomic impact, social vulnerabilities. We looked at the environment and health aspect and nexus of the issues. And I work in ICT and Disaster Risk Reduction Division of ESCAP. So for us, it was extremely important to look at the information systems. We looked at disaster preparedness and response, and we also looked at quality of data. So you could check our reports. We didn't have much time to report to wider audience, but you could see in our website good reports looking at the different decreasing trends, ecosystem degradation and issues of climate change. We also looked at the aspects of digital divide. So the digital divide and the different vulnerability groups are mostly exposed to the COVID, and now post-COVID data is giving a lot of perspectives for collaboration. So in this regard, thank you very much, Deepawali, for your question. I would like to highlight 3 reports. One report is prepared by Environment and Development Division, which is connecting 2 sectors, environment and health. And the division is working very closely with WHO. So One Health is the main outcome of that report, and trying to stimulate and motivate ministers at the highest level to collaborate, like organize a wedding, right, with the different programs. And then the other interesting work that is also born in our division, our sector, is disaster risk reduction portal. So where you can look at hotspots and look at disaster, environment, health nexus issues. From my table, I also would like to highlight the work of my colleagues and my own work on digital transformation report. We have just launched it last year, and we just had a big ministerial conference, the ministers level in Seoul. Seoul hosted in November, where we launched the report, and also e-resilience framework. So I was very happy and very humbled and proud that Global Learning Collaborative was interested in the methodology. We looked at 5 dimensions of e-resilience, where the interconnectedness would never allow any sustainable change to happen, because if we don't have policy, you will have resistance. If you don't have infrastructure, you have rigidity. If you don't have data, you have anxiety, right? So all kinds of issues will happen to actually magnify the unsustainable patterns of the existing era. So the transformation and the way out of that, that's what we are offering as a flagship reports for ministers and decision makers. And we try to visualize them because it's difficult, complex aspects. So for example, we visualized internet speed, and we know that with COVID, internet bandwidth expanded. We know that internet traffic expanded. At the same time, GDP dropped, digital economy raised, so vulnerabilities, yarning, right, with a big gap. So how to deal with that? So my job is to pick up the tools, learn from your wisdom, try to bring the mechanisms of connectivity and system thinking. So from ICT, we know that there are a lot of systems, and how to deal with that systems. What is the leverage point of multiple impacts? And today we discussed a lot of assessment tools. So we also bring them like from rapid perspective, from strategic perspective, from environment perspective, so now health perspective. So thank you very much. It's an amazing session and a good discussion.
Thank you so much. And I must say that I've learned so much about you around these 3 reports. I just want to turn to the audience and say, were any of you aware of these 3 reports that Ida just told us? Anybody? No. I mean, that's really the challenge for us. There's such good work happening around Asia. I don't even have to go to a global level. How do we just kind of, and Dr. Reddy, I'm looking at you. How many people saw the Access Health International reports? I think, there's such good work that's happening that can really help advance the work that each one of us is trying to do. How can we, and I'm speaking on behalf of you, Dr. Reddy, at least the Global Learning Collaborative can really make a beginning in terms of just collecting all those rich reports, insights that are available out there, and making sure that all the right actors get it, because I think that really will be important. I know Sandhya, you're still here. Sandhya from CSEP? No, she's probably left. Okay, because we were in conversations, I was with her, with the CSEP team, where we were again looking at India in Asia, deeper engagement, where, we're also trying to understand, like, if I look at Africa, and I know I shouldn't be making comparisons, but you do have an Africa CDC where at least there's an attempt for different parts within the health system to at least kind of have a go-to place. I guess in Asia you have ASEAN, which is leading some parts of this. I'm not sure around SARC what I can say. I know there's also been an attempt under the ASEAN leadership to create that ASEAN Center for Public Health and Emergencies, but that in itself has become so political, and there are 3 countries where that's going to be hosted. So in that backdrop, I mean, I think there's so much that this collaborative can really take on as a very important role, where there's phenomenal work which is happening, and how do we really make sure that the ecosystem benefits from it, policymakers also benefit, and where there are gaps, how can we kind of tap into the resources which exist within the members of the network. 17 countries is not a small feat, and I'm sure it's only going to grow, so there's a lot of potential. But coming back to you, I just have a follow-up question, which is really around leadership and coordination, the role that you can play, because obviously I have a lot of respect for UNSCAP, but how can you really help so that the national ministries, UN agencies, and the public really can be better informed? I know within the UN system also there's that harmonization where there's the UN resident coordinator, but there's so much more that needs to be done. So any advice, any thoughts that you'd like to share with us around the coordination function?
Thank you very much, Dr. Dipali. Colleagues, all of us know that knowledge is instant, right? So this is an amazing opportunity. It's sad that it's only annual, it's once a year, where we instantly share the knowledge that is coming from our hearts, and we're connecting through our minds. So I think this is one of the things that we need to take to the next level, right? From my side, I will try to bring a report to my office and inform them on the need to work with health systems and maybe organize the digital and health wedding. So sorry about that. But in more of intersectoral collaboration and nexus, where the multiple ministries and disciplines can actually manifest the joint joy of sharing the wisdom into actionable products. So from ICT, we work with digital ministries, and we try to inspire them. This year there will be commission session resolution, and Mongolian government brought a resolution on Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Action Plan, where there are 3 pathways. One is on infrastructure, where the connectivity e-resilience coming in. So how do we know it's implemented? These projects should come up, right? Second, digital technology. So we talk about GovTech, FinTech, Health Tech, EdTech. So all of these, if ministries of digital development enable through policy frameworks at the regional level, maybe we can fast track the tech application. And data, which is most difficult. At the same time, tech products can make them interoperable and meaningful, where the instant knowledge from technical perspective would become more valuable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I like that reference to the wedding. As long as we're not going into forced marriages, I'm fine with it. Which some of us try and do, and they never work out.
Arranged?
Arrange also, maybe. Okay, we can have an offline conversation around that. Otherwise, I'll turn to you again. And I think you did touch on some of this, but how do you really see political, cultural, and religious systems influence people's health? And unlike the other determinants, these are really difficult to modify because they're so deep-rooted, right? In some cases, they're just part of our DNA. And then how do we need to factor in these while comparing health systems? So I know it's quite a lot that I'm asking of you, but I know you can answer it. So.
Well, that's kind. Let's see how we go. I mean, I did touch on some of this a little bit earlier, and I think from everything we've learned from the misinformation campaigns that we've seen, whether it was in Nigeria in 2003, whether it was the difficulty we saw last year in Uganda around Ebola, and the sort of suppression of the seriousness of the situation. You know, that was the sort of messaging from political leadership that I already spoke about is hugely important. But there's also important things that it highlights within the system, especially like the gender inequity in terms of people looking after the sick, or the majority of healthcare workers being women in a lot of countries and a lot of places, and things that happen during lockdown, such as if you don't have as many women decision making, then you also, in many countries, sexual and reproductive health rights went on the back burner. Access to essential services was not provided for through those lockdown periods. So you have that kind of knock-on effect from not having the right people in the room. So what do we do about that? How do we mitigate these kind of deep-seated cultural norms? We have to get community leaders on board, and that's not just you know, add instant hot water at the right time. This is a slow burn, hard yards conversation that needs more investment in the human side of things. So whether it's more community healthcare workers, whether it's constant data collection, but also that feedback loop that we mentioned earlier, knowledge to action, action to knowledge. It's not just a one-off snapshot, it's understanding, well, if we tried this during COVID, for example, and it didn't work, why did it not work, and how can we tweak and improve? And so the investment side of it, of course, we all want more investments in healthcare systems generally, but also in this, how we roll things out successfully, how do we successfully communicate? You know, I'm sure people with very strapped resources don't want to be investing big money in communications, but we need to be pushing governments, employers, all sorts of people to be having conversations and investing in these kind of communications pieces, because until and unless we have ongoing communications around health issues and health services, then we won't be able to get to people at the time where we might really need them to urgently, or to have integration in the health system, so we have that preventative element. So I think things like social listening that were really important during the COVID crisis are things that we could continue with and going on. And there's some amazing studies done by colleagues of ours at Internews that work in about 18 countries around the world. And they have a bunch of really actionable recommendations on social listening and how to constantly have that feedback loop of information and what we can learn from it. And so I think there are, when we think about how to organize ourselves and how to organize taking action, for me, this is one of the hardest bits of this conversation and this conclave, because we often, not always, and they're always changing, but we often have the answers, the ideas, the things we want to action. But what we don't have is the constant rhythm of turning words into action, and the place and the people to do that and to report back. And I would say, you know, from a very humble, one tiny perspective, from the Pandemic Action Network perspective, we would love everybody in this room to join. We are the only thing you have to agree is that you want to prevent future pandemics. So it's a low bar, but I would say high quality members. You can look on our website. But basically, we try to convene online, so we still work a little bit like it's lockdown, even though it's not. But that allows us to work globally, and we try to be something of an interface between community groups and political leaders. And just as other colleagues were talking, I just wanted to put some ideas out there on things we can do in terms of that where do we start element. And I think that finding best practices is always an essential part, which is, you know, everybody in this room has a role to play. What's worked, where and why, and how can others learn on it from it? Of course, these things are context specific, but it's very inspiring to learn lessons from best practices. And then we need to find our champions. And I think, as well as an advocate and campaigner, we often get locked in the idea of countries. But what about cities and sub-regions and exciting leaders that actually want to do things a bit differently? You can often do things in a much more innovative way at a city or municipal level. So maybe we can think about how to form our best practice approach in this kind of whole of government, whole of society, health system strengthening, and find some champions in all sorts of different places around the world, and then go from there. So I think we also have to think about what are the routes to change, to get our words into action. So I've veered a little bit off course there, but since I semi-answered it in the first question, I hope you'll forgive me.
Yeah, thank you so much. You did. I think a couple of thoughts. One of the things I strongly believe is that you also learn from failure. So it's not just about sharing best practices, but also what hasn't worked, because there's big learning so that others don't have to go and learn themselves with something that you've tried out and hasn't worked. And I think the community that Dr. Reddy is trying to set up will have that maturity that, you're not being condoned if you're talking about things that haven't worked. So I'd really encourage that to happen. I think also you brought up a very interesting point around the Pandemic Action Network. You have the what is it called, the JLN, the Joint Learning Network, as well, that Mushtaq and many others, who've been associated with GLC are also part of. So various networks out there as well. And obviously there's no competition between these networks. There's just so much work that needs to be done. But can we converge on a few actions that, as we're pursuing our own networks, but there's an overarching two things that all networks are definitely going to be, converging on and really trying to push the needle, because that's really the need of the hour. The more our policymakers, the ecosystem actors, really hear those messaging and the action that they need to take, will give more solid voice, and the chances of it kind of being heard are much higher. So I think that's something to think about. The other piece is that, we all heard at the G20 leadership, the Indonesia side of the G20, the Pandemic Prevention Fund that was launched, how we're making sure that folks in this room are sharing what is being learned, what really needs to be done, is also an important issue, because we can say, well, this needs to be done, but then there could be not this network, but the other networks that are intersectioning with what's being done through the Pandemic Prevention Fund. We have a wonderful opportunity in India this year, with India's leadership, and I know there's a health working group. Are there 2 or 3 important points of actions we really want the policy folks, the leadership to be really pursuing, or what are they kind of thinking about, and how can the Global Learning Collaborative, by virtue of all its members, really be bringing back, and a lot of your members are also from the G20 countries. So how do we really reinforce some of those messages? I think we can keep complaining or saying, hey, we are not being heard, but there are those opportunities that do exist. G7 for the first time is happening in Japan as well. Now there again, if health is not discussed, pandemic is not discussed, then that's just too bad. So I think, and of course the last piece is that for the first time, I want to call it an Asian COP, because that's what the president of COP28 said, even though it's happening in UAE. For the first time, there's a health track in a COP28 conversation. So how are we, through this network, other networks, really kind of being strategic and saying, hey, these are the 2 things we really want to make sure comes out from COP, because in the past, there hasn't been a health pillar at all. So that's just something to think about. But coming back, I think what I will do is I'll pose a question, and Mushtaq or Shalini, both of you feel free to pick up any elements of that, and then we'll open it up to the audience, because I'm sure you have tons of questions. It's rare to get such a good set of panelists here. And so my question to Mushtaq and Shalini is, community health volunteers have really become a critical bridge between communities and health systems. Social organizations that are deeply embedded in societies and are trusted play a similar role. However, governments are not always able to unlock their potential for impact. How can governments better structure, nurture, and enable community health volunteers? What policy is best set up for success, and what trust-building measures are needed? I think my heart really reads when I see an Anganwadi worker. Every time, I think for those of you who are not from India, that's really the frontline, one of the frontline health workers, because you also have the ASHA workers, right? But the Anganwadi workers and the ASHA workers. Anytime anything happens, you just, oh, the ASHA workers or the Anganwadi workers will do that, right? They're already overstretched. And I don't know, I mean, in terms of, I had to say a dollar figure, probably they get $10 a month or maybe less, I'm not sure. And the amount of work which is really put on their shoulders is unbelievable in terms of their skill building, in terms of their motivation. There's so much that needs to be done. So, Reddy, Mushtaq, Bhai and Shalini, wanted to get your insights and responses to the question. Feel free to add any further perspectives, but I think it's such an important question that we really all are tackling. And we've been talking about it for years, for decades, I think. And is there something really strategic that can be done now to really make a significant shift?
Shalini.
Thank you. This actually is really at the core of all this discussion, you know, that we are talking about people in the center, we are talking about community engagement, and I think it's so important to understand that things have to be done actually in normal times, not in crisis times. So I would think that one of the key things that should happen is that during normal times, how do we proactively work towards creating and then sustaining community groups, community networks, and so on. Because communities are not going to be created overnight. And during a crisis situation, you can't really expect people to converge and then to work as a team, because this has to be, because all communities and community networks actually, you know, have a soul. They all know what has to be done and they work in unison towards a common goal. But that happens because they are, you know, they are created and they are there for a very long time. And in COVID times, we actually saw this happening quite well because there is no counterfactual. We cannot say whether this really was the reason why in certain communities and certain places, you know, COVID was less, you know, virulent or whatever. But we do find small examples here and there. I would just take one leaf out of our, you know, institute's work, because we have a tradition, or I should say a practice of having field action projects, you know, which is where faculty and students invest their time in working in the communities, and over a long period of time. Some of the FAPs are 18, 20 years long, but they're very small, sustained, gradual work, but they actually impact policies, they make reforms, they work at the highest level, they work at national level, and they make things happen. So the community which was just close to us, the M ward, surprisingly did not see such high numbers of COVID as compared to other informal settlements. And one of the reasons was that we work in the communities with a lot of volunteers who we could just, you know, mobilize for action. We didn't have to, I mean, nobody had to spend any time in doing any kind of mobilization. We just immediately were in the community, running community kitchens, you know, distributing sanitary pads, working with video networks, with video clips, everything happening quickly. And I would say that there is some data to show that, you know, this, the prevalence was you know, lower than in many other communities. So what I would say is that, you know, if you ask me one action, I would say that, you know, invest in creating communities and then invest in training them and capacity building of those, you know, because leadership training, etc., etc. And I think we can really work, you know, down, what do you say, bottom up kind of an approach. As Dr. Mala was asking, where do we begin? And I would think that we have to begin with the community, because that will be a bottom-up approach. And it always has worked, and best practices are there in globally to show that, you know, in many, many situations this works. I don't think, I mean, I can't say it works in every situation. We do need a strong health system. We do need medicines. We do need treatment. But then, as Dr. Mushtaq said, you know, you had the ORF, the ORT, but why did it not work? Because then there was all these gender dimensions and so on which were not being tackled, right? So I'll stop here, and maybe Dr. Chaudhary will take over. Thank you.
Well, I think the community health worker thing is very close to my heart as well. And one of the reasons I believe that Bangladesh has done well is that they have been able to train thousands of community health workers. My organization, BRAC, alone trained at some point 100,000 workers, and they were there in almost every village. So that was the experience we have, and I think the first organized community health worker program was all of you know, the barefoot doctors program in China, and after that, of course, in the Alberta, it became part of the health system thing, and there the community health worker was very much emphasized. The reason was that there were, of course, shortage of trained health workers. Also that the countries were not being able to bring the trained doctors to the village, for example. Also that the community health workers are very close to the communities, and that the community health workers, unlike the doctors, they never migrate, so they stay in the village. So these are some of the reasons why community health worker program have been flourishing. There were hundreds of experiments around the world, both in the developed world as well as in the developing world, but not many of them were successful. The success depended, in my opinion, on two things. One was that the community health workers, in most cases, they are from the poorer sections of the community, and they're women. And we expect them to work voluntarily. But that's not that doesn't help in sustaining their interest. So what is important is that there has to be some kind of incentive built into the community health worker program. Not necessarily always financial incentive, but also other incentives. So that's one thing. The second thing is that they have to be linked to an existing health system, whatever faulty that system may be. These are the two minimum things that have to be ensured in order for the community health worker program to sustain and provide the services. But we have seen that the government and as well as the medical professions have been looking at the community health worker as kind of a poor option. So what is important is that the mindset has to be changed, that the community health workers are there and they can provide services which the current medical profession or the professionals are not being able to provide. In order to take these community health workers into the new sort of generation, for example, there are two things that we have to remember, I think. One is that the context has changed. So in the 70s, for example, the literacy rate was very low, and the people were very poor. I'm talking about Bangladesh. So whenever we wanted to get women to work as community health workers, it was not difficult to find them because they are there. But the situation has changed now. Many of them are actually literate, and also there are a lot of economic activities happening in the village. So the opportunity cost has gone up. So it's not easy to find similar kind of situation as it was in the 70s. The second thing is the epidemiological transition that is happening in most countries, and that in the 70s it was more of communicable diseases that the community health workers tried to address, and they were trained for that, and they did things very well. But things are changing now. About 60% of the deaths in Bangladesh are through non-communicable diseases. So how do we really make the community health workers to be responsive to all these changes that are happening in the society. There are opportunities for the community health workers to contribute to the NCDs, for example. I mean, the aging becoming there, I mean, whether you like it or not. There will be more need for palliative care, physiotherapy, and also this morning we talked about mental health. So the community health workers can be trained to provide all these kind of things that we are sort of seeing happening now. So in order for them to be still relevant, we have to remember these changes that are happening in the broader society. Thank you.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Only thing, Mushtaq bhai, I would add is they need to be remunerated adequately. Like, what is the incentivization? They'll do all these things, but if you just pay them what they were paid for centuries, it's not fair. And also women, you see all these frontline jobs are being done by women, so it's also coming at a cost in terms of how they manage their families as well as all this additional work that is expected of them. Jeremy, I don't have a specific question of you right now, but anything you'd like to say? Otherwise, we'll open it up to the audience for questions.
No, nothing, except I'll just add the dimension of really power. I mean, the reason why so many things happen is and are so disadvantageous to the vulnerable, to the disenfranchised, is because they have no power, right? And if we look at, say, poverty, we look at, we compare the US versus many of the European countries and the average wages of workers and so on, it fundamentally boils down to voice and power. So beyond the transmission of best practices, but these are awkward issues that strike at the very core of our modern capitalist society. And I'm not sure this is the right platform to raise them, but I wouldn't underestimate the importance of the power dynamic.
Absolutely, Jeremy. Couldn't agree 100% or 110% with you on that. Also, I'm reminded with what Robert Chambers always said was, whose reality counts? And I think, for us to kind of constantly keep going back to that question is really important. I'll open it up to the audience now for questions, and as you're posing your questions, let me know who amongst the panelists you want to respond to that question. Sahil bhai, I saw your hand go up first, and then you'll come to the gentleman in front.
Deepali, one thing that we have observed is that a lot of data is collected, but the insights and the analysis from the data is never shared back with the community, especially when you talk about vulnerable and poor communities. So even when we go to collect data, one of the things that community members ask us is what happened to the data that you have collected 6 months back? We have not heard anything about that. So how does one address this asymmetry or the data asymmetry? And then the second question is, as the global learning collaborative thinks about how to share data with the ecosystem, with governments, with policymakers, can there be thought given on the best practices and strategies to share the data back with the community as well?
Do you want to address it to any of the panelists?
So I heard Shalini say, talk about information asymmetry.
I think the question is, a very pertinent one. And my sense is why this happens is that the world over, we are so driven by quantitative research, positivistic framework, where, we are the data collectors, we are the ones who need the data, and you are the ones who have to give us, so, you ought to give us. But we don't have this sensitivity to the fact that we have taken away somebody's time and that we must at least give back in terms of knowledge and information. Now, this is where we work within the positivistic framework. But now in the last 20 years, or I should say 25 years, things have moved, and I have to again admit, largely due to HIV, research, where, so much got driven by communities themselves, and then they started also talking about issues of ethics and so on. So the health ethics became a very strong, component of that research. And I can say that because as a qualitative researcher, I found myself trained as a quantitative researcher, as a psychologist, very much in the positivistic framework, but slowly I started to understand that there is something beyond quantitative research, which is qualitative in nature. And then as more I worked in it, health ethics became so important, and one of the very important components of that is that disseminate, go back and inform your communities, inform your people from whom you've collected data. So I completely agree with you that part of the time we have lost it because we didn't go back to the communities. But in HIV, this is not how we did research. We completely took communities at the table, we informed them, we disseminated, we took back from them. In fact, we strengthened and we accepted communities' own, ability to do research. A lot of the communities of sex workers, of MSM, of IDUs, they did their own research and very, strong research. So I would think that, this is a very important piece of research that disseminate and go back to them. And one of the things which I just thought you asked about, how do we make sure that all this, wonderful documents that Ida talked about can be shared with policymakers, and I think they are shared, but they are not probably acted upon. I don't know if Ida will agree with that. Sometimes they are not. And one of the avenues to do that, my sense is that it should be taken to academic institutions. So, because when the students are exposed to that, and maybe they are the ones who can also pilot test a few of them, and, look at those, critique them, use them in communities and so on. There's not only a wealth of data which can be used or not used, but at least a lot of training, and through them then this will get disseminated. Because I'm also very surprised that none of us said that we have heard or we have known about those documents. This is one suggestion I can give. Ida may add a few more. Thank you. Yeah, please.
I think it's a question which doesn't have a good answer, actually, in the sense that we don't have a clue how to really bring back the research into the community from where the data were collected. But it's being tried in some other ways as well. So one of the things that we talked this morning about, the whole idea of this project, that you have research findings and then go back to the implementation, learn from there, and then as a kind of a loop that is there. So through that, it's happening. It's probably the community is benefited by that. Secondly, is that there are many research institutions which are now sort of putting more emphasis on popular writing. Normally the researchers want to publish in the Lancet, or which the common people don't have access to. But these research institutions are now pushing that along with the Lancet article, one has to publish these in easier language in the local newspapers. So it is expected that probably those in the village, they'll not probably read it, but at least some of the other people will have access to that. I wanted to also share with you one of the things that we did when I was the director of research at BRAC. We used to do all the research reports were in English, and BRAC field workers were not very good at sort of reading English that we found. So we started producing twice or thrice a year a compendium of this research in easy language as part of a journal, and we used to send it to the field offices. Apart from that, we also used to organize conferences in the field where we presented the research results. So these are some of the kind of ways that we tried, but not necessarily to the people who provided that.
Just to add just one thing, I think as Mushtaq Bhai you said, we still have a long way to go to really get to the place where we stop being extractive and share back, with the communities. But I'm saying even in terms of going back to the Anganwadi or Asha worker, like they're collecting tons and tons of data. I mean, if you see them moving around with 12 kgs of registers, where they're manually filling up everything, that goes up the chain. The analysis doesn't come down. And right now, technology has so much to offer. You get onto, if you have a Netflix account, you've entered that account once or twice. Next time when you open it, they'll search what are the movies you should be watching. Why can the Anganwadi worker or Asha worker not have the tool on their phone where the minute they open up, they fill in the data, they know that these are the 3 high-risk mothers based on all the data that they've generated over the last 1 month. I mean, it isn't difficult, but you need to have the will to really make sure that you are kind of getting, the back end and the front end pieces working so that you really analyze this data. And I think half the data probably, if you start analyzing, is not even needed. So there's so much of work that needs to be done where we're collecting information which, somebody can actually link all the back end with Aadhaar, etc. And there are groups that are doing that, but very important question. In the interest of time, to the gentleman in front, you had your hand up as well.
I had a very similar question, but let me be a bit more provocative given the previous question. I want to build on what's already been asked, because I had a very similar question, but let me be a little bit more provocative and on this point, really a point about numbers, accountability, and trust. And Madam Chairperson, by the way, this is an excellent panel. Thank you very much. I've really enjoyed it, and I've learned a lot, so thank you very much. But, I've been in more, we talked at the beginning about the fact that there were not enough indices, there were not enough data collected. I think there's been a number of indices being developed over the past few years. We talked about the primary health care, and there's a PHC performance index that's now been developed that countries can use. That's great. The DIA talked this morning about the national health accounts, which is a great starting point for health financing reform, financing resilience. But, I've been in more than one meeting with the minister in different countries, and I'm not talking about countries in this part of the world, but in other parts of the world, where the minister has said, thank you very much for those numbers. They're not acceptable. Please go back and change them. Please go back and change them so that they are politically acceptable. And so this is often the leadership they're facing. They have to give out a good report. And when you have decentralized systems as we have in Asia, then you depend on local leaders to pass up that information. And often local leaders face the situation that they have targets. And they have to meet those targets. And so they pass on information that allows them to meet those targets. So I think we are collecting a lot of information. The information that we have is not always given back in a way that is completely transparent, as you have just made that point as well. And I think that creates mistrust at local levels with community leaders, with community health workers, with individuals. And then, they go on their phones and they find out so many different things with different numbers, and then they kind of check out, right? They kind of check out. And so as we move into the next potential crisis, most people are saying, gee, we can't trust any of these numbers. So how do we start with some greater accountability at the top?
Yeah, and I want to add another question before I turn it over to the panelists, is that what's the incentive for a frontline worker to share the right numbers, right? Because if you are showing your children are in grade red in your growth monitoring, you ask too many questions. Your credibility is questioned. What are you doing? So, she'd rather put everybody into a green, or, for the immunization. I mean, there's a lot of, the system isn't set up where if you get rewarded because you're really sharing facts. In fact, you're penalized if you share facts. And this is something that I'm sharing that a health worker shared with me. She said, I get into more trouble. I'd love to share the numbers, but the others who are fibbing numbers, they're not asked any questions. I look bad. I really want to be doing that, but I can't do it. So there's that reality as well. Now, Any brave panelist over here to answer the wonderful question that was asked?
Nobody talked about vulnerability, disability. A little mention on mental health was there. But there's a whole section of people, a whole population, and I don't want to add percentages to it, who are also in that frame and who have no access to healthcare and health systems, or very little.
Thank you, Uma. Anybody?
Well, I touched upon that to unpack vulnerability in all those dimensions. But yeah, I know. You asking me that question, or?
Anybody? I think any of you can go.
Just from tech perspective, there are emerging technologies that are being used in the region, and including not only our region but the global experience. And I would like to highlight the usage of blockchain technology, especially in aspects of addressing the human rights, transparency, where the accountability could be checked, verified through protocols. So this is maybe we can discuss tomorrow at a different session where we enable digital. Yeah, thank you.
And I want to put in Jeremy. Jeremy, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Jeremy, do you want to attempt answering that question?
No, please. I was not able to hear very, very clearly, so I'm just listening to the responses and trying to infer what the question was.
Okay. I think it's okay if you don't have an answer to every question. That's something for us to think about, because this is an important question. I have the gentleman here, and then
I wanted to comment. We are talking of people's health, and nobody has mentioned people are the most important resource. And we have Dr. Shalini Bhagat, who is heading a sociology institution. Thank you. And we are always taught that family is a social unit. And I say family is also a health unit. And if you want to improve health of the people, you have to build capacity of the family. We talked about community health workers, and I never found a mention of a family itself. So if the family is resilient, family has resources, the people working, generating income for the family, within the family, and family takes the decision when to seek health care. And when health breaks down, yes, they come to the health system. When they are healthy, they have to maintain their health status. So my feeling is that we should include family as one of the most important determinants of health, and everyone working on health, whichever sector you are in, build the capacity of the family for sustainable improvement in health. Thank you.
Completely agree with your
Can I
comment.
answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
One cannot disagree with you to say that family is, the important unit, is also a social determinant. But, it's a little simplistic to say, because we are assuming everybody has a family. We're assuming all families are benevolent, and all families are, it is within the family that there are many, who get neglected because they are, there are gender operates within the family, the ageism, the sexism, so, but I'm not countering your, argument that yes, family is the fulcrum. So when we say strengthen the institutions, so family as one of the most important institutions, definitely, because it is also, I should say, the front runner or among the, health providers. It's also, and so much care is feminized anyway, so we definitely have to give importance. But I think we have to be slightly careful in saying, because then it assumes, and everybody, there are so many who will feel that, oh, then who takes care of me because I'm not with the family, or I don't have a family, my family is not going to be supportive, and so on. So a little bit of careful, articulation there is needed, but definitely no doubt. And thank you for drawing attention to that. I'm not only, somebody who has social scientist, but I have worked in a family studies unit, so I should have been mentioning that. But I'm always careful about that, because it's a very strong support system, but we have to sort of unpack it again a little more. But anyway, that's important because there is research to show that when there is marriage, when there is family, there is a slightly better uptake of health services because each one is sort of motivating the other, but not always. Thank you.
Thank you. Uma, do I still have 6 minutes?
You still have 5.
Okay, so good. So I have a last question to the panelists. So I'm really looking at actionable insights related to the most important theme of people's health, its determinants and threats that you would like to propose that have the potential to improve people's health. We could spend half a day on that, but I would just want to put you on the spot and say which ones you think the GLC, Dr. Reddy, is well placed to help address. And I'm going to give each one of you 45 seconds. Jeremy, did you hear my question? I'll start with you.
No, it's about the GLC, right?
Yes.
Which is most important.
Yes. 45 seconds.
Sorry, but Dipali, what's the most important of which aspect of the GLC?
Around people's health, or maybe Jeremy, let me come back to you. Let's see how the others who heard the question here. So, Shalini, you want to start? We'll start from this end.
"45 seconds. I think that this group, and possibly each session, should come out with the top 3 asks that this group could get behind. That could be a list of very bite-sized asks that could be communicated to the G20 Health Sherpa, all G20 Health Sherpas across the world, as an outcome of this conference on the 3-year anniversary tomorrow of the calling of COVID, and putting people at the heart of every single one of them."
I love it. That's really aspirational. Let's turn to Mushtaq Bhai.
I mean, every country has agreed to implement universal health coverage, and it is there in the SDG 3.8, I think. But countries are in different stages of implementing universal health coverage. Each country has its own unique challenges. So it will be good to really sort of think about actionable things which can be done at the country level on a short-term basis, on a medium-term and longer-term. So, for example, in Bangladesh, one of the things which need to be done immediately is the sort of addressing the out-of-pocket. Bangladesh has probably the highest out-of-pocket in the world, with 67% sort of expenses coming from individuals' pockets. So one of the, and 60% of the out-of-pocket is on drugs, on medicines. So one of the things which the government can do if they want to implement USC is to provide free medicine, which will bring the OOP, the out-of-pocket expenses, drastically down. So it's important that each country find out its own sort of low-hanging fruits, and then act on that.
Thank you, Ada. You want to add anything?
Oh, thank you. I think, Dr. Krishna, thank you. I like how you said we need to expand global to local, and our panel is confirming that. So it's the other way around, not from local to global, but the other way around. So I like this cyclic approach. So every time we go to the next level. So in my world, maybe I want to look at the health and digital components to be interoperable. So how to deal with that? Maybe your platform can show off case studies, examples. Ideally, maybe at the next level, we can make it, the platform and the website, make it real-time based, where the data could be inserted instantly. Yeah, that's.
Thank you so much. And I know there were many other hands that were up.
If you want, I can just go now. Sure. I think there is a lot of data available. It's not that there's dearth of data. So my 2 actionable points which I could suggest to GLC would be Can we sort of mine that data a little more to say, you know, what is working and what is not working as far as on the ground kind of a thing is concerned, and if we want to bring communities along. And the second thing would be that can we also have some people work on qualitative indicators of, you know, what works, because there's so much quantitative indicators, and I was listening to what Dr. Sohail was saying. It's very impressive, but maybe there are some qualitative indicators which tell us a little different side of a story, and perhaps if we had looked at those indicators would have told us, no, you're going wrong, you're not prepared. But everybody thought that, you know, what we have is good enough to tell us that these are the best, you know, health systems, but they failed because we probably didn't take into account some of the qualitative. And I have been wondering, you know, how to define and how to work towards that. I think GLC would be in a good position to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we didn't have enough time for all the questions the audience had, but I think over tea break there'll be ample opportunity to carry on this conversation. Thank you so much, Dr. Reddy and Uma, and of course all the panelists for the wonderful responses and insights that you provided.
90 minutes, and you thought that would be a long session. And every 90 minutes that I have been a part of since the morning is not ending at 90 minutes. So you know how much we are bringing together and how much we are learning. One Health, learning to action and action to learning. ICT and its all its manifestations and uses. No power to the disadvantages and the voice that they don't have, and how can we bring that together? Health literacy and advocacy. Learning and tracing and training. Whose reaction and how much? Inform your communities and make sure that they become a part of who you are. And each of you have actionables for each of us to take away and bring back this entire learning journey to focus on how we can become the voice of the people and how people can become our voice. So going bottoms up. That's something that we will look forward to. I'd like to bring Stuti up here to help recognize all the work that has been done. Can I get Dipali to please do the honors? Thank you, Mushtaq Bhai. Aida, thank you so much. Eloise. Can I bring Dr. Srinath Reddy up, please? Because he wasn't here when we felicitated our TAG members. And I'd like Dipali and Dr. Reddy to felicitate Srinath Reddy Garu. And Dipali. That's my good. Yes, you do need to get them. Come. Need to get a picture? Can I get my picture? Come on. All of us. I'll leave Dr. Reddy up here on stage. Padma Bhushan, Professor. Are we having a tea break? How much? 15 minutes? So I'm going to allow the 15-minute tea break and bring you back again at 3:15. And please feel free to bring your tea if you want to back.
Recording stopped.
I have the honorable privilege of bringing everybody back from their tea into the room. And since our 90-minute sessions don't seem to stop at 90 minutes, I'd like to believe that we need to have enough time for us to be able to share and understand what we want to take forward. So, may I request everybody outside to come back inside, please? In any case, I am just going to start. Members of the Access Health team, can you please go outside and bring everybody back in, please? Vinod, Shimina, Sushma, everybody needs to come back inside. This is learning session 3 for this afternoon. Improving the preparedness for public health systems to preempt, prevent, and respond to shocks. And who better than the master of public health sciences for this country and the most distinguished person that we have in terms of the public health sciences for this country, Professor Padma Bhushan, Honorary Distinguished Professor, Public Health Sciences, Public Health Foundation of India, Professor K. Srinath Reddy. Professor Srinath Reddy is a cardiologist and the founder, past president of the Public Health Foundation of India. And I really have to make it brief because otherwise I would be reading a bio of at least 4 to 5 pages to begin with. Formerly, he headed the Department of Cardiology for the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, the President's cardiologist for many years. Under his able guidance and leadership, PHFI established 5 institutes of public health, IIPHS, to advance multidisciplinary public health education, research, health technologies, and implementation support for strengthening health systems. He presently serves as an adjunct professor for epidemiology at the Harvard from 2014 to 23, holds several advisory positions, is on almost every panel where you need to either moderate or find his expertise to give awards, including at the PMAC. He has over 570 scientific publications and a book, Make Health in India Reaching a Billion Plus. Awarded the Padma Bhushan by the President of India in 2005, one of the highest civilian awards that we can think of. Professor Reddy actually needs no introduction to this crowd. Thank you, Professor Reddy, for being here. He's now currently setting up and taking public health to the next level. It's called the Institute of Public Health Sciences, and it will have all the other cross-functional learnings that come into public health under his leadership and guidance. And that will be in our proud city of Hyderabad. Thank you, Professor Reddy. Lois, can I have you back here on the dais, please? And I'm not going to read what Eloise has done again, because she is somebody who just shared the dais with us. I next have Dr. Habib Hassan Farooqi. He's an additional professor for Public Health Foundation of India. Professor Farooqi has his major in economics, and he worked as a postdoctoral fellow in the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine in 2013 and 14. and a surveillance medical officer at the WHO in 2007 and 8. His research and teaching interests include evidence-based medicine, the intersection of infectious disease epidemiology and economics, and health economics with a focus on pharmaceutical economics and the HTA. He has served as a member and technical expertise on several national and international advisory committees, published more than 50 peer-reviewed journal articles, and serves as a reviewer and editor in the top Indian journals. Thank you, Professor Reddy. Next, have a friend and a privileged partner in crime with several breakfasts that we have, and we discuss a lot on One Health. I have Dr. Vijay L. Dandi. He is the head of infectious disease and public health at Share India. Dr. Vijay is very illustrious and focuses on disorders of the immune system and inflammatory diseases. For over 3 decades, he has been managing patients with autoimmune disorders who have undergone transplantation, as well as with HIV/AIDS infections related to travel. He has rich experience in the appropriate use of state-of-the-art technology that can empower people to take control of their own health. A clinician, an educator, he is board certified in infectious diseases, ABIM. He's a clinical professor of medicine and surgery at the University of Illinois at Chicago, for which he travels regularly to be a part of the teaching faculty too. He is the faculty at the Public Health Foundation of India, has received numerous awards in the US of A for teaching public health work and leadership in healthcare. And what a privilege. We also have Dr. Fuji Shu, who is joining us remote. She was wanting to be here with us in Hyderabad. Unfortunately, a last-minute visa denial was what kept her in China. Dr. Fuji Shu works with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and wears several hats, amongst others. I'm going to hand it over to you, Dr. Reddy, to please take forward the conversation. Did I not introduce Dr. Panda? Sorry. Can I get the bio there, please? Is it there? Okay, it should be here. I have Fuji shoes. नहीं है. We're so sorry about this. नहीं है. Okay, I will. Sorry, Dr. Panda, Samiram Panda, who's here with us. He's a distinguished scientist of the Indian Council of the Medical Research and the former Additional Director General, ICMR, ex-head ECD, ICMR. I will hand it over to you. And please excuse my faux pas and not having been able to.
I'm sure Dr. Panda will forgive you because the last drops of tea are the sweetest. And therefore, to be introduced at the very end is a privilege.
Thank you.
The session I have been asked to assist in as a moderator is on improving the preparedness of public health systems to preempt, prevent, and respond to shocks. One of the key lessons that COVID-19 has taught us, and which I believe has resonated in the earlier sessions, is that unless we have an efficient, equitable, and empathetic health system performing reliably in the steady state, we will not be able to create a swift, strong, and sustained surge response when a public health emergency does arise. And how do we actually ensure that we build those systems which can both respond to the shocks and at the same time continue to perform all the functions that are routinely expected of that system in very many other areas. And therefore, it is that path that we must try and advance as we move along. As a moderator, my task is fairly simple. It is essentially to assist the erudite and eloquent panelists to share their wisdom with us. And therefore, I'll keep my introductory remarks very brief. But when public health comes up, and particularly in the context of health systems with which it is juxtapositioned often in discussion, we probably need to define the span of public health, what its remit is. Many people have defined public health in different contexts, but with different functions. It can be very narrow or very broad. For me, public health requires us to, or enables us to, identify and influence the very many determinants of health at the population level to impact upon health at the individual level. And it does that through policies, through systems, through programs, and through community engagement. Therefore, we have a very broad span to consider even in this panel. But we have to recognize that we are also dealing with a system that is not only complex, but frequently changing in terms of its challenges, in terms of health transition, which is proceeding at different speeds and through different processes in different parts of the world, and even within the same country in different regions, we find there is a different level of health transition that has happened, throwing up a different mix of challenges, but nevertheless, the system has to adapt as rapidly as possible and respond as efficiently as possible. And we also recognize that resources are finite, and we have to get the maximum advantage of whatever resources we have, even as we make the case for enhancement in the resources that are allocated, particularly public financing, which has to really be the foundational basis for strong public health systems. But then we also have to consider what the other stakeholders also bring in, the private sector, the academia, the community, all of that. All these have been referred to in the earlier session as well. But how do we actually draw upon their strengths and resources in order to build that kind of a unified response that advances public health? And we also have to recognize that science and technology is providing us a number of new tools, whether they are digital technologies or molecular technologies, and there is a whole strength of science that needs to be harvested in order to infuse greater strength into our public health response as we move along. And this requires also that people who are actually being trained as public health professionals acquire the requisite competencies to deal with and respond to this complexity with alacrity and efficiency. Are we able to create those kind of public health professionals? And should we only satisfy ourselves by creating public health professionals as teachers and researchers? What about public health practitioners and those who are actually also enabling much greater level of efficiency in delivery of public health programs at the field level? So what are the training requirements there? And how do we actually build teams that will function efficiently rather than just training individuals? How do we bring in complexity science into the whole area? And of course, there was a discussion about mixed methods, quantitative and qualitative aspects of research, as well as even in terms of the competencies that are required in those areas during public health education. So while public health has much to deliver, there is also that much we need to do in order to enable public health systems to perform better, and particularly through the kind of training and educational programs that we deliver. So some of these issues are going to be definitely addressed by the panelists, and in order to really bring forth some of the elements, we have had a few structured questions to lead off, but then we can also, based upon the responses, try and take up other questions, which I'm sure will arise from their stimulating comments. Firstly, Dr. Panda. Basically, you have seen public health in India in very many capacities. But you've also recognized that public health professionals are not available with the requisite numbers and skills that this complex health system of India demands. There have been attempts over the past 2 decades to try and create more public health professionals to supplement those that are being produced in the medical colleges. Now, given the complexity that we have sort of described, what are the kind of competencies that we need to bring in a standardized manner into the training programs, whether they are of public health professionals in classical degree courses or public health practitioners in training programs? How do we actually bring in greater degree of competencies across the country with the numbers and skills that are required?
Thank you, Professor Reddy, for that very important question. And is it required standardization and development of the competencies in order to address the challenges that we face? And the whole discussion is situated within the context of resilience, health system resilience. So the answer, in short, is a resounding yes. Do we need more trained human resource who would have competency to deal with the challenges of the shock in that sense? But then if we try unpack this, I think that we need to go a little deeper by looking into what kind of competencies. And there, what we are trying to do post-COVID, particularly, in order to analyze what went wrong and how we could fix them so that in future we deal with them better. So that's like identifying what went wrong, and then we have protocols and standardized procedures, and people get trained on that. But I think it is also important in training those professionals to see what is going okay, what is going right in terms of regular activities. And when we use the term shock, it prompted me while I was listening to, and if we take the analogy from earthquake, sometimes in Richter scale, you get a severe earthquake, but it's not that all the earthquakes are very severe. There are, minor shocks as well, and that happens in the public health system. And do we record them, and what do we do in order to handle them? So there is an experiential learning or adaptive learning. While things are going wrong at the public health system and within the public health system, at the local level, at the peripheral level, there are adjustments which are happening, the goal adjustment and the methods which are adapted in order to absorb those shocks. So I think that the training of the public health professionals need not to remain only in that classical form of analyzing an event, what went wrong, and what could be protocolized and standardized, but also what went right in terms of the minor shocks getting absorbed and the local level innovations. That's one. Why I'm saying this, because what is to be done vis-a-vis what gets actually done has a whole lot of learnings getting generated at the local level, at the tribal, within the tribal communities, or even at the territorial level. So there was a reference to our earlier sessions, where do we start? And public health historically, need to start at the most vulnerable sites and for the vulnerable population. So if the lessons are being generated there, that needs to be incorporated, not only in the training curriculum, but also who teaches. They should teach. So it is not the, because Professor Reddy used a term like a professional curriculum and the degree courses. And there we can think of other trained public health professionals teaching others. But I think the teaching should come from those who have evolved those lessons in terms of who have generated those lessons while there were minor shocks, and the minor shocks were very successfully addressed. The last point that I would try, indicate, we did have a demonstration of the tool 76 indicators in order to figure out can we really understand a public health system as resilient or not. And all those had numerators and the denominators, so it's a quantitative way of looking into it. But the stories that you get to listen to, the lessons that you capture, the case studies, successful examples of handling with the shocks, they usually come in a very rich narrative text and in the form of qualitative indicator. So it's so very important to have that incorporated within the system of teaching and training public health professionals. And lastly, they should not be institutionalized, centralized, so that you started with the problem that the challenges are so many and dispersed in dispersed geographical locations. So there has to be an opportunity for the trainees to learn also from different socio-technical and economical contexts. So contextualized learning is what is required. So there are necessary for generic learning as well. I'm not belittling that. But that will probably help us to understand how could we handle things better that could be, that we are able to predict. But there are many unpredictable elements as well. So the best way of dealing, or our ability to remain prepared for dealing with the unpredictable elements would be to have the teaching and the learning there at the community where the vulnerable population or the geographical terrain remains, and getting them paired up with the training session. I'll stop there.
Thank you. You've stimulated me enough to follow up with a question for you before I move on to the other panelists. So you've said experiential learning, contextualized learning, and definitely much more adaptive in terms of knowledge acquisition and application. Now, given the multiple determinants of health, how much should public health education become more multidisciplinary than it is now to enable multi-sectoral application? Because public health education has been interpreted in different contexts, even in India, to be relatively limited, available only to medically trained professionals, occasionally extended to social scientists. But is it not a much bigger, broader church that we need if we really want to make public health a successful mission?
Of course. Again, another resounding yes. It's not just a biomedical approach, or if you allow me to use the term, we are familiar with these terms, particularly in medical parlance, pharmaceutical intervention and non-pharmaceutical intervention. So drawing it further and expanding that understanding would clearly tell us that the resilience in the health system and our ability to deal with whatever may come, not necessarily always it will come in a nice package of predictable shock. There will be many unpredictable shocks, and that does require going beyond the biomedical model. And of course, it requires the multi-sectoral involvement, and not only even sectors, but also the community groups where the wisdom lies. I'll just, if you allow me 1 second, or maybe 5 seconds. Since morning, we have been talking about translating the knowledge into action, and people are referring to what Dr. Krishnan Reddy said. It reminded me, sitting in this room, it reminded me in the preface of Hermann Hesse's book Siddhartha, the last line, if I'm not wrong, the knowledge is transferable, the wisdom is not. And translating knowledge into action requires wisdom. And wisdom lies there in the community and not necessarily only with the medical professionals. And with the medical professionals, the wisdom is again limited by their own limitations and the context. So I would say that it does require the local wisdom to be incorporated, and their engagement with different community groups and sectors would be the key. And it's not just a biomedical lens through which you can solve these issues.
So public health learning environment should be based on the philosophy that everyone teaches, everyone learns. Okay. Ms. Todd, Dr. Todd, there is concern, even as we are fighting one pandemic which is on its way out, and dreading pandemics that may still be around the corner, that we are getting heavily preoccupied in our mindset, both at the policymaker level and at the public level, with the idea of fighting pandemics and preparing our health systems and public health systems in particular to be much more ready to recognize and respond to those challenges. In that process, are we neglecting the routine functions that an efficient public health system is supposed to perform? And are we diverting both financial and human resources into pandemic preparedness and response at the cost? Or do we need to increase our resources, both human and financial, so that we can address both the challenges efficiently at the same time?
Thank you so much. So the first thing to say on that is during the COVID-19 crisis, there was absolutely a huge switch of resources to COVID-19. And my colleague, Africa Director, who was in Kigali this week at the Africa Health Conference there, reported to me that that was a strong theme of the week, that a lot of governments found that their usual business was defunded quickly because of COVID at the outset, leading to even a rise in maternal deaths in particular, sexual and reproductive health services that I mentioned in the last panel, particularly affected. But that was during the COVID crisis period. I would not say that the evidence is present right now that spending on pandemic prevention and preparedness is displacing health budgets. There are small examples of that, but honestly, we're finding it hard to make the case for spending on pandemic prevention and preparedness. And crucially, one thing that we push for is always for that to be outside the health budget, or as much as possible outside the health budget, because this is something that affects the whole of society and the whole of the population. So it's a little bit more nuanced than that. We certainly saw it during COVID, but now we have to make the case both to invest more in health systems and protect legacies and get back to at least where we were and beyond, but also to not just drop what we know we need to do like a stone on pandemic prevention and preparedness. And then there's the other conversation around official development assistance, which has also tanked from many high-income countries, especially European countries, with the onset of the Ukraine war, as well as COVID, and Brexit was mentioned earlier, which has sort of changed the game in terms of where Britain is on the international stage, as we know. So I think there are many things going on there, and we need a complete reboot, really, of that sort of framing of how resources are transferred. And one thing that we really are trying to do at Pandemic Action Network is to reshape how we think of these international threats. I'm not saying it's perfect with climate, but there is more of an understanding on climate change that unless everybody plays their parts, then we can spend, we can invest, we can cut emissions, and frankly, if another country is not doing the same, then we have to all march forward together. We haven't quite got there yet on the pandemic prevention and preparedness, even though it's another obvious international threat. So we really need to recast this relationship we have with these international threats. It's not about what can I do in my country, because climate change, pandemics don't respect borders, as we know. So what goes on in India, what goes on in Rwanda, what goes on in the UK, in Belgium, is as important as everywhere else. So until and unless particularly high-income countries get the memo on that and understand that investing smartly across the world is important in partnership, it's not a charity frame, it's about self-interest, then we're not quite going to get there. So we definitely need more resources, but we need this systemic change as well. And there are really interesting models, such as the global public investment model, which is about everybody inputting to a challenge, everybody benefiting, but crucially everybody deciding on the rules of the road. And I think another one of the big trends that hopefully will sustain coming out of the pandemic, we saw it was essentially a failure, I think, of global north-led institutions and thinking. In the last panel, it was mentioned about the need for more intellectual leadership from the global south. I think there is a complete vacuum of intellectual leadership on these matters in the global north, but a kind of a resting on the laurels of things that we've always done. And so there's a huge vacuum for political leadership, the kind of leadership, frankly, that the Indian government and the South African government showed at the WTO. We kind of need that now in this post coming out of COVID, it becoming endemic atmosphere, in order to inject the reality into, look, we need resources, we need them everywhere, and we need some big thinking solutions to get them flowing. So it's not just this charity frame, who can give what. We also have new entities like the Pandemic Fund that was launched last September. It needs $10.5 billion a year in order to fill country-level gaps in specific pandemic preparedness and prevention and response readiness areas. Now, 10.5 billion shouldn't be too much to ask, really, in the big scheme of things for a global entity, but it's only raised 1.6 billion so far. So that's something that we'd really like the Indian presidency of the G20 to help push and get countries to capitalize. And why is that important to this finance piece? Because if we have a robust international system that can fill gaps for some of the LMIC countries, then they can then protect their health system financing, and we can do the job in helping to protect that. So all of these things are linked, the global, the national, and the interface between them is so very important. So we definitely saw this huge shift during COVID. We need more investment in all these areas in this post or coming out of COVID and COVID becoming endemic period. And we also can think more about how to unlock tens, if not hundreds of billions through some of the multilateral development bank reforms. Another thing that we're working on Pandemic Action Network, we need to change the game completely on this for primary health care, for health system strengthening, and for pandemic prevention, preparedness and response. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Habib, whenever we talk about pandemic preparedness and response, enhancing the efficiency of our surveillance systems becomes a very important element of discussion of both speedy recognition of threats and a fairly swift response as well for containment. Now we have a number of digital and molecular technologies that are coming in a big way, including wastewater surveillance and a number of other areas. And we have seen how genomic testing has played a very important role even in tracking and responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. How do you think surveillance systems are going to be transformed in the future? shoe leather epidemiology is going to be still important, but how will the software transform surveillance?
Thank you, Dr. Reddy, and good afternoon all. I think this is a really, really important question that we are witnessing now with the emergence of sophisticated technology tools, not only just tools regarding with reference to the genomic sequencing, gene editing, CRISPRs, and also the technologies related to information technology, so higher computing and processing powers. But if I can take a step back and reflect back to what Dr. Reddy said in the start of the discussion of this session, we have to go back to understand what is the soul or the foundational purpose of the surveillance. What we wanted to do in the surveillance is to identify signals and the loads of the noises, and these signals from the perspective of pandemic are the signals for the emergence of, say, new pathogens or emergence of the existing endemic pathogens in the new places. So from that perspective, if we talk, as Dr. Reddy said, about shoe leather epidemiology, I think traditionally we have been focusing on active surveillances, passive surveillance, sentinel surveillance, and we would understand that for these kind of surveillances, we need to set up systems in existing places of care. For example, you need samples, or you track patients in the OPDs, in emergencies, in IPDs, and you focus on specific, say, syndromes or specific illnesses. But with the emergence of new technologies, I think we can actually redefine the whole domain of the surveillance by understanding or by actually reflecting on what dimensions do we want to now focus on. So we may want more complete information, and the information can be completed through multiple ways. It's not just we track patients, but we can also track pathogen, as Dr. Reddy said. You can track pathogen directly in the wastewater and other places. And with emergence of One Health, and we understand that many of those newly emerging pathogens spill over from animal health, it's really, really important to keep track or do surveillance in the animal health also. And with emerging AMR, we understand that existing pathogens are now becoming resistant to existing antibiotics, so we need to track them also. So what is needed from the perspective of now surveillance is to understand that we have different systems that work together, come together, share data, and we need to set up such kind of surveillances which are not only timely and also complete, but also responsive from the perspective of creating resilient health system. So use of technology from that perspective is really, really an important dimension. But understanding that what surveillance systems are doing with regards to tracking patients or tracking pathogens is we are collecting data from individuals. So at the same time, what we need is also establishing a balance between protection of privacy and confidentiality, and at the same time have systems to share the data across say, disciplines, across systems, or across countries. So to my understanding, if we reflect on the approaches for setting up a more comprehensive or more holistic surveillance system, which help us detect emerging pathogens or existing pathogens at the point of emergence, we need not only just data sharing, but also policies and legal framework to allow us to share data. But at the same time, if I take example of COVID, we understand that unknown pneumonia was reported from the Wuhan province in late December. Then in January, it was recognized as SARS. Then in next few weeks within the January, the entire genomic sequence was available. And that availability of the genomic information helped actually transform the entire landscape of therapeutics, diagnostics, and preventive measures such as vaccines. So in early February, we know that several countries came up with diagnostics. By May, I think several countries have heavily invested billions and billions of dollars in developing new technologies with regards to development of the vaccines. So if we see from that perspective, we can clearly understand that surveillance as a tool is really a very critical tool which actually opens up pathways for research innovation. But what we really need to understand, as a colleague was saying, with regards to the gap, north and south gap in terms of access to technologies, when we share data which helps develop technologies, there has to be at the same time equally sharing of the benefits, or so to say sharing of, say, the technology, so that balance in terms of responding to the emerging threats. So to my understanding, there could be several dimensions which we can think of from the foundation stone of surveillance itself, what we want to focus on. We can think of surveillance from the perspective of, if I may just give you examples, we can do individuals tracking through their samples, so we can do surveillance of the laboratories, we can do surveillance within the hospital systems. But at the same time, we also understand that in LMIC countries, there is a huge private sector which is really has deep penetration and is highly sophisticated and hugely powerful. So do we have systems in place to have this sharing of data or sharing of information between the public and the private sector? And what are those frameworks that we can now use to actually have open sharing of this kind of data? And then legal implications and also research implications of that sharing of the data. Because, for example, industry develops technology, but they also want to have patent on those technologies so that actually they can, I mean, from their perspective, they can actually recoup the investment that they have made in development of technologies. So starting from surveillance, the data that we generate, the information that we generate, which is crucial for global pandemic response to be shared across countries, across sectors. But at the same time, it is equally important that the benefits that emerge from those data sharing should be equally shared across the countries, across the sectors. So to my understanding, it is a huge area where there is a huge scope for various stakeholders to come together and identify the areas where we need to focus on in terms of development of policy and legal framework, in terms of research and innovation, and so on and so forth. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a very brief follow-up question. Given the fact that we have been talking a lot about community engagement, would a greater spread of digital literacy enable us to use crowdsourcing as an important contribution to early surveillance and detection? I mean, in effective surveillance and early reporting of outbreaks, or even unexpected increase in farm animal deaths. So when we're talking about One Health, do you think we can actually use digital technologies much more to enable people themselves to contribute to the surveillance?
Oh, absolutely, Dr. Reddy. That, I mean, I think in India we saw a huge, actually, a crowd movement actually in terms of not only just reporting the outbreaks at the local levels, but also there was a huge modeling. I mean, there was a huge community, group of experts that come together, medical doctors, epidemiologists, mathematical modelers, computer programmers, who actually put together a dashboard and a system which was actually using the public and private sector data to actually build upon these models to predict what they expect to see in future in terms of trends of the disease. And at the same time, I mean, using these digital technologies, there were experts who were actually continuously, I would say, real-time tracking the search on the social media about a specific kind of symptoms or the keywords, which was actually indicative of a specific transmission in a specific geographical zone. In fact, you can also do tracking of, say, sales of pharmaceuticals or sales of specific medicines, just to see what is happening in a specific zone. And with, I mean, countries like India and other, where there is a huge digital literacy and deep penetration of technology, these technology are really and immensely beneficial. But as I said, I mean, the technology has, it's a double-edged sword actually. I mean, and many a times it really, the same technologies and the same social media platforms are usually used for wrong purposes. So the role of the decision makers and policy makers actually becomes more important with regards to use of the digital technologies, especially in sensitive situations like pandemic and say vaccine hesitancies and other stuff. And now we are seeing emergence of ChatGPT in academia also. So I think we are into interesting times.
Thank you. Vijay, Joshua Lederberg, who probably is the youngest or one of the youngest Nobel Prize winners in medicine and physiology, for his work on microbial genetics, cautioned us not to keep on talking about eradicating all microbes. He said, because of their propensity to have fairly rapid genetic mutations. It is our wits against their genes. Given that situation, with microbial mutations becoming inevitable, should we be focusing a lot more on how we can actually prevent the spread of infection and giving opportunities for microbes to mutate more rapidly? And should the whole area of infection prevention control become an essential part of training for all health professionals? When I talk about health professionals, I'm not only talking about doctors, but anybody involved in the health sector. And how do we extend this knowledge beyond the confines of public health institutions to everybody who is engaged with health?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Reddy. It's a great honor and privilege to be part of this gathering. And thank you, Dr. Reddy, for inviting me. So, talking about professions, I'm reminded about George Bernard Shaw's, the doctor's dilemma is that every profession is a conspiracy against the laity. So, I think that we need to think more about how we engage with the community at large in a participatory action strategy to combat the problems of today. So, essentially, when you think about any kind of pathogen, it's basically a bunch of chemicals put together. It's information, whether it's a virus or a bacterium or a fungus or even our own innate immune system attacking us. It's simply a bunch of code that is malevolent. So how do you address a malevolent code knowing that all of these things exist in nature? It's not simply surveilling for pathogens of interest, whether they are drug resistant or not. There are resistomes out there that can be acquired and cause trouble. So in terms of infection prevention and control, I will tell you that in 40 years I have not managed to do it, so I'm a dismal failure. So I don't know that I have some great wisdom to impart on that subject. But I do think that one of the reasons why I failed, and for many years struggled with it, because I was trained in a biomedical construct. And trying to approach health as a purely biomedical construct is not something that has worked out well. Whether it's at an individual level or a family level or a community level, it really requires us to think very carefully about what kinds of outcomes we want. And for us, I think that we should be thinking about an outcome that allows people to have a purposeful life with autonomy and dignity. And that applies to the individual, to the family, to the community, to society at large. Which means that we must be willing to learn. We must understand complexity, as you mentioned, because this is all of these things are part and parcel of a complex adaptive system. You fiddle with one thing one place and something else emerges. And we don't necessarily have the ability to predict exactly what will emerge and how it will emerge. All we can say is that something will emerge. I think we should focus a little bit on some success stories, even when we have thought that we were losing the battle against drug-resistant organisms. There have been successes. What comes to mind is the example of Dharavi, one of the worst slums that you can think of, where passages are so narrow that even in full daylight you need a flashlight to navigate your way through. The population there is so dense that people actually hire spaces to sleep for 8 hours at a stretch. Once your 8 hours are up, somebody else has to come. Think of the perfect milieu for a transmissible disease like tuberculosis to occur. And think about the perfect storm that this is the community and the physical environment that has the least capability of dealing with this kind of a problem. Yet we, in collaboration with the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, focused on not only new technology, a new drug, bedaquiline, but also focused on counselors, skilled counselors who could follow these people, motivate them to take their medication, but yet at the same time ensure that their other non-medical needs were also met. So when the COVID pandemic hit and they could not even access adequate amounts of food, so the entire system mobilized to get food to these vulnerable people. So I think that if we are thinking about addressing infectious diseases, whether they are drug susceptible or drug resistant, we will do a much better job if we address the entire system as a complex adaptive system in a one health, one planet approach.
Thank you. There is a lovely book, a 2017 publication by two Princeton scientists. And the title of the book is "The Virus is a Complex Adaptive System." And if we didn't know it, SARS-CoV-2 virus has taught us that. But entirely true. What you're telling us is that even in order to respond to that, we need to stretch our resources from pixels to people, right? Okay. Now, is the panelist from Gates Foundation connected? Connected. You have heard the discussion so far. Welcome to the panel formally. And you have also seen how the panelists have described the requirements of a reinforced public health system in order to meet shocks which are going to be anticipated for the future. At the same time, also address the very many tasks that public health has to really address at this point in time, including pandemics in slow motion, like non-communicable diseases, climate change, overweight and obesity. All of these are happening now. So what is your view on how public health can be strengthened using the best of science to serve society?
Can you hear me okay?
We can now hear you, yes.
Yeah, can you hear me okay? I can hardly hear you. Yes. Okay, so Dr. Reddy and everyone in the panel, what an honor for me to join this. And I really motivated to learn. I think the COVID gave us a lot lesson to learn, but I want to be humble. At the same time, I feel like as the professionals, like sitting here in this room, we know how to improve the preparedness. We already know. And, you know, but as other panelists already defined the problem for us, the problem is we only have short-term memories, and we don't give the resources that's needed to getting the work done for preparedness. I think in one of the, so we know, so I think how to change this, where the leadership going to come from. The other panelists talk about wisdom. So how we can change this narratives about preparedness. I think as the people already, you know, some other panelists already mentioned, as the health professionals, we all have failed. And we are in the past. And in this year, 2023, we are in the risk, again, to losing or fail again, and people not listen to the risk of infectious diseases or pandemics. So how we define shocks is one area I will share with the panelists. And in one of the books that Bill Gates wrote in How to Prevent the Next Pandemic, he put a sentence there saying that if your neighbor's house is on fire, you know your house is at risk. If we think about firefighters, that's an interesting concept. People know the risk, and they can almost see or wish, doesn't need to kind of imagine much to getting the sense about the danger from fire. And I know countries, especially developed countries, have for years putting a lot of resources for firefighters. In China, the first professional firefighter teams were established in 11th century, which is over 1,000 years ago. And in the United States, the last statistics I saw was like they have 311,000 of full-time firefighters. And they also, they are, putting into the neighborhood. They are respected as heroes. But our public health professionals in China, I can give you an example. In China, we have over 3,000 CDCs. That's from the national, provincial level, and the county level, and city level. The exact number is 3,376 Centers for Disease Controls. So CDCs and prevention, so that's in China. They employ, last statistic I saw is that the number of CDC employees, the number was 209,550. So you see, even in the huge country in China with 1.4 billion people, the number of public health professionals dedicated full-time to disease prevention and control, not only infectious disease, but all kind of in chronic disease and everything. We have less number in this country than the number of firefighters in the US. So how are we getting the resources to train the public health professionals that has good quality and good competency? And other panelists mentioned that. They're well trained and they can put into good use. So I think that regardless of the pharmaceutical interventions or no pharmaceutical interventions, I think the question I've come to learn with many of the meeting, come to this meeting, I wish to learn is how we define our problem. I think we know how to prepare the pandemics. It's just how to define our problem so other people understand. I use the firefighters analogy here. I hope that it can be one way to give us some, doesn't matter. You need to develop. You're getting the vaccine to people, getting the test to people. You need the right people with the right skills, and you have to engage the community, and you have to be respected as the professionals. When I worked at the US CDC many years ago, I worked there many years. And some of the respect we got was, different professions get different respect. As a medical doctor, I think when I work at CDC, I got respected, a little bit better than my other colleagues. So I remember at one point, one of my colleagues was pointed by other people saying that that person was a vet. So he said, that's the cat doctor, And at China CDC at the time, when SARS broke out in late 2019 and early 2020, the CDC director was a vet as well. So a lot of people don't understand we need multidisciplinary teams to respond to outbreaks. We do need people who understand animal health. We do also need people to understand human behaviors. And obviously, between the animal health, human health, and economies and all that, we need to understand information, how information transmitted in the population. So anyway, Dr. Reddy, I'm here to learn. This is a learning collaboration, and I just stopped here, and I wanted to give back the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are all here to learn, and we have learned a lot from you. So thank you. So now let me open it up to the audience for questions. Dr. Hazeltine.
Yeah, that's good. I'm getting a mic.
Thank you. This has been an extremely interesting panel, and I want to thank you, especially Dr. Reddy, for your very succinct summaries of some of these discussions. I thought I would, rather than ask a question, share some experiences relevant to many of the comments that were made. And that is how the Boston, actually Massachusetts, community responded to the COVID pandemic. And it touches on almost everything people talked about today. One of the most remarkable things that happened, and I say that as a professor at Harvard, where it is as likely that your neighbor was your enemy as your friend, that we saw a dramatic change. And from the very beginning in March, thanks to a grant from a Chinese company, Evergood, we formed something called the Mass CPR. And it was led by some of my former students, the dean of the medical school. And we met 3 times a week, a total group of about 800 people from the Massachusetts, not the Harvard community, not the MIT community, not even the Boston community. And it was divided into pathogenesis, treatment, and epidemiology. And on the phone, virtually, 3 times a week, at a regular hour, there'd be about 100 participants in each of these sessions. And they would share their knowledge, not in preprint form, but pre-preprint form. It was, knowledge sharing was the first thing, what everybody heard. And we brought in many people from other countries, from South Africa, beginning in China, and other places. It's almost a case study of what you were talking about, how you deal with these problems. But there was a lot more than that. There were formal frameworks for how you share patient information, how you share patient samples, how you handle the intellectual contributions. We had participants who were, Moderna was a participant, Pfizer was a participant, sometimes even the British government scientists were participants. It was, and I have to say it continues to be an amazing example. The public health services in Massachusetts were partners as well. So it was an entire intellectual community response to a problem. I'm writing a textbook, or actually editing a textbook on COVID, and that's an important chapter in it. The people who actually put that together is a very important chapter about how you can respond to these things. The reason I mention it is that that is at least one thing that can be done in advance. You can begin to take these lessons about how to take a complete response, from community response. We were getting sewage data, for example. We were getting variant data from South Africa, from India. We're getting all sorts of information about how to, we were getting the vaccine data before other people would get the vaccine data to know what we could begin to do with that data. And I don't think I didn't certainly expect that to happen, but it is a great human response to a serious issue. I don't know if that was true of other communities, that we had that degree of cohesion and formality of exchange. And I think that's something we can do in advance. We can begin to think of what areas that we need, what kind of agreements we need. I think you mentioned that. What kind of agreements that are needed to be a priori. Well, we have some examples of that now, especially, you know, the sample sharing, of course, was extremely important. So it's not information, and I have to say for treatment, it was the same thing. We're getting real-time data from all the people who were treating patients, exactly. Does proning work? Remember the enthusiasm for proning? It's kind of dissipated, but those are the kind of things that were really important. And I think that that's the kind of thing that we can do in advance, so I thought I would share that.
Thank you very much. We at the Public Health Foundation of India did 3 different webinars with the Harvard Medical School through with Mass CPR. In fact, I must mention that when first Salman Keshavji mentioned mass CPR to me on a call to get us into that partnership, as a cardiologist, I thought CPR is cardiopulmonary resuscitation. And then I got educated. Okay, thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Comments? I'm sure with all this stimuli. Dr. Mallarao, please.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. A really super panel. But I couldn't help but be tempted by what Dr. Heseltine has just said, to just remind ourselves, because we all know this, and you were talking about cardiologists, but the way that cardiologists, critical care consultants came together, within days of the 11th of March, to set up that world kind of network of people who were exchanging information on what treatments work, and the speed with which ethical committee approval for things like the recovery trial, which you'll all have been part of, took off. And they started to say, well, this treatment should, this hypothesized treatment, better reject it because that doesn't work and this doesn't work. And the speed with which they began to hone down on those that were really the best and the most effective sort of menus of treatment for critically ill patients is another, I think, an extremely inspirational example of how healthcare staff rose to that extraordinary challenge we found ourselves in 2020. So just a celebration of what professionals end up doing, where certainly in Britain, because we all criticize the health managers, and they sat there scratching their heads wondering what to do when the pandemic broke, but the professionals quietly took charge, and the way they responded was literally inspirational, heroic even.
Thank you. Indeed, during the pandemic, we saw science at its very best. But we also saw the growth of anti-science movements, fueled by fake news. Now, how much of public health training should be imparted to enable public health professionals to counter this effectively and engage much more closely with communities so that they do not become vulnerable to this kind of anti-science emotions and fake news? Any panelists would like to respond?
Alois, I think you should take it.
Thank you. I just wanted to make another point on that, which was in some countries, a large percentage of healthcare workers had skepticism towards certainly the vaccine. So there's an even bigger job to do to make sure that healthcare workers in times of crisis are educated, have all the information, and healthcare workers are obviously not generic. They are from their different communities, all the things that we talked about in the last panel. So the same effort to communicate with people needs to be had. But the short answer to the question is it's absolutely vital that those, we know that in so many countries across the world, trust in healthcare workers is super high. And certainly in the UK, where I'm originally from, I think healthcare workers, doctors and nurses are constantly the top scored, who do you trust in authority? Certainly not politicians. But definitely doctors, nurses, and healthcare workers, and community workers, etc. So it's absolutely vital as that kind of entry point for people in the healthcare system as well. So I just wanted to make that point.
So if I may add to that, one of the problems that we find is simply giving people more information actually makes them more adherent to their pre-existing beliefs. So I don't think it is simply a matter of teaching people how to articulate science properly. I think it is teaching people how to gain the trust of people that, I really truly believe in helping you and I have got your best interests at heart. And this is, I think, one of the casualties of the COVID pandemic was that we had a paucity of honest people honestly saying, I don't know. I mean, how hard is that to say that I don't know, but I am going to find out, and I am going to honestly tell you the moment I find out. That's a practice that I have with my patients. I tell them, I don't know the diagnosis. I do know that you're ill, and I'm worried about it, but I care for you, and I will spare no effort to find out what I can do to help you.
So not only credentials, but credibility and honesty. Now that brings us back to primary care. Given the fact that we have people who are both frontline health workers as well as primary care physicians, who are expected in a well-functioning health system to be in close and continuous contact with the public. If the primary healthcare system is really functioning very efficiently, then one would think that the community would draw comfort from whatever they're being told by these trusted messengers. On the other hand, if it's only a top-down approach, that may not register, and that can easily be countered by fake news. Professor Murthy.
This is wonderful, listening to the impact of fake news. But there is another dimension. Most of the health workforce at the primary level comes from the local communities, and they have their own set of beliefs. I remember when I was working at the Rural Health Center of Ames, the A&M would go and give an excellent talk on why colostrum should be fed, and she would end saying, I will not give it to my child. That would be the last line of that talk. So I think there is a need to look at the cultural context in the education of the frontline health workers.
Absolutely true. Very true, very true. Any other comments or questions? We have up to 4:45, is it?
Yes,
yeah.
you do.
So I think we ought to be able to take a few more questions or comments
Yes.
or challenges. Professor Shalini Bharat, please.
First of all, I'm sorry I missed quite a bit part of the panel discussion because of some urgency. But I remember what in the beginning part was said that so much human resource and financing was diverted to COVID pandemic, and other diseases and so on were left unattended, and what was the cost of it. So we heard this kind of an argument even in the HIV epidemic time, that there was a lot of I would even say anger, that so much is being spent on this, and what about other diseases? So my question is that can we afford to look the other way when there are pandemics and with very clear consequences? One, of course, answer would be that create a non-health kind of a fund, because you can't take from the regular health sector funding, but you should create some more. But other than that, as public health specialists, do you think we can ignore, because the consequences of not stemming something at that point in time could be really huge? And again, in HIV epidemic, we found not only that we were forced to do, or we should have done, or whatever we did, but HIV allowed us to, expose the fault lines in our society. And so many things came out of it. So I just, was wondering, how do we answer that question?
No, I entirely agree with you. I don't think any public health emergency can or should be ignored. I think the lesson is that we ought to create health systems which can do more than one thing at a time. If you are running only on one leg, you can't pick up speed, even in your pandemic response. I remember in one of the early stages of the HIV pandemic, a public health expert from Thailand telling us that suddenly they're getting a lot of money, but they don't know how to absorb it and utilize it. The analogy, the metaphor he used was, we are trying to squeeze a watermelon through a garden hose pipe. Now, therefore, you do require a fairly strong health system, well resourced in the beginning, in order to be capable of absorbing and utilizing the additional resources to meet the public health emergency. I don't think we ought to be bickering among ourselves, saying that you are neglecting this, you are neglecting that. I think we should demand a fit-for-purpose health system. Any other questions?
If I may add to that, I think that what we do is, this is part of our own cognitive dissonance, that we create false dichotomies, right? So the HIV and the response to HIV at least helped us train an entire generation, if not 2 generations, in how to efficiently, effectively manage a major problem in health across an entire continent of India. And I think that we also took the same opportunity to learn how to deal with a lot of things that are not part of the biomedical construct. Before you came in, I was talking about how Tata Institute of Social Sciences helped us manage the entire TB conundrum in Dharavi, including the COVID impact on that TB management of drug-resistant TB. I think that this is the argument that I would make to people who are bean counters and say, look, this is all the money you get, and you can't steal all the money for this. Something done well, effectively, is better than nothing done because of, quote unquote, we cannot afford to do it. And I always say, you cannot afford to not do it.
Thank you for that. I missed hearing you.
Dr. Hazeltine again.
There's another sort of direct response to the question of how you allocate resources in times of crisis. There are a few examples where people were prepared with surge capacity. China in particular was prepared for surge capacity. There had been a program after their shock with SARS and the economic fears that arose from that, that they needed shock capacity, and you saw it in action. I don't know if you remember hospitals for thousands of people being built within 2 weeks, right? They did it. And now those weren't ideal hospitals, those were ideal places to be, but they had done that in advance. And that came about as a 10, 15-year involvement with the Harvard School of Public Health, where they studied in great detail what to do in terms of pandemics, and you saw it in action. Now, if it hadn't been for the virus doing what we just talked about, the virus doing, adapting, it may have worked, because the virus that they had at the beginning was very different from the virus they have now. It was at least 10 times less infectious, and it may have worked perfectly well. It didn't in the end, but that wasn't necessarily the fault of not preparing. The other lesson we had, and this goes even further back, what we saw China do, the United States had actually done in the 50s. Now, many people may not remember that, but we had created a system to create instant hospitals which were staffed in response to a nuclear attack. We had them all packed up, ready to go. And that is what you can do. Those are kinds of responses that can be made, and there can be systematic surge capacities that may not be used all the time, but we also use. There's other examples, and this is a more intricate example, but there are hospitals, for example, if you look at NYU in Langone in New York, they carried on both practices without a hitch. They had almost full surgical capacity, full emergency capacities for non-COVID and COVID at the same time. And why were they able to do that? Because they had planned in advance to do that. They had actually planned as a hospital. It's the only one in New York that didn't, if you look at all of their numbers, there was hardly a hitch. So it can be done with advanced planning, but it takes a great deal of advanced planning to do it.
In fact, there is a fair amount of literature in safety science journals on how to deal with complexity and complex, challenging situations. And one of the things they emphasize is that a complex system always calls for a certain slack. You need to have a little expansile capacity readily available in order to do it. Of course, then create a surge response. But perhaps an extension to what you have said and derived from what you have said is not only in terms of equipment and in terms of actual hospital facilities or healthcare facilities, but also in terms of the level of the community response in non-hospital settings. How can we actually also provide a greater amount of orientation and some skill building to community health volunteers who can actually step in? And that's happened in different parts of India. It happened in Kerala, for example, that a large number of community health volunteers were trained and they played a very active role, both in surveillance as well as health education, building vaccine confidence. This happened elsewhere too. I think, again, when we look at expanding our health system capacity, we seldom take into account the community resources that are available and can be mobilized. Any other comments?
I tell you an anecdote about that.
Yeah, sure.
So in the last COVID pandemic, what happened is that one of my patients who came to me for several of his family members to be taken care of, I was explaining to him how I made choices, who got oxygen, who got dexamethasone, and what a simple thing it was to just check the oximetry and see what's going on. So he liked the simplicity. So what he did is he bought a whole bunch of oximeters and dexamethasone and spread it around to the entire group of villages where he had friends and relatives. And everybody was trained. If your oxygen saturation drops below 94%, this is the time for you to start taking dexamethasone and arrange for oxygen. And these are areas that had no access to diagnostic facilities or other healthcare facilities. And he literally got several thousand of his relatives and friends treated that way. And he is not a medical professional. So I think that if you have a community level engagement and you come up with easy to understand and simple solutions, you can deal with a fairly complex problem.
May I take the last question or comment from there?
Thank you so much. I'd like to share our experience in Hawaii, a little island that fits in one marg of Delhi, the whole population. But this is what our problem was. We had the respirators, we had the hospital beds, we had the emergency services, we had the ambulances, we didn't have the medical personnel. We had a huge shortage of pulmonologists who, the ones who were working were heroic around the clock at the time of the largest infection, lung infections. Nurses were in total short supply. And so we saw it more as a manpower shortage than a lack of information or a lack of facilities. And I just wonder, I don't know how unique we are because we're 2,500 miles from the nearest land. So it's very hard for us to just import workers on the spur of the moment from other states or other countries. We had some Filipino workers who were very, very helpful come, but it was a matter of time to get them on island. So I don't know how unique our experience was, but we came away with saying we really need to increase the capacity of the specialists. We need to have on-call specialists in a far larger number than we would have had. And frankly, apparently, our health system and the Public Health Institute in our state really hadn't done that calculation. So thank you again for the panel. It's been very useful.
No, you're absolutely right. Many parts of the world, including India, have experienced shortages during the pandemic. And even if you have reasonable numbers to begin with, in a prolonged pandemic, health workers get sick. When they're infected, they're isolated. When they're exposed, they're quarantined. Or if they're not sick and are working with a huge load, particularly when the cases are building up, they get exhausted and fall sick. So the need for having an expansile capacity in the health workforce is absolutely critical. And that's going to be one of the biggest challenges globally, because many countries are seeing their younger populations shrinking, so their health workforce is going to shrink in Japan and elsewhere. And we have to make sure that not only countries like India meet their own health workforce requirements, but can actually meet the global health workforce requirements, India, Africa, and other countries who are demographically younger. How do we actually develop that global health workforce without depleting national capacities this is going to be one of the biggest challenges, even as we prepare for future pandemics. So
Yes, I agree.
I will close this session now. I'm not going to attempt to sum up, but I think this has been a very rich session with many excellent contributions from the panelists. But I think the message is that we need people-partnered public health. We need to make the best use of science and to advance digitally enabled, decentralized decision-making at the district level if we have to meet public health emergencies competently. Thank you very much.
It's always a privilege to listen to Dr. Reddy, and actually him moderating a panel, this is my first time. Usually I hear him speak and his debates are brilliant. May I ask Vinod to please come up while I sum up for 1 minute and see if I can make an effort to bring together some of those thoughts. Do we have an empty box that we can put into and take out something when we really need it? And that is when pandemic time comes. Can we actually run a race on one leg? We can't. If we need both legs, what is it that we need to do? Reinforce public health systems. Make sure that you have crowdsourcing and early advanced surveillance. Look at capacity building, and as much as you can. Look for complex health systems that call for slack when they actually need it. Because if you're already very, stretched, there is no way that you can add any extra capacity. So you need that slack. You need that 10% leeway. Wastewater harvesting, and whoever thought of that as early surveillance. Technology, a double-edged sword. And does decision-making get supported by technology, or do we have vaccine hesitancy like things that actually take away from there? Do we want to eradicate those microbes? Those are questions that we need to ask. Prevent infection, look for prevention control. I love the conspiracy against the lady, and if that is a way to engage the community. Dr. Vijay L. Dundee, and this is something I always echo, life to live with autonomy and dignity. And can we make that the keystone and the cornerstone of making sure that each of us not just does that for ourselves, but for those that are around us. Big cells to people? Are we there yet? Slow motion pandemics, obesity, climate change, amongst others. Those are not easy ones to deal with either, while we can see the rush of the pandemic and how we can actually bring things together to make health better. Learning from the past, that is something that we all are doing, even now, even as we are hitting the second year as a declaration of pandemic. And definitely we had more learnings from HIV, AIDS, and tuberculosis that we are also trying to emulate as we come together. I cannot but emphasize that we need to do more than one thing at one time. Thank you all for such a lovely, stimulating conversation. Vinod, I'd like you to come up here. And Dr. Reddy, can you please participate? Dr. Reddy, can I ask you to come up and participate, Dr. Srinath? Yes, sir. Can we get our picture? Okay. Dr. Reddy? This is the last panel for the day, and definitely not any less interesting. Strengthening healthcare provider systems to mount effective response to shocks while maintaining core functions and sustaining essential needs. Dr. G.V.S. Murthy, Director, Institute of Public Health, Hyderabad, is the Vice President, South, Public Health Foundation of India, and he's also a professor of the Public Health, Eye Care and Disability at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. He helped in establishing the first Department of Community Ophthalmology at the Dr. Rajendra Prasad Center for Ophthalmic Sciences, New Delhi, and later helped in setting up the South Asia Center for Disability Inclusive Development, Hyderabad, which is a center of excellence for the public health disability. Dr. Murthy completed his MBBS from Guntur Medical College, MD from All India Institute, and his Master's in Community Eye Health from the Institute of Ophthalmology, University College of London, with a distinction. Dr. Murthy has been ranked amongst the top 2 research scientists of the world by a study conducted by Stanford University, USA in 2020-21. Request Professor Murthy to please come and take the dais. Dr. Krishna Reddy Nalamala, request you to please come and take the dais. Dia, may I request you to please come and take the dais. And may I introduce Fuji Shu, Dr. Fuji Shu, Deputy Director Health, Country Office, China, at Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, in a more complete form, because I knew she was going to be on this panel. Dr. Fuji is an infectious disease physician and an epidemiologist and brings more than 20 years of experience in public health research and program with a focus on infectious diseases. She's joined the foundation in May of 2020 as the Deputy Director of Health, China Country Office. Dr. Shu's career has taken her from public health sector in the United States at the Center for Disease Control Prevention to the private sector at the Gilead Science Inc., at the academics at Zhejiang University in China. I hope I got that pronunciation right. At the foundation, Dr. Shu helps the health team in developing innovations ranging from basic biomedical science to regulatory science, and is in implementing evidence-based service delivery to systematically advance the control of HIV, TB, malaria, and vaccine-preventable diseases. I now invite Professor Mala Rao, Director, Ethnicity and Head Unit, Imperial College London. Professor Mala Rao is the Director of the Ethnicity and Health Unit at the Imperial College London. She was the Director of Public Health in UK NHS in the 1990s, Head of the Public Health Workforce for England during 2004 to 2008, and the Director of Public Health Foundation of India's first Institute of Public Health. She is the chair of WHO's Southeast Asia region's expert group on environmental determinants of climate change and health, and has served as the medical advisor to the NHS, England's workforce race equality strategy during 2018 to 2022. Her career spans public health practice, policy, research and training, and her most impactful achievements have been in workforce development, strengthening health systems and environmental health in UK and overseas. Her research and advice to governments and global institutions have improved healthcare for millions, some of the poorest states in India and elsewhere. I now hand over the panel to Professor Murthy to please take it forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. After the last heart-to-heart talk between the two Dr. Reddys, both are cardiologists, so before they left the panel, they had a heart-to-heart talk. I'd just say that those who love cricket, this is the last 2 overs of the 2020 match. And those who like hockey or football, it's the last quarter, the extra time. So the most exciting bit is here. In fact, what we are going to look at in this particular panel is not what we've been talking about in terms of the public health system. We want to look at one of the major stakeholders, that is the providers, on an individual person-to-person interaction in terms of providing health care. So it's not just about the system, it's more about personalized health care, the individual health needs, and how that can actually be strengthened in the face of an onslaught like the COVID pandemic. I, for one, know from my experience in eye care that the first wave, a lot of children went blind because they were not screened for retinopathy of prematurity. A lot of elderly lost their vision because they did not get their timely diabetic retinopathy screening. The same is the case for routine immunization and many others, antenatal mothers not being screened properly in time, birthing being affected. So all these are aspects which COVID taught us, and the learning from this should be how do we strengthen the systems for the future so that personalized health care, even in the face of a pandemic, can rise up to the challenge. I think that is what this particular panel is going to deliberate upon in greater detail. We also had some of the context which was raised by Dr. Sanjeev when he was here. He talked about the family. And when we are looking at the healthcare providers, which is the context for this particular panel, you're looking at 4 different levels. The family, as Dr. Sanjeev mentioned, is one, with all the complexities which Dr. Bharat talked about. The community is the other one, and we've had quite a bit of conversation on the role of the communities. The informal practitioners, and we forget their existence. They are such a huge workforce, and we have not actually looked at their role within the context of a pandemic or an emergency. And of course, the formal healthcare providers. And even amongst the formal healthcare providers, you have the private sector, within the private sector, the for-profit and the not-for-profit sectors, and then you have the public sector. And if you look at that entire equation, it is skewed in favor of the private sector across most of the low and middle income countries, including the entire South Asia, Southeast Asia region. If you include the informal practitioners, nearly 90% of the health workforce or potential health workforce is in the private sector. If you take them out, 70%, 65 to 70% is in the private sector. And therefore, when we look at the requirements of the population, individuals within the population and the healthcare provider interface, there are many aspects which are unanswered, and we'd like this particular panel to look into that particular aspect. So the provisioning of healthcare is the primary function of the health systems, including the individual one-to-one interactions as well as the public health services. At the population level, we've seen the last 3 panels delve into that into greater depth. Now let's look at it from the individual perspective, the role of the provider. And here again we have maybe 4 different things that we'd like this particular panel to address. One is the service delivery, 2 is the role of the community within this interaction, the third is the learning. Was a lot of adaptation during COVID. Now how can that be scaled up if it is useful for routine health care and for future emergencies? And finally, to look at the monitoring systems which perhaps are required to look at how these different sectors and domains can actually be brought together. So this would be the sort of overarching aim of this particular panel. You have an excellent panelist group here, and against that context, what I'd also like to mention is that there is a lot of evolution. We are a dynamic situation. It's not that something that is decided today in terms of management remains constant tomorrow. Tomorrow brings in new evidence, and therefore there is a change. And therefore adaptation is very critical. So we should try and look at how this adaptation can be used for the benefit. There are opportunities as well as threats to the last session. The threats are most of the points that we had in our mind already discussed. So one thing we could do is, Dr. Reddy, thank you, and then walk out. The other is the opportunities that it provides. A lot of things have been discussed. So try and tease out what the gaps are there, and then try and look at answering some of those gaps. So let me first begin with MEC. Yeah. So should I give some of the questions that we had from MEC to you and some to Dr. Mala? If you were to look at the health providers' perspective, Delhi did something unique. The government here did something unique. They had this dashboard which showed the availability of competencies, the availability of beds which were vacant, oxygen, etc., etc., etc. So the population had an opportunity to look at, okay, where can I take somebody if there is a need because of this dashboard? But that's something which was not formalized and has not been used extensively. So Dr. Reddy, if you were to look at it, what are the sort of mechanisms that can actually help us to look at a facility register or making this sort of information available both to the other health providers as well as to the community? Can that be formalized? And would there be some objection from the healthcare providers, especially in the private sector? Dr. Reddy.
Yeah, I think that is one of the important component of the preparedness, I would say. So when we have the health status assessment, that leads to what is the health needs assessment. Then once we have the health needs assessment, then we look at whether the capacity is enough to meet these needs. But if the public health management or health systems management does not have this information on what is the existing capacity in the system, most of the systems have only information on what the government facilities provide. How many doctors are there, how many nurses are there. So that information is there in the public healthcare sector. But there's no such information in the private sector to the government. That means whoever is managing the health systems, we do not have that information. And one of the lessons during the pandemic, some of the examples like in Mumbai and other places where they could gather this information, of course it's not during the first wave but subsequently, because they learned something during the first wave. So this information, and people learned what is the utility of this information in planning and prioritizing these limited resources when there is a sudden surge in the capacity, the demand. So in that context, I think if you look at from the Ayushman Bharat digital mission, the national level attempt to have information on facilities, on healthcare professionals, the diagnostic centers and the pharmacies. And also if you have information on what is the current capacity utilization, because one of the good indicator of demand supply gap is not the metric of 1 doctor per 1,000 or 1 bed per 1,000 population. It is what is the time I take to get my knee replaced? What is the time I get time to get an emergency consultation? What is the time I take to get an ambulance when there is an acute emergency? So that reflects the actual demand supply gap. It's not the absolute amount of doctors or ambulances per population. So if you have that indicator of what is the current demand supply gap in the system, then what is the surplus capacity in terms of utilization? At a facility level, I plan like that. When my average occupancy clocks 80% for 3 months, I create additional capacity. So that is at a facility level. But at system level, we are not doing that. We are not monitoring that. At what capacity the occupancy is there, what capacity is the surplus capacity, both in the manpower level, at the technology level, at the equipment level. So if you have that information, you can do, for example, during the Delta wave, there was a 20 times increased demand for oxygen across the country. So if you have the data on what capacity today we have and what is the utilization rate and where there is a surplus capacity, you don't require too much ad hocism in preparing for a sudden surge in the demand. So that's, I think, one of the critical preparedness factors. I mean, if we succeed through the ABDM, and if it is part of a greater public benefit of getting prepared to know this information, you have the legal mandate actually to demand this information from the providers, both the public as well as the private providers. Nobody can decline because it is an impersonal data. There is no protection. It is only the occupancy, what is the number. So that is not a information which anybody can decline. So it's only, I mean, this is one classic example of how you prepare your system for the future increase in the sudden demand, or you also simulate a model where there is sudden disruption to the supplies. I mean, you have the earthquake, you have the floods in the Pakistan, there is a sudden disruption to the supply. So that is another scenario. Then what do you do when there is sudden disruption to the supply? So this is, I think, a basic fundamental need for any preparedness of a provider system.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. That's very, very helpful. In fact, taking that forward, if you look at the thousands of ventilators which were purchased by almost every state government in the country and which in the last 1 year have rusted, and even the scrap dealer is not willing to buy it. So if we are able to have a forecasting mechanism like you just mentioned, if Mumbai needed it first, because that's where the outbreak broke, and you have a central supply line, you immediately shift these to that particular location. And as the pandemic or surge started plateauing down over there, Delhi starts showing a surge, that excess capacity could then be transferred to a place like Delhi or Chennai, or it could be across the boundaries also, from Dhaka to Delhi. So is that something which is workable in the context that you just mentioned, Dr. Reddy?
In terms of the economics of creating surplus capacity to be resilient, there is also a compulsion to be efficient to become cost effective. Right? So in fact, that is the dilemma between efficiency versus resilience, because resilience demands surplus capacity, spare capacity. So there has to be a fine balance between the efficiency and the surplus capacity. The only way to be most effective is to have this information. There is no other way. Otherwise, exactly the example you quoted, there was a reactive response of giving oxygen plants to every public hospital, oxygen generating plants. And these hospitals don't have funds to maintain those plants during the normal times.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Professor Malara, we observed that during the pandemic, most countries, they ramped up the physical capacity, infrastructure, beds, oxygen supplies, ventilators, and the example that Dr. Vijay mentioned about dexamethasone being ramped up at the community. But when you look at the users of that, the providers who needed to use that, there perhaps was a lack of competencies. They were overawed looking at that equipment which they had never seen in their lives. So what is it that we can actually do so the providers can deliver appropriate care, and how do we manage this, Professor Malara?
Thank you, Dr. Murthy. I think the short answer is none of us actually knows, because, one of the things we haven't perhaps done yet is clarify to ourselves what sorts of shocks are we talking about here. It's interesting that much of the day has rested on the pandemic as our reference point. Well, the next shock, and we've slightly touched on maybe the occasional earthquake or maybe the occasional flood or something. The next massive shock may not be a pandemic at all. It might actually be something completely unforeseen, as indeed the pandemic was when it appeared in 2020. The interesting thing is that we've had a pandemic, admittedly many, many decades ago. We've had a pandemic. Our epidemiologists predicted there would be another one, although they couldn't tell us exactly when. And even so, we were caught so unprepared worldwide. So it kind of begs the question, do we not now have to think, what shocks are we talking about, so that we actually build up the competencies you're talking about here? And in that context, could I indulge myself and take the liberty for just a second to just share with you something that made shivers, it actually created shivers down my spine when I saw that the World Economic Forum 2023 highlighted that the world is facing connected risks, threatening what they called a polycrisis, a word I'd never used before or heard before, a new descriptor to define the scale of the problems the world is facing. And the way they defined it is a situation when disparate crises interact such that the overall impact far exceeds the sum of each part. And I guess to some extent the climate crisis is the one that best, if you like, reflects a polycrisis. And we haven't seen it in its full unleashed capacity to destroy things we're taking for granted. For example, your previous question was, can we move equipment from one part of the country to another? I dare say if we had somebody from Pakistan here, And if we had asked them a question about a third of the country being in flood, as it was last year, I wonder what their answer would be about moving equipment from an unflooded area into a flooded area. I suggest that it would have probably been impossible even if the staff were there. So, you know, the point is, we have, as human beings, I think almost a limitation in our being able to imagine what kinds of risks we are talking about, what kinds of barriers we might be facing, because our reference point at the moment is the pandemic, where at least that sort of thing didn't happen. If we had the trucks, and as long as we didn't have somebody dying of COVID, if we had a truck driver who was fairly healthy at that point in time, they could have physically taken a truck full of oxygen cylinders somewhere. But could it be that the next shock does not give us even that option? So, you know, with that, you know, to begin with, your question was, how do we build the competencies? And I think we're going to have to be incredibly imaginative. And I don't suggest that I have, you know, anything like even a quarter or a tenth or, you know, of that imagination. It's going to require all of us to think this one through. And I think the collaborative is in a very good position to get people to be a little creative in working out how we create some core competences, because we don't actually know what specialized competencies we are going to need unless we are actually good enough to predict those. And now in that regard, you know, it was at Imperial College, my own college, that senior academics, as you probably know, because Dr. Reddy suggested we read that paper in advance of this session. And if he hadn't suggested it, I would have raised it anyway, because it is my colleagues who did some of that modeling of, you know, how do we work out what the country needs. And in this case, it was England they were talking about. And they rightly, it seemed rational, they looked at staff, beds, and ventilators, because that's what, you know, were the critical bits of the jigsaw required to be in place to have an adequate response to the COVID pandemic. And and what they did was to look at whether several interventions England brought in, such as setting up field hospitals, commandeering and buying private beds, getting retired staff to come back. Those who were still competent felt they could work in all kinds of different ways. Retired staff coming back, medical students being roped in to do some of the most basic jobs, fresh medical graduates doing some of the jobs that might otherwise have been done by, let's say, nurses, stopping all elective surgery and deploying all those staff into doing jobs that then release the critical care nurses to do, you know, to look after just COVID pandemic patients. And they just about coped. The NHS just about coped, having done all of that. But then look at the aftermath of it. What about all those elective surgeries that were not done? And think of the burden and that you end up with, and the additional competencies you require in the post-pandemic phase. You can't suddenly double your surgeons in order to take care of all the cancer patients who've been waiting for the past 2 years. And look at the tragedy of some of those patients who will definitely lose their lives. So going back to your issue of competences, the thing they found was the most critical issue was the shortage of critical care nurses. But then there's also the question of, you know, you could double the number of critical care nurses in this post-pandemic phase. What about, you know, if we don't face another pandemic, what do those critical care nurses do? So I like what you were saying in the beginning about thinking of ourselves as a group of people, not forgetting those complementary therapists, the alternative providers, the private sector providers, everyone with their areas of specialism in the mainstream care services, firefighters. Do you know, British Airways staff, these are pilots and
the air stewards. Because all flights were grounded, British Airways said, look, we're very good at hospitality, so why don't we come in and run your cafeterias in the NHS and so on, and give you the relief you need to cope with the fact that if staff were sick, as Dr. Reddy's panel mentioned, there's that other thing. If you've got your cafeteria staff all sick with COVID, you're not running a cafeteria. So British Airways staff came in and started propping up the health services. So how can we use our skills, not just within the health service, but even outside, in a more imaginative way? And how can we capture those learnings from the pandemic and sort of think to ourselves, let's not forget that there is such a temptation to creep back to this new normal, which looks kind of like the old normal, and going back to our respective jobs. The airlines are so happy that we're all going on holiday and they can get back to their jobs. And how can we capture that learning and continue to engage everyone in the workforce in more imaginative ways, so that we can deploy people in all sorts of ways that future pandemics and future shocks might require. So in fact, that would be my best suggestion.
Yeah, so this idea about co-creation framework for competencies where everybody could come together, this entire group here could deliberate on that, I think that's an excellent idea. Many of you may not know, Dia just came in at 1 a.m. this morning. So before she dozes off, because she needs the sleep, I thought let me go to her. So just following up on Dr. Mala's question or response there, in many countries you have the reservation. They are the people who come in when there is a requirement, especially when it comes to law and order. So you have these volunteers. In India we have a group called Home Guards. Whenever there's a law and order situation or traffic has to be controlled, though they're not policemen, but they have been trained to manage that. Can we look at something on similar lines so that we don't create excess capacity? Like Dr. Mala mentioned, the surge doesn't come again. How do we utilize that excess capacity? Can we have these sort of volunteers or reservists as an opportunity for the future?
Thank you, and I would like to note that I love your comment about imagination. Yeah, there is a limit to our imagination, and I think this pandemic is, of course, it's bad. We don't want to repeat it again, but at the same time, it created such a destruction, that we were pushed to have a very vivid imagination on things we don't know. I think the push to innovate and to imagine a better environment is also being created by the COVID pandemic. Well, our imagination in CISD, I would like to point out to our imagination there, and perhaps also answer your question about reservists or volunteers. We had imagined something like that 10 years ago. Not volunteers, but young health professionals being called to serve for a limited time at primary healthcare centers in remote locations in Indonesia during peaceful time. When COVID happened, the same pattern was relaunched, but with a pivot into pandemic response. That first step then enabled the organization CISD, the government of Indonesia, in particular the government of the provincial of West Java, to imagine many more things and to create and build a new, not world, but a new reality that perhaps better for patients, but also for providers. So we push to have better primary healthcare, human resource at primary healthcare, through this reservists that we call to action and to apply for a very short period of 6 months in a COVID response mode. And then afterwards, and we are still doing this now, transitioning into preparedness mode. So strengthening the health system, but dealing with the acute cases first during the height of the pandemic, and now that we are coming out of the pandemic, hopefully, we transition into preparedness as well. And of course, the biggest imagination that we attempt, that we innovate right now and still ongoing, is recreating the future of community health workers, working at primary healthcare centers as proxy of the health workers. So they were previously seen as a never-ending volunteer, an eternal volunteer. And I think that's just a wrong justification of getting away with not paying them with remuneration. So we reimagine in the future, I hope in the near future, community health workers can be seen as part of the health workforce as a human resource for health, which consequently asks them to increase their capacity through certification, not necessarily formal academic training, but certification, which then at this, when we try out this a model, it increases their capacity to do screening. It enables them to utilize digital tools to expedite their work, make it more efficient, make it more accurate. And based on this community-based strengthening, so our starting point is community. Based on this community-based strengthening, data, diagnostics, and medicines can be then transformed into providing better care for patients and also better experience for the providers as they are giving care. And it starts from community health workers up. So we are attacking two levels of health workers. One is the previously seen or still seen as volunteers, but then we are slowly nudging them up, increasing their hours to work, increasing their remuneration, asking them to involve more in planning, being able to identify vulnerable population, vulnerable groups with digital enabler, with very simple digital enabler. So I think that's the imagination and the starting point that Indonesia can offer to this learning collaborative.
Thank you. That's really, really wonderful to hear, because the reason why I asked that was I was in Sulawesi doing their childhood blindness situation analysis, and instead of policemen, at every traffic junction, you have these guys with sticks who show you where the parking lot is and collect money. So it's self-employment and you don't need the police. So maybe something like that could be of use over here also. But I think the point made by both Dr. Mala and Dia is the solutions have to be contextual. They need to be adapted to the local needs. I don't think there would be, you could have a generic framework, but the adaptation of that is dependent on the local context. So a lot of work which will have to be done at the country level to try and see what can be gained by a particular approach. Thank you very much for that. And Dr. Fuji, we haven't forgotten you. So let me come to you now. So one of the things, welcome. So one of the things that we have been seeing is that there were a lot of interventions, innovations which were used during the COVID outbreak, the pandemic, which were basically emergency use authorizations. Even if the evidence was not there, but if somebody felt that even a margin of a difference, then it was pushed in, even with lack of evidence. But many of them, what the adverse consequences were in that situation were not looked at,
And I would say including cost, because cost can also be an adverse consequence of a particular intervention. So if you have to look at bringing some of those interventions into mainstream health practice post the pandemic, into the regular mainstream health systems, what would be your suggestion of how this could be done so that we can mainstream some of those beneficial interventions and innovations which were seen during COVID pandemic? Dr. Fuji, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. It's really happy to be here, listen to all the conversations. It's 8 p.m. Beijing time, Friday, so I try to be brief. So you mentioned this emergency situation. I think the first thing first is you have to be treated as an emergency. So what you can and to do in that moment, in that facility, I think that really demands what is the necessary standards that you can respond with. I remember one of the saddest moments was like the doctors in Wuhan saying that they don't have an oxygen concentrator. They only can put out of 3 patients, severe patients, he was only be able to save 1 out of the 3. So that moment resides with me. Back in came forward to, I don't know, the summer 2021, I guess, when India has a Delta surge that was huge. Our Indian office in the Gates Foundation reached out to us for oxygen concentrator. So immediately we put all my team, actually all of China office, the Gates Foundation China office into action and trying to source for oxygen concentrators. The number came to us that was very surprising. The numbers we said, okay, are you sure it's that high number? That kind of response we got. But anyway, so in those kind of memories, I would say, regardless on which setting, and I think that still come down to what tools you can use, what team you can rely on or mobilize, and kind of how to make the system work. The tools, I mentioned this, oxygen as one thing. Later on, we have a shortage of many things, vaccines and diagnostic tests. Even though with the emergency use at the beginning, there was a short supply. And then afterwards, after the surge and many months later, there's a surplus. So I think the emergency use obviously should be going through regular, the highest standard possible for regulators and for to check the evidence against the safety. And what is the evidence for for this drug can be helpful. But I think given the human nature, there's also a lot of people just scramble for things, for hope. In the I don't know, you practice as a in the medical settings, in the terminal illness patients. We know a lot of things may not work, but there's still dignity and still hope, in this, whatever services, whatever tools we can give to patients, the drugs or things like that. So the teams is also, in the emergency, you don't have doctors, and that's a highest qualified. I think in the latest surge in Beijing, for example, in December 2022, every doctor in the hospital instantly become a respiratory health, not really pulmonologists, but actually they're ID doctors immediately. But they could be, their day job in the past could be surgeons, but then instantly transmit into a medical team that can, providing care the best they can. The last thing I want to say is that the moderator shared, I work in the government, I work in the private sector, I work in the university, and also lastly, I work at the foundation now as a founder perspective. I think how we can make the system better is it's need to think about collaboration and the sense of trust. If people can share data, even though you make the wrong decision at the beginning, you can learn from each other through collaboration and getting the information as quickly as possible. Actually, I was responding to SARS-1 back in 2003 in Beijing. So that was, so I was the lucky one responded to COVID infection twice in my life. I think that was early on, there was not enough learning to see what actually works. And retrospectively, we say, people were putting on either the wrong dose or the wrong treatment. But that's just a big, I think, reflecting the lack of collaboration, like between hospitals, between countries, between international agencies. So I would think it's hard we all humans, we have to guess at the emergency. We do what we can, but if we have the spirit of collaboration, we learn as fast as we could. So that's my response to your question, Dr. Murphy. If allow me to say another thing, which is the practice and practice. On top of the collaboration, I think the practice is also good. For the different teams or different countries or different agencies have a different type of thresholds or different views on things. So if we can, in the peacetime, we can practice and talk this thing together. And then we train ourselves and look at it, learn from others' perspectives. I think we could be all doing better in the next emergency we don't want to see. Over to you, Dr. Murphy.
Thank you so much. And for the entire panel here, I have, based upon the response here, I'll just have one question, and I'd like the entire panel to think about it. We had emergency use authorization. A lot of things were permitted. It's been about 2.5 years now. Has any of that been withdrawn because of lack of evidence? If you have any idea. I don't know of anything being withdrawn which was provided emergency use authorization, even without evidence 2 years down the line, starting with Professor Reddy.
Yeah, at least, to my knowledge, there is no drug or vaccine that has been approved has been withdrawn. But having stated that, in terms of the post-marketing surveillance that is required of a vaccine, we may not have that adequate data, robust data that normally we demand during the normal times. And that is leading to actually some of the concerns, some of the misinformation that is still floating in the social media about, recently when you look at some of the spate of deaths, sudden cardiac arrest deaths in young people coming daily in the newspapers. So the social media gossip is that it is because of the vaccine. So that's where I think what worked as an emergency use authorization and what can be taken as a new normal in terms of accelerating approval of some of the innovative drugs and the vaccines, but at the same time, how to also balance some of the areas of security that we might have overseen because of the emergency nature of authorization. So that is a brief comment and a reflection on what in the new normal state, some of the good things of that rapid vaccine development. In fact, now the target is 100 days development. But how to put systems still in place so that we don't make a mistake.
True. Yeah. In fact, that point on new normal, maybe new normal is more normal than the old normal. So it's actually a dilemma. Yes,
yeah,
sir.
I have a very specific,
I'll just come to you, Dr. Yuji. Yeah, please.
A very specific response to your question. The answer is we have withdrawn medicines in the U.S. We withdrew hydroxyquinone. Okay, so that was definitely withdrawn. It was EUA approved and withdrawn. We've withdrawn almost, I think, all at this point the recommended use for our antibody therapies because the virus is mutated. And practically, we've withdrawn the adenovirus vaccines that you've used so widely here. We never approved it in the U.S., the vaccine that Serum Institute produced. Europe has eschewed that vaccine after adopting it. And I would recommend India do the same, although I think that's very unlikely. I think it's a big mistake to continue with that vaccine.
Actually, the point that you made, I really need to congratulate the US President because he helped the Indian economy by buying all the chloroquine that was available in the country or not available. So we need to thank him sometime or the other.
That's a little ironic, isn't it?
Dr. Mala.
Well, I don't know that I was thinking about the US actually when you were talking about withdrawal, but the point has been made. I wonder whether we may talk about ways of working rather than just drugs. So what has been approved was your question. So of course, approvals go beyond just medicines. It's about ways of working, because certainly, very dramatically, the whole world of telehealth changed in Britain. The family physicians, as the world knows about the value and almost the affection that communities have for their GPs, their general practitioners, on whom much of the NHS and its efficiencies and so on depends. And the whole point is the GP is seen as a local resource. People go and talk to them, and they know the family well, and so you may go in with a pain somewhere, but they're going to be able to see that in the whole context of your history that they know, and the family that they know, and make the best diagnosis for you. Now, much of that has become teleconsultation since the pandemic, and it has not reverted to the old way of working because there are acute staff shortages. The pandemic did other things, as you said, unforeseen consequences are staff burnout, staff have left the service, huge numbers of vacancies. So all parts of the NHS are suffering because of the shortage of staff, including in general practice. And so teleconsultations have been seen as an efficient way by which they can continue to, manage the burden of consultations and referrals into them. We've never properly studied what the effectiveness of it is. Maintaining teleconsultation, on the face of it, it looks very efficient, but are there downsides that are hidden and we don't know about? The other point I'd like to make is about education. When I was at the Indian Institute of Public Health, before you took over, Dr. Murthy, in the 3 years, one of the things that used to really upset me was this notion of the global north always having and wanting face-to-face conferences, because I think that that's a luxury the global north has. You have the money to pay for your flights, you have the money to set up your venues. How many people, how many young aspiring postgraduate students, undergraduate students can travel to Washington or London or Vienna or somewhere for a meeting? And look at the way our method of continuing professional development has, I think, excluded large numbers. The sudden and almost overnight hybridization of education, of conferences. We never think of conferences now without thinking of them being hybrid. Look at the way you've been able to, without flying them in, we've been able to have the privilege of the views from Beijing, Singapore, and all sorts of places as a result of this thing that has come in as a result of the pandemic. Right. And I think we haven't studied it, but I'm a great admirer of how that has changed, and I hope we never go back, because it has equalized access to events and learning across the world in a way that didn't exist before the pandemic.
Completely agree. So, Dia, your comment on that, emergency use authorization, if you think there's something that you'd like to add, something which has been withdrawn. Of course, it's not emergency use authorization, but things like use of masks, those have been withdrawn, but they're not emergency use authorizations. So anything else that you'd like to?
Yes, so many things in my mind triggered by your comment, Professor Rao. But for going back to our topic of delivering the care, I think drawing back from my country experience, a lot of resources and budget, especially in the beginning of the pandemic, was put for PPE and for diagnostic tools. And then it shifted towards vaccines. In all, throughout, I haven't seen resources, serious resources being put to increase the quality of the providers for the health workers themselves, especially for the community health workers. That's one. I think I would like to make a comment on that, because when we talk about health system strengthening, how to build resilient health system, we talk about the system as if it doesn't consist of human capital, while they are the true operators that make sure the system works. So, and they fall through the crack. So if we have to determine in a new normal, we cannot go back to not investing in human capital. So that's a new way of thinking of putting investment into health sector development, and also about breaking barriers and boundaries, inclusivity and diversity. I've heard in one of the panels, the pandemic fund was mentioned as a result of the Indonesia G20 presidency. I think one of the historical breakthrough in that pandemic fund is allowing civil society to be in the governance board with voting rights. And we cannot go back into a situation where it is not. As Professor Rao has rightly put, it should be open to everyone, especially younger professionals, so they can have access to learnings like this. And I say that based on our experience, because we engage, since our inception as an organization, we engage with youth, with young people, and to break down barriers for vulnerable population and for women and young adults. So I think that type of learning should be fostered more, and I would love to see younger health professionals replacing us here in learning, in sharing their experiences. Thank you.
Excellent. Dr. Fuji, before I come to you, I'll ask Dr. Reddy. There was a yoga guru in this country, in India, who came out with a drug called Coronil. No emergency use authorization. It was used. And then the only retraction was the name of the drug, or is it still available, Dr. Reddy?
No, the fact that there are so many unauthorized drugs available, accessible, both traditional as well as modern medicines. So the brand might have been withdrawn, but I think the drug is available.
Still available. Dr. Fuji, over to you. We mentioned one drug from here in India. Anything like that in China or any other?
It's actually many. The Chinese treatment guidelines have evolved into 10 different editions. So I would say that's a professional consensus that's evolved into 10 editions now. So many things fall into the wayside. And Dr. Reddy mentioned there's many traditional medicine was put into early treatment, but when better antivirals and, even among the antivirals, that is the evolution, which one getting data support and then getting better use or wider spread use. So I want to add one more thing into the preparedness. Actually, I think I can speak, I'm not quite sure this is the public information, but actually right now there's a debate within our organization. So there's so much need for global health. And whether we put that dollars into prepare for the longer term, which means stockpile or capacity building, training young people, for example, that's really for the future. But right now, one of the speakers mentioned just another session saying that is, in African countries, in many developing countries, there's an urgent need for build back the things that is fall apart, either because of lack of funding or lack of other issues. Like that can be including early immunization programs in women and children, reproductive health issues. So I think as this group, I really want to hear, if you may, Dr. Rao, Dr. Reddy, and Dr. Murphy, give us some feedback on that. I know the speaker mentioned, the preparedness fund only $1.6 billion, even though we think in one of the Bill Gates' book, they said even only for the medical, they call it a pandemic corps. Basically the global response team with 3,000 epidemiologists, but maintain that workforce, that team, a global team, they need about $1 billion per year. That's 3,000 epidemiologists globally. So where we should put our resources to right now? Over.
Thank you so much. Dr. Reddy, coming back to you. In most of Southeast Asia, South Asia, most of Africa, in fact, most of the world, the private, both for-profit and not-for-profit sectors are the largest providers of healthcare. But in terms of involving them or skilling them for emergency preparedness, there seems to be a big gap. Either because the public sector doesn't have that trust, or there's a lack of interest from the private sector. But there is a gap there. And this gap is not beneficial for anybody. So how do you think that we can get over this, bridge this gap, and how could they be brought into their participation in the future?
Yeah, one reality is that we have to live with the mixed health systems. And we may not be debating why this situation has arrived at because of the failure of the public system. That the private system emerged to meet the unmet needs of the people, because the public system could not meet the needs of the people. So having said that, if people try to look at what are the key strengths of the private sector and what are the key strengths of public sector, I think the whole distrust is because of no attempt at understanding each other and accepting each other. The private sector looks at the health needs of the people as an opportunity, not as a responsibility. The public sector is responsible for the health needs of the people. So it is not an opportunity, it is a responsibility. So that is a fundamental difference. I think we have to accept that fundamental difference between opportunity versus responsibility. And by for-profit private sector, market segmentation is part of the business ethic. That is, every business school only tells how do you segment the market and how do you position yourself for a particular segment based on your core strength. So having said that, you have to accept that private sector cannot be equitable, because by very nature of business, they do market segmentation. But so this acceptance is important. I think because we don't accept that and because we want them to be responsible, we want them to be accountable, that is where the distrust comes. But when you look at the strength of the private sector, I mean, being private sector being small to medium, I mean, the large size private sector is only accounts for 5%. And 95% is micro to small to medium. Usually it is promoted by the professionals. So being small to medium, the private sector has a unique strength of being highly responsive to the people's needs. If the people want care at home, they respond. If they want sampling at home, they respond. If they want you to see them in the midnight, like in the old city of Hyderabad, because that is the culture, they have the clinics open in the midnight. So that is the responsiveness of the private sector. Similarly, the agility of the private sector is much, much higher compared to the monolithic, the public sector organization. So why the private sector is agile and responsive is because of its decentralized autonomy. Right? The same autonomy, if it is given to the public sector in terms of the decentralization at operational level, then it can become as agile as the private sector. So that is the lesson that they can be taken. The second lesson that can be taken or exploited is the private sector by design, because you need to maximize the profit, you have to be highly efficient. That efficiency is driven by the private. So how you leverage that efficiency of a private sector? By smart purchasing, where public sector is unable to provide services. Not all services, but unable to provide services, you purchase from the private sector. So this is where I think the third element is whatever policy formulation and policy implementation is there. I think in the morning we started off with just relationships and the communications and the engagements. If private sector, if civil society is taken as part of the governance system, they are not separate, they are part of the governance system. So whatever laws that are applicable to a private sector provider, they are applicable to public sector provider, but that's not so. So there has to be this engagement and involvement to build the trust, while accepting the fundamental differences between the private sector and the public sector. So that actually makes you to share the data for surveillance, share the data for preparedness. You will be willing to actually nationalize your facility during an emergency for the defined period. But you define the period. Suppose you just nationalize it and force that you have to only charge this much during a pandemic. They will have 100 excuses to violate that. So one part of the preparedness is how you keep engaging the private sector while accepting that. So I think this is my, because I worked in the private sector, again within the private sector, the three dimensions of private sector, for-profit, corporate, private equity-driven, maximizing the profit component, then a professional-led, entrepreneurial kind of a self-employment, nursing homes and small hospitals, they are different. They don't violate the medical ethics. That is still priority for those hospitals. Right. But the for-profit corporate hospitals, the business ethic overrides the medical ethic. That is the conflict. So that means you need to have a kind of a differential funding, capital funding for the private sector than the current method of private equity funding. I mean, I'm telling from the experience that we have gone through, how it, when we lost the control to the private equity, the business ethic started dominating. So these are some of the actionable policy things. The government to create a funding mechanism to help even the private sector, where the public sector is unable to achieve those levels of efficiency and effectiveness. These are few reflections on the private sector engagement and how it should be leveraged as a part of preparedness.
I think that's a very valid bit, because when you look at a state like Karnataka next door, initially they had a problem with the capacity. And then because the government engaged with the private sector, brought everybody together and said that we need this and we'll pay you for this. So they were not losing out by sharing. I think that is the point that you're making, that don't burn a hole in their pocket, take them together, and maybe that would be the way forward. Stemming from that, Dia, I have an interesting question for you from what you mentioned in one of the earlier panels, and that was, the need to spend more on primary health care. You had mentioned that in one of the earlier sessions. And, you have to get the government away from the tertiary and specialty healthcare funding to bring in money into the primary health care. So would it be an interesting concept to get the private sector invest in the tertiary and specialty hospitals, and the government buys the service from them, and whatever is saved from that expenditure on a government ivory tower, that goes into primary health care. So immediately there is freeing up of some money. The private sector, they create the capacity, and their services are purchased by the government to provide the services, while money goes into the primary healthcare network. So would that sort of a thing work, or do you have any other suggestions?
Well, any model can work, basically. But I think first, the homework of the government is to create an enabling environment where there is a tangible incentive for private sector to want to be in primary healthcare. In Indonesia, when we first got our national health insurance mechanism, healthcare suddenly becomes an opportunity for profit, especially if you set up a private clinic or if you set up a hospital. I think both needs to be looked at differently, and I think what we need to do for primary healthcare is to first integrate public service and private clinics. So integration of care needs to happen first. As to from where the money to invest must come, it doesn't necessarily have to take the government away from the tertiary care or secondary care, because the amount that is needed for primary health care to transform itself, or the amount of investment required in primary health care, will never be as huge as the amount of investment needed in tertiary and secondary care. So it doesn't necessarily bring government away. So of course, we as a country, as a nation, right now you have to compete, and in healthcare, the competition, so to speak, might be in the level of tertiary and secondary care. However, on the flip side of that, if you as a government or as policymakers are able to set up a mechanism in primary healthcare in which you provide quality of care, I think that's also a win for the government. The model, I will use Jack's lines this morning when we chatted briefly. It can be anything. We can try whatever works for any country. But the principle, the fundamental of investing in primary health care, I think needs to be agreed upon at the highest level possible. And then, of course, by that, well, we have our consultations with providers of private primary health care providers, and all comes back to us by saying we do not feel that there is enough incentive, and this is not necessarily financial incentive or an incentive, financial or otherwise, for us to be in the primary health care provide as primary health care provider. So I think that's the biggest research question, if you will. If you are a policymaker, what will draw the private sector to want to be in primary health care? Because then is integration of care one, perhaps? Is division of people who are in the list to be provided care, perhaps, or a combination of both.
I think that's an excellent way of looking at the situations in different countries, and I think one can keep deliberating on what is the best model there. Dr. Fuji, I haven't forgotten you again. One of the things that came to the fore during the pandemic, and even after that, the last couple of years after the major surge came down, plateaued down, is the mental health aspects. And I think across the life spectrum, whether it is children, whether it is the elderly, whether it is the working couple, everybody had some amount of mental health issues. Now, when you look at the mental health workforce, on the private side, capacity was not built too much because it was not felt to be something which is going to be paying back in extensive ways. But whatever capacity is available in most countries has been in the private sector. So how do we look at bridging the gap between private and public health providers in terms of the huge need for mental health services and the current lack of these services within the public sector? And this is right across all countries. Dr. Fuji, if you have some suggestions on that. I think she's...
Yeah, Dr.
Oh, yeah.
Murphy, I'm sorry. You can hear me, but I don't have any answer. My answer is I don't know.
Okay.
The question and the challenge, you describe it very well. We can feel that in a big city or small city, in school, in elderly and population, it's everywhere. But people are responding. That's the only thing I can add. People are big, schoolhouse and all community house. Everybody is trying to do something about it. But in the short answer, we have to wait and see what happens what can be done to this huge problem.
Thank you, Fuji. Yeah, you were saying something, or was that?
Yeah, I said one thing I wanted to point it to, it's obvious, right? So this COVID-19 is probably, the only ever we know of in history, recorded history that is a truly global issue.
So I think Dr. Mala would take that question on, and maybe I'll ask you the follow-on question also after you finish answering this.
Yeah. Dr. Murthy, thank you for giving me the opportunity of just sharing something that I learned only in this last year or so. One of the things that happened was that we came across, I think it was BBC, which did a survey of young people, assuming that COVID, this was during the pandemic, that there would be huge proportions of young people extremely worried by the pandemic, and they were. But an even higher proportion, even during the pandemic, were concerned about the climate crisis and the fact that the pandemic had ended up diverting resources away from what they saw as, up to 2019, some kind of a progress where adults in their lives were beginning to do something about the climate crisis. So that was just one interesting fact. And then last year, I was asked to guest edit an international review of psychiatry themed edition on mental health in the climate crisis. And in that regard, although it was the climate crisis, and it wasn't specifically to do with the private sector, there were amazingly good, and what I mean is informative papers which taught everyone so much about the kinds of progress Bangladesh and the Philippines are making to deal with exactly that. How do you deal with the burden of mental illness when you have such low levels of resources
even when you count in everything that's in the private sector and almost a non-existent resource within the public sector. And what they've done, of course, in Bangladesh, they've gone and in the Mujib prosperity plan, mental health is part of it, and the government commits to investing in mental health. Now that's impressive, and I've been waving this in Britain and saying, look at what Bangladesh has done. And I think Bangladesh has been a beacon in saying mental health has been sorted. Their entree into it is to see how much the climate crisis is affecting mental health. For whatever the reason, they've gone and made that one of their priorities. And in the Philippines, they have developed incredibly imaginative ways by which the lay public have been brought in to do mental health first aid and do some of the, the early identification management of mild to moderate anxiety disorders in the community through community support, ensuring that isolation, isn't a problem of elderly or people living alone, and all those sorts of things, and allowing through this task redistribution the best trained psychiatrists and the psychologists to do the training, but then also to be the people who look after the most seriously ill. So there are 2 or 3 countries in the global south that are pointing the way to the whole world on how to manage this crisis in mental health care.
Wonderful. I think that's something which brings in optimism on the global south providing some of the solutions. And if Dr. Reddy could try and look at compiling some of these as part of the global learning hub, I think that would be a great opportunity. Dr. Uma was just whispering in my ear from a distance. She's whispering that you won't get a shot of tequila if you don't ask a question. So now it's over to you. If you want to earn your shot of tequila, you will have to ask a question. It's audience questions now. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I have another, it's not a question, it's another general comment. I think if we're going to talk about things that worked and things that didn't, like the EUAs in this, we have one big area that nobody's touched on, and that's the law. In my opinion, COVID has been disastrous for public health law, certainly in the United States. Things that we were able to do, mandate, we can no longer mandate. And I think that's something for all of us to take up. I'd like to see a forum on the law and public health and the consequences of COVID, because we are in a much weaker position. And the law is eventually what allows you to do anything. You pointed that out with the EUA, but the law for mandating masks, the law for mandating lockdowns is so much weaker than it ever was before. And that is part of misinformation, it's part of the whole thing. But when it gets codified in law, it becomes a lot more permanent. And that has happened in many, many cases. And I think it's something we in the public health community have to take very, very seriously.
Right. Thank you very much. And unfortunately, because there were no questions, so tequila has been withdrawn. So over to you, Uma, for the concluding. Thanks to the entire panel here. Dr. Fuji, online, thank you so much.
We can't afford to right now at the time. I also cannot wrap up the session the way I would like to, but I would just like to focus on the fact that the private engagement did come forward in more ways than one during the pandemic. The central supply line is a wish list. The reactive versus the proactive is again something that we need to look at. The cross-functional skills that we spoke about is great to have and is aspirational. We have a lot of contextual approaches that we need to look at, local, global, local, and how back at home that we can look at. Mainstreaming some health practices, again, something that we will work on. What has changed since the pandemic? Both the education and the way that we have looked at life has changed. Today has been an interesting day of bringing together several thoughts, several panels, several experts from over the globe that have come together to share their thoughts and their learnings. We've had a very engaging audience in terms of making their notes, and we're looking forward to hearing from them as to how they would like us to engage with them as we take all these conversations in simple formats into learnings and also make those available to all those who are interested and also in need of it. Recognizing a panel, I'd like Minaz to come up. Professor Murthy, while I would like to do the honors for you.
Thank you.
May I request you to do the honors for the others?
You will come here because she's blocking us. I need a photograph.
Oh, okay.
Elna.
We'll come to the front. You can.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Grateful to each of you who has spent the day with us and who will spend the evening with us. We may not give you tequila, we'll give you other stuff. And we will head down to Juniper, which is an open air area and also an inside area, where we will have our dinner. So from here to Juniper is a short walk, and there will be people who will take you there. Looking forward to seeing you there right away. I would be failing in my duty if I didn't ask you to scan the QR code and make sure that you answer the poll questions and also our feedback for us. Learnings that are important, and an important part of the learning journey is something that we look forward to taking back with us. That poll is vital to making that happen. Please do make that effort. Do fill in that poll. Do share it with us. Thank you for today, and we'll see you back tomorrow at 9 a.m. like we did today. Thank you so much. Your group photograph.
Oh, group photograph.
You have to